Hi. Hello. Hello, Zir. Hello, AFK. Today, Wonder Mooning is it's been a weird day so far. Um, and stream time kind of snuck up on me. I wasn't ready for it to be 2:30 already. I was still vibing. Um, but yeah, it's fine. It's fine. We're so normal. Hello, Greg. Welcome. Basically, I woke up at like Jesus 5, I think. And I was up until like 7 because broken sleep insomnia fucking sucks. And I managed to fall back asleep. And I woke up again at 1. I was hoping I wouldn't sleep in that much, but alas. And then a bunch of weird shit has happened since then. There was ants on my desk. I don't fucking know why. I have snacks and stuff in my room, but they're all sealed. I make sure that they're sealed because I've had rough living situations before where roommates did not do that, and I will never even slightly risk going through that again. So any food that I have in my room is sealed in bags and boxes, and yet there was still ants on my desk. So that was a rude awakening. I also had really weird dreams. I I had really weird shit that I woke up to at 5 a.m. It's been a day, and I'm still kind of delirious. I'm not gonna even lie. Usually, I like to wake up on stream days around like 11 to 12 because it gives me a couple hours to like properly wake up and make sure that I'm in proper streaming shape. That didn't happen today, which let me hang on. Did I take my meds? I don't know if I even took my fucking meds. Hang on. Let me see. That's how weird today has been. Okay, I did. Did I? No, I didn't. It's Saturday. It's not really like a rough day. Like I wouldn't say it's been a bad day. It's just been a really weird day. My apologies right now in advance if tomorrow's stream is late because I usually don't like taking my meds this late, but it's a stream day and I'd rather be medicated than not. Something else happened and now I don't remember what it was. The ants were just weird. It gave me flashbacks because, like, Jesus, when I was like a teenager, I think, a very long time ago, we went to a museum and I got rock candy at the museum and I left it on my desk while I went to the bathroom. And then I came back into my room like 5 minutes later and there was an entire swarm of ants that I had to deal with for like a month. So there was that. I think these are like small sugar ants though. They weren't like properly sized carpenter ants or anything. They seemed more like the tiny little sugar ants, so I have no idea why they're in here. But they're all dead now. I have no idea where they came in from. I doubt they came in from the window because there would be a trail. So I have no idea. They must have come from the fucking walls or some shit. Unappreciated but dealt with, I guess. Come on. Come on. One sec. Sorry. Yeah, it's been a weird day, but it's fine cuz now we're streaming and we're vibing and we're not going to worry about it anymore. Today as the title suggests, we are watching Reddit stories. We're watching Smosh Reddit stories. One of my favorite things to watch on my days off. I have a playlist that is linked in the description. If you would like to watch any of the episodes on your own time, we're going to be starting with the episode that they released today. But before that, Zier informed me that there is a new Secret of the Mimic teaser that came out yesterday. So we're going to watch that first and react to it together. And then we're just going to fucking vibe and watch some Smosh Reddit stories. I have a playlist that has some of my favorite episodes, the episodes that I think about a lot. I'm going to be honest with you, a lot of them I think about for bad reasons because they're so fucking wild. So my apologies in advance for infecting your brains with the shit that people do to each other. I've been having issues with ants too. They're the worst. They are. I hate summer, man. I hate summer so much. I'm a person. It's not talked about enough. People usually, at this point, it seems like people associate seasonal depression with winter. But the fact of the matter is, seasonal depression is just simply seasonal depression. So you can get it anytime seasonally. And I get it in the summer because I have a lot of bad associations with summer. I don't do well in summer because I have heat sensitivity. I have bug phobias. Summer's a bad time. I hate it. I'm ready for winter, all fucking ready. Interesting. Basically, also Mr. Ballin is a good choice. I love him so much. Maybe someday we'll do a Mr. Ballin watch along. I was thinking about that at some point. I think that'd be fun. Basically all Smosh Reddit stories is the Smosh cast. Shane Top is usually the one who reads the stories out. He and the crew find pretty wild Reddit stories that they want to share with their audience, and usually there's at least 2 other cast members or another cast member and a guest that commentates over the story with him either after or in between the story is happening. So it's a nice little cozy format. It's really nice. They release episodes on every Saturday. So from here, what we're gonna do is hell yeah. I have no idea when that'll happen, but I've definitely thought about it. I just have to go back through his videos and see which ones I'd want us to watch together, but I've definitely thought about it. Moving forward, though, I would like it to be a tradition that on Saturdays, because it is the day that they release new episodes, we watch the Smosh Reddit stories that was released that Saturday when we stream, and then we continue with whatever the rest of the stream is. Yeah, so we're gonna start, though, with the Secret of the Mimic teaser trailer that they released. They're doing a Freddy's and Friends style teasers like they did for Security Breach. So yeah, let's see what this is about.
Are your clothes creating a catastrophic pile? Is your family distraught by the untidy nature of your house? The solution is here, friends. Murray's Magic Coat Rack. Adjusts for any size of clothing. Jackets, hats, cardigans, blazers, bags, shawls, scarves, and more. It'll even hold your pots and pans, or your pets, or you, if you're feeling down. Order several...
Hello? What the fuck? What the fuck? What is that? That was so fast. Oh my god, I have a whiplash. What the hell? What? Okay, you know what? I'll give it to them. At least they did not do the weird actual human lips thing. Truly, what in the annoying orange was that? As Mr. John FNAF said. Um, what? Okay, this makes. Okay. It makes me curious, though, because if you are familiar with FNAF in Pizzeria Simulator, there are some animatronics that are like household items. Like there's a vacuum cleaner animatronic. So I wonder if like Henry stole those from Edwin, if that's the implications, because it seems like his specialty is household animatronics. And I kind of wonder if they're more of like the kind of animatronics. I mean, I guess they're kind of a mix because we already know from the actual gameplay teaser that there are animatronics that are like household items, but they also have like speech and humanoid features, like that paper shredder one. And this one doesn't seem to have a face. It's just a fucking coat rack. We'll watch it one more time because it's really fast.
Are your clothes creating a catastrophic pile? Is your family distraught by the untidy nature of your house? The solution is here, friends. Murray's Magic Coat Rack. Adjusts for any size of clothing. Jackets, hats, cardigans, blazers, bags, shawls, scarves, and more. It'll even hold your pots and pans, or your pets, or you, if you're feeling down. Order several...
Alright, okay. Very, very fucking weird. I am quite unsettled by the implication that it will also hold you. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? Also, I'm gonna restart my Vtuber program because it's not letting me do my toggles. Okay. What? Wow, okay. I will say, very, very good job at replicating the, 1920s radio host voice. Whoever did the voice acting, do they credit? They don't. Whoever did the voice acting, props. Certainly props, because you really nailed the 1920s radio host voice. Jesus Christ. Wow. I don't know how to feel about that. What a game it's already turning out to be. I do wonder if we're gonna see all of these things around. If they fucking jump scare me with the coat rack, I'm gonna be pissed. I'll be fucking furious if I'm just vibing in that godforsaken maze and they fucking jump scare me with the goddamn coat rack. The fact it can change shape reminds me of how the mimic can change shape. I can't remember if that's in the games, but I know it's in the books. It is in the games. It's in Ruin. There's a bunch of different mascot costumes around the mimic's location underground beneath the Pizzaplex. And we have seen, I think in the trailers, we've already seen it kind of changing shape. I don't know if we're meant to interpret that all the different animatronic forms that we see are meant to be like actual different animatronics, or if it's just the mimic. Hi, yo, kids. Hi, your wife. Hi, your husbands, because they come from. Oh my god. Oh my god, what a throwback, Tasha. Welcome, babe. Oh, yeah, they're knifing everybody out there for sure. Wow, okay. I mean, I guess, let this be a lesson. My dear Starvies, let this be a lesson. Don't even fucking trust your coat racks because it could be the mimic. Stay vigilant. Please stay vigilant. You never know when even your co-rack could turn against you, okay? Oh my god. Okay. Well, that is certainly something. Now is the main event of the stream. I'm very excited to do this with you guys. I had this as kind of a tradition with a person that I'm no longer in contact with. And for the most part, I'd kind of like to try to redeem these activities and stuff for me, these pieces of media and these YouTube videos, and have them be with positive associations. So I would like to do that with you guys, and this is one of those ways that we're gonna do that. We're just simply gonna watch Smosh Reddit stories today. If your coat rack starts hugging you, it's perfectly safe and friendly. That feels like Undertale dialogue. That deadass feels like a line that would fucking be in Undertale. You get jump scared by the fucking coat rack and get put into a battle with it, and then the dialogue is like, if your coat rack starts hugging you, it's perfectly safe and friendly, right? Oh my god, a raid! Thank you so much. Hello, Kaz. Welcome, raiders. My name is Lunar Alice, and I stream on Wednesdays and Friday to Saturday at 2:30 p.m. usually. And it's a good time. Thank you for being here. Today we're going to watch Smosh Reddit stories together. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. Our first ever raid. Thank you. Okay. So the episode that we're about to watch is the episode they released today, so I haven't seen this one yet. We're going to be reacting to it together. I'm very curious with the title, because usually when there are liars in Smosh Reddit stories, it does not bode well. Also, if you need to raid and run, please feel free to do so. Don't feel pressured to talk. I appreciate lurkers and chatters just the same. So please, if you need to raid and run, I will try my best to take care of your community as best I can. They are always welcome here. Thank you so much. Okay, let's get into it.
Hello and welcome to Smosh Reads Reddit Stories. I'm Shane, and today's theme is liars. And I am joined by one liar.
Yeah.
And one person who tells the truth.
Good.
Which one is it?
Amanda.
I'm a little lying girl.
Yeah. Take off your baby bump.
I lied about that. Could you imagine if it was a prank? I actually was thinking about that. I'm like, that would be awful.
Okay, to be clear, Arasha, you thought this was a prank.
You need to talk to Aaron Dougal about this. Like, once a week, I would be like, I'm not falling for this shit.
And I know why. It's because I showed her an ultrasound picture and they did have the wrong date on it, which I don't know why that
Oh
happened.
my god.
Fucking clocked
And
it.
she went, that's the wrong date. And I went, oh, that's so weird, it is.
So you thought Amanda would wear a fake baby bump every day for months, even in videos, just to fool you.
I pitched it first. I was like, I will do that.
I would
Oh
never in
my
my life.
God.
I'm not a prankster. I just, it eats me up inside.
No, it's hard.
Yeah.
It's hard, but it's fun.
Are you retired?
I'm done now.
You're done lying.
I'm done.
Okay.
Never
Okay.
again.
Okay.
Okay, I
before
need to give comment. I need to not for the whole baby bump bit. If they revealed that in a recent video, I didn't see it, but there is funny context for Arasha immediately going, "Oh my god, Amanda." If you've never seen Smosh before, especially the post Ian and Anthony era, where they have these new cast members, it's been this way for a really long time. I think they added the new cast members not long after Anthony initially left. So it's been like a decade, I think, since they added these new members. But there is this whole saga that happened where they used to have a show that they did called Let's Do This, and each episode it was typically Ian and a couple other cast members, and they would have these different kind of themes and stuff that they did. So one of the episodes was them scamming each other, and Arasha's scam was that she got hired by Marvel, and it was super duper in depth. She went so hard on scamming them. And ever since then, she got known in the company as the Queen of Liars because she had the entire building, save for a few people who were in on the scam, convinced that she was leaving Smosh because she got hired to be an extra in the next Marvel movie. It really is. You got your pancakes out. Hell yeah, Kaz, a fellow Smoshwazzer. Welcome. Yeah, so maybe we'll watch that after this episode. Let me actually get it up because then you guys will have the full context. It's crazy. It's actually crazy the amount of depth she went into. The I Lied saga, I think. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna watch this after this episode so that you guys have like the full context. It's crazy. But let's continue.
Again, I want to point out we are about 1 year after the famous story where we had both of you here and we talked about the guy who was paying his wife for sex.
I
And
remember
we
that one.
lost our minds.
That one was
Christmas
crazy.
time.
We filmed that episode at like 6 p.m. on a Friday after filming so many videos that week.
So cursed.
And we were
It
out
was
of it.
so
No.
It's Friday right now.
It is Friday.
And it's the last pit video.
I was
Of the week.
crying. It was just so funny to me that it was Christmas and a little and he would give her purses.
Not the little.
He would give her purses. Like, whoa. All those stories made me cry.
Yeah.
They were funny.
That was
They were
a
funny.
mess. That was a mess.
Oh.
And people who only saw the first half didn't even know where we went toward the end. So they
No.
were like, this was just a normal video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Watch till the end, people.
Watch till the end.
Okay, let's get into the lies.
Ooh.
Our first story comes from True Off My Chest. I've been hiding a huge secret from everyone in my life for the past 3 years.
I know that does not bode well. Oh
Oof.
dear.
All right, what do we think this lie is? 3 years they've been holding this.
They killed someone and they have a different name.
Amateur.
Running from the law.
That'd be a big secret.
Yours?
I feel like it has to be romantic based. It definitely has to be like a person that they're hiding, someone that they've been seeing.
I don't know. My automatic
Where in their
assumption is
house?
gay.
Then you agree with
They
me.
murdered.
Yeah.
Oh, like they're cheating.
They're cheating.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, some good guesses.
Or like they're like not studying what they told their parents that they were.
Oh, you think it's a college thing?
That's a thing.
That is the thing. That's
It's
been
worse
on the
than
show
that, though.
before.
I pretended to graduate college. I walked across the stage, wore the cap
Bye,
and
okay,
gown,
thank you for stopping
had the
by.
family celebration, took pictures holding a fake diploma cover, the whole thing, but I never actually finished my degree. One
Oh my
semester before
God.
graduation, I just cracked. I was burnt out, failing a couple of classes, and too ashamed to tell anyone. So instead of facing it, I faked it. I told my parents everything was on track. I bought a cheap gown online, faked the graduation date, and made sure the
Very
ceremony
funny, Flash.
wasn't open to guests due to limited capacity. Since then, I've been working random jobs, telling people I'm between offers or exploring different fields. It's a constant weight on me.
Oh my
I've had panic attacks just
God.
thinking about someone finding out. My parents still proudly mention that I'm the first in the family with a degree. I hate lying to them. I hate lying to everyone.
That's
I've finally re-enrolled and I'm taking night classes now, slowly fixing the mess I made, but it still feels like I'm living in a lie. I don't know if I'll ever have the guts to tell them what really happened. Oh,
Damn.
man.
That's so
okay, this person
in
needs to finish
depth.
night school, get their degree, because I get it. It's really hard. It's really stressful. It's really overwhelming to do college.
It
And if you're the
is.
first in their family, so much pressure. So if they just did night school, which is awesome, they have it. Okay, they have it behind their back.
So you think, oh, you can graduate. Their logic is, I'm going to graduate, and then it's all true. It was still a lie.
No, they should confess.
You think they should
Yeah.
confess once they get it?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is tough because it's like I feel like hearing that story, it made me be like, okay, yes, because there's a big difference between lies and pranks. And in this case, you're fully just
Yeah,
lying.
you're just
Like,
fully lying.
This
Yeah.
DOP doesn't
You're
really have
deceiving people.
like a set date to be like, hey, this is the truth and this is when
Yeah.
it's going to come out and this was all for fun. This is actually just like living in a lie,
Right.
which for the record I
Yeah.
would never do.
Okay. As far as we know.
I don't believe a word you say,
My
girl.
parents don't know I work here.
My parents don't know I work
That would be
here.
crazy.
They're like, hey, how's the
Oh my
hospital
God.
going? I'm like, it's going great.
Doctor.
Oh my
Arasha.
It's so
Dr.
awesome.
Arasha.
It's so good.
Your parents show up and they're like, so this is the hospital. And
Right.
you're like, yeah.
I'm like in the corner. I'm like,
Yes.
I feel bad because, this isn't like a malicious lie. This is one of those like lies where
Yeah.
you're covering something up that you're embarrassed about.
Right.
And I feel bad for people in that situation, but I'm incapable of doing something of this level because as they're explaining,
Yeah.
the guilt,
yeah.
the just the weight. I'm like,
Yep.
your life is gonna suck so much more
Yeah.
by doing this because now you got to do so much work all the time
Yeah.
to cover it up.
But like you said, I think the incentive here, the motivation is like which one is worse, the guilt or the
Or
shame.
the shame. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair, I
Um,
guess, but that's crazy.
I feel so bad for this person. And you know what? Like those last like years of college are
Okay,
really
I will
hard.
say, I understand the motivation from strictly the pressure standpoint because that is like a very, very intense amount of pressure to be like held up so pridefully as like the pride of your family because you're the first and only member of your immediately family to go to college. Like I understand that as a motivation, but at the same time, that's like they went through so much effort. They fucking faked a graduation and got like costumes and shit. That's wild to me to have that amount of effort put into a lie. I don't know how someone does that. I mean, I can't even slightly relate. I told my parents I wasn't going to college and they were like, that's fine. We didn't go to college either. So, I mean, I guess I don't know what that pressure is like. And I guess it is good that they're like feeling guilty. Guilt is good because it shows remorse, you know? But man, I have no idea. I feel like I vaguely remember, I don't know if it was on Smosh Reddit stories, or maybe just, no, it was actually a Mr. Ballin video. There was this guy, and he winded up murdering his parents because he lied to them about being in college and graduating college and having a really good career in his field. And his parents winded up finding out that he was lying to them because they looked into things. They called the school that he was claiming to be in and found out that there was zero record of him in the school at all. So he winded up murdering his parents instead of just owning up to it. So like I've heard of people doing this before. Thankfully that story doesn't end this way. Because that's insane. Yeah, it was a wild story. Maybe I'll see if we can find that one cuz it's a wild ass in-depth story. But it's just like I understand if you're in a position where you feel a lot of pressure to be the person who does the thing because you already are the first person in however many generations or period in your family to go to college. But at the same time, I'm like trying to put myself in the position of being like the parents, for example. I don't want to have human children, but hypothetically, if I had a human child and my human child was like the first one, they would be the first person in at least a few generations in my family to go to college in this scenario, like factually. if I found out that they lied to me about graduating, I feel like I'd kind of feel disappointed in myself almost, because I'd feel like my child doesn't feel like my child doesn't feel safe enough to come to me and be honest with me about it, because I put that much like weight and pressure on them. I feel pretty guilty as a parent. I'd rather know that my kid like felt pressured and dropped out, or like they were thinking of dropping out, and have them like come to me and be like, "Hey, it's like a lot more pressure than I can handle. I don't know if I can do this." And I'd probably be like, "Well, take a year off, take a gap year. It's very normal to take a gap year and then come back and see how you feel after that gap year. And if you feel like college just wasn't for you, you feel a lot better out of college than you did in college, then it's okay. You don't have to continue." But if I found out that they went into this depth, I mean, how do you even like process that as the person on the other end being lied to? Because that's so much effort. I think it'd be even worse guilt, maybe. Yeah, that's crazy. That's fucking crazy.
Like
They're super hard.
it's super easy to like crack and walk away from college, and that's also
Yeah.
okay if that's your decision. Like
Yeah.
that's a completely fine decision. And also like he's gonna graduate college, and it's not like, oh, you didn't finish your degree, like you just took longer to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I took 10 years to do mine because I was off and on. I took years off. Like
Yeah.
some people do take a couple years off
Yeah.
and then go back and
Yeah,
keep
exactly.
going.
It's
I will
way
say
more normal
college,
than you
in
think.
my opinion, happens way too quick. I think you get out of high school, you're like, who am I?
Oh,
And they're
totally.
like,
Yeah.
all right, what's your major? Where do you want to go? Blah, blah, blah. And then you have these pressures. I wish that they forced us to take a year or two to travel, to like get some work
Yeah.
experience, to figure out who the F we are, and then go to college.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people do that. A lot of people
Yeah.
do take a year off or
Yeah.
so.
Yeah.
I think it's huge. And also, I am, what I did, and I'm such a huge fan of, is going to community college.
Yeah.
Because the stakes are a lot lower.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's not as astronomically expensive.
Yeah.
It's still
Exactly.
expensive, but
Yeah.
you can then, and then switching majors is a great thing. I think
Yeah.
people
It
should do
is. Oh,
But the
yeah.
systems in place, I think, are set up in not only going to, like a big university and having sort of this big college experience, but I feel like these days too, from middle school, you're expected to pick like a track. And those are the
that's
courses
fair.
that you'll take that will eventually lead up to your career.
Yeah,
and the
because you start
reality is
prepping
that
for,
you
like,
don't
the
actually
SATs
know
and
what you want to
stuff
do
in middle
until
school.
after college.
No,
Several times.
It's so
Yeah.
funny too, at this stage in my 30s, and everyone I know, the amount of people who have degrees that match their career is shockingly like not that high.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like,
No.
people end up in completely different places. Like your life is gonna go so many more directions than you expect. I think for this person, I'm even curious if their degree is going to change their job field that much, or if it's just kind of like a mental thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just something that they need to do for their
Yeah.
for their own sake and their family's sake. Either way, I feel bad for this person. I hope they get the weight
Yeah.
off their shoulders.
Yeah.
The comments.
I feel
My
that.
nephew did the same thing. He forgot to get tickets for the family to attend the ceremony, even though they'd flown in from out of town. His dad, my brother, kept pressing to see the diploma.
Yeah,
Not
see,
because he was
perfect
suspicious,
example.
but because he was so proud. Took my
I
nephew
mean, the
a year.
thing is, I understand, like, as a person who didn't go to college, basically what I did was I graduated high school. I had a really, really bad year in my final. Okay, Tasha. I had a really bad year in my last year of high school. It got really, really bad. So I took a year off in between, and I kind of told my parents, I was like, okay, before I even consider a job or what I want to do moving forward, I need to take a year. I need to recover from all of my schooling experience and see where I'm at in a year, kind of recoup and everything. And then I winded up just getting a job and didn't wind up going to college. But from what I've heard from like friends and stuff, one of the biggest benefits of college is that typically it's a very good place to network. If you want to have a job even slightly in the field that you're trying to pursue, then it's good to go to college because you're opening a lot of doors, you know, professors and other classmates and stuff. You can really network together. But it also means that you could wind up getting like a degree in one field and completely be in a different field by the end of it. So it is interesting. And I do think college has that benefit if you're in a field where networking is important to you. But it's not. I wish there wasn't as much pressure. I'm not going to say that college is completely unnecessary, because if you want to be like a doctor or something, obviously you can't. But no problem. Welcome in. I hope you have fun with your art. Yeah, if you want to be a doctor or something, you can't skip out on college. And I mean, some people do anyway, and you will be found out and you will be sued for fraud. So don't do that. But at the same time, I wish it wasn't as much pressure, especially because when you're a teenager, you're kind of already going through enough. Being a teenager is awful and pressure enough. You don't need the added stress of like all this pressure. Like, you had to figure out what you want to do for the rest of your life right fucking now. You're fresh out of high school and you need to start thinking about your future. And it's like, man, I don't even know what I'm having for breakfast tomorrow. Can we calm down, please? Like, I do get it. I understand the like mentality and stuff going into it, because it is so much pressure. And then with this person, the added pressure of like, you're the first person in your family to go to college, so everyone's like, it's a pride thing for your family. That's got to be a lot. I feel for them.
Year or so to come clean. After the initial shock wore off, we all rallied behind him to help him redo a year or two. He's now truly degreed, and we all love him so much. Anybody can crack.
Yeah.
Someone else said, hey, I'm so proud of you. You're finishing. Honestly, I'm legit thrilled for you. You got all the congrats and celebratory back pats, and you could have just not gone back. But you didn't. You're finishing. That's terrific.
Yeah.
I also dropped out right before graduation, and that was 25 years ago. My family knew, and I was putting myself through school, so there was no surprise or disappointment. I still haven't finished because that last semester was so brutal emotionally that I've never really even considered finishing. I'm very happy for you. You're doing the hard thing and confronting a sense of shame you've lived with. You're legit my hero right now, and I wish you the very best of luck.
Okay, these are so sweet.
So
These are
positive.
some great comments.
I thought people were gonna tear him a new one.
Me too.
Hey, you, pal.
Yeah.
Someone else said, I completely understand. I did the same thing. I was working on an associate's degree and I ended up failing. It was too much. I had some physical and mental health things going on. Mine was by accident, though. I was told I was going to be graduating and was listed and invited to the ceremony. Got the robe, walked the stage. My family was there and it was so great. Then I got a letter in the mail a week later saying I failed a class and I did not actually graduate. I was so ashamed. I kept it a secret from everyone for a long time. Worked for a while and got things under control. Slowly started taking classes again. I let my mom know, but kept it from everyone else. Eventually, I got my associate's, bachelor's, and master's degree. I needed to go at my own pace, not pack on 15 credits in a semester, just 1 or 2 classes at a time so I could truly learn and do well. I graduated late from everything, but who cares? I did it my way, and I'm so proud. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. You don't have to list on your degree when you got it or how long it took you. You know, you get it, and you get it.
I also feel like I haven't shown anybody my degree.
Fair, very fair, Kaz.
No.
Like, nobody has ever seen my diploma.
No.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit for me, but I know for a lot of people, it depends on the field.
Right,
honestly.
of course.
A lot of jobs do require bachelor's, master's. They still probably pay shit.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's just the way things go right now.
Yeah.
But when you're an actor, you're fine. It doesn't matter what school you went to.
Well, you have a journalism degree, right?
No, I have communication and sociology.
That's cool.
So my sociology was actually what I wanted to major in, which was all about like relationships.
Fair. I just know my high school diploma
I did a
in a
whole
box.
semester on women in hip hop videos.
Hell yeah.
Straight up.
What?
It was f***ing awesome. I wanted to intern for it because it would be like this huge Indian man who was incredible, and he would break down every music video and like the relationship and like of women and how women were portrayed and what messages these were sending. And then I also went over like abusive relationships and like nuclear family, and I was obsessed with it. And then I took forensics for fun.
Let's go back.
It's very boring, actually.
Can we go back to the huge Indian man? Like, he was like physically
His name was Sat Jolly.
Give me one
and I wanted
sec.
to be
I think Minnie has to go outside. I'm gonna put on some music for y'all. I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. Okay. This is why I love humanities degrees. Yeah, they have a lot of degrees that I think are good to get, even if you don't wind up like completely filling out all of your majors and minors and all that. Thank you, Zir. There are definitely degrees that benefit you just for the simple fact of learning them. I think that's like a good benefit of going to college if you want to. Not so much as like, I gotta get a degree and I gotta get into this field, but more so like, I'm learning stuff that would be harder to learn in other ways. You know, people like to say, well, you can learn everything through Google. No, not necessarily. You know, there are some like medical websites, for example, that you can't access unless you're a registered doctor. Thank you, Flash. And shit like that. So, you know, there are benefits. I'm not a person who like wants to go to college or has any interest in pursuing college, but I definitely understand. Yeah, you get a lot more I guess I'm trying to say you have a lot more resources in college than you would have on average on your own. And a lot more access than you would have as just a regular person.
Be his intern, and so many people wanted to be his intern.
But
he was like
big.
7 feet tall.
Yeah.
And he was like a thin. I think he's
Heard.
okay. Heard.
I also feel bad because I know this is very much the case. How many people are getting degrees just for their family's sake?
Yeah,
And I
that's a
feel
good
so
point.
bad. And I mean, how many things in life do people do, like get married, have kids,
Yep.
all these things, big
Yeah.
things that they do for someone
Yeah.
else's approval.
Yeah.
And it's like, hey man, if you don't want to finish your degree, you don't have to. That's
Yeah.
your journey.
I mean, lying is essentially for other people, right? So that you can
Yeah.
kind of twist other people's thoughts.
No.
You know the truth.
What's happening here? She's constantly trying to make it better.
Oh my
Constantly.
god.
I'm not lying to you. Take that off.
No. I have to keep this on for the video. It's not that kind of video.
Oh my God.
Oh
Yeah,
my
hip
god.
hop. See, she's a villain
Not
in
the
this
shirt, the
situation.
baby bump.
Get out of here. It's real. Go of my hand. Can I tell you something weird? I get uncomfortable when people hold my hand for so long.
That's so funny because you're such a touchy-feely person,
I'm
but then
such a-
holding your hand is
I'm
too
such
much.
Yeah,
a
too many
touchy-feely
people for
person,
sure.
but like even if like someone holds my hand for a while, I'm like, all right. And feel
All right.
squeeze,
You've said
squeeze,
that about your
squeeze,
husband
squeeze,
even,
squeeze.
right?
Yeah,
You're
my
like-
husband will sometimes hold my hand like while we're walking, and I'm like, yeah, squeeze, squeeze, mwah, love ya. All right. I don't know why it is. Just
That's
with holding
okay.
hands.
I mean, it's
Just
an
your hands.
overstimulation
Just hands.
thing.
All right. Well, I'll
I
have
get
this
it.
here
No,
whenever
You
you
get
want.
sweaty, you know?
No big deal.
You beautiful hands.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on to our next story. This comes from Am I the Asshole?
Oh dear.
Am I the asshole for telling my boyfriend's family that I bought our house, not him?
Huh?
Huh?
Okay, so she's telling her boyfriend's family that she bought their house,
What?
not him. Okay.
I don't
Okay,
get
Girl
it.
boss.
Yeah.
This whole thing started last month or so. Me, a 27-year-old woman, and my boyfriend, 26-year-old man, who I will call Matt for privacy's sake, have
Okay.
been together for 6 years now. I'm the main breadwinner, and that has always been a struggle in our relationship.
Hell yeah,
I would
girl
say he's
boss.
pretty insecure about earning less than me. About a year ago, I had finally saved up enough to purchase a house in the neighborhood I really like. Up until then, me and Matt had been living in his apartment, which is cramped and not located in a nice area. Matt has never been too bothered about moving. He likes living in his apartment, and he doesn't mind living elsewhere as long as he doesn't have to pay more than half. Knowing damn well I could easily purchase the whole house, and it was a bargain for the area, I bit the bullet and bought it from all my own savings. When we
Good for
moved in,
her.
Matt loved the place, and I thought everything was fine. Now this is the reason I am posting on Reddit. 2 days ago, me and Matt went over to his mom's place for dinner. Conversation was going fine until the topic of our house was brought up. Mother-in-law mentioned how proud she was of Matt for owning his own house at 26, which I was confused about, but obviously didn't want to start anything at the dinner table. Then Matt's sister chimed in about how much of an achievement it was. Matt looked over at me, not saying anything. I'm not usually a petty or confrontational person, but something about the fact that I was the one who not only bought the house, but also paid the majority of the bills, and Matt didn't even drop $1 stuck with me.
Oh
So I
my
decided to say something.
God.
I asked Matt who really bought the house in front of everyone.
Girl,
He lied!
would
Oh
probably do
my
that.
God!
Yeah.
Who bought it?
Yeah.
Who's your mommy?
Who's your mommy?
Oh my God.
There is nothing, that's the most intense thing she could have done. I'm just
Good for her,
bought the
though.
house?
Good for her.
like
Get your
there is
fucking
no better
credit, girl.
question or statement you could have done.
Good. Put his ass on the line.
Yeah.
I know, it was a dick move, but honestly, I was so riled up by that stage.
Yeah,
Matt
that
said
was your
nothing, and then I
hard-earned
announced
money.
to everyone that Matt didn't even contribute to buying the house.
Oh, okay.
Immediately
Good,
after saying
yeah.
that, I packed up my stuff and went home. I have been texting with Matt's sister. I will call Kate, who seems to be on my side. Matt is staying with his mom right now, so I have the house all to myself. He hasn't contacted
What
me
a
yet, and I
pussy.
don't know whether it's worth breaking up over a lie like this. Am I the asshole?
Okay, breaking up is a little
No,
extreme,
I
but
would
then
break
again,
up.
she owns the house.
The
I would.
situation is certainly a bit of a deal breaker
It's
in a lot of
deal
ways.
breaker.
Like this
Do you think
relationship.
she did the right thing?
Oh yeah, for sure. Very awkward
yeah.
moving forward.
I mean, absolutely. Don't let him get away with that lie.
Yeah.
No.
No, I'm thinking
No.
more about the grand picture of this, of like where you guys are at as far as like, I think it's really complicated in a relationship to buy a house, and it's like if you're not going in on that together, I don't even mean financially.
I mean, okay, I'll say this. I'm a person who has like a very complex and complicated relationship with money because I was raised by two bankers. So from a very young age, I was very acutely aware of financials and the consequences of being either stingent with your money or lucrative with your money. And if I I've kind of had this happen to me before, in a way. The lady dropkicked the dude's ego. Yeah, good for her. Welcome, Ruby. If someone did this to me, because I've had so many people try to treat me like I am a person who's very lucrative with my money when I'm very extremely stingy and strict with myself. If I let myself have a self-indulgence thing, it's usually like I spent probably days to weeks to months or even years toiling with myself over it. Or it's something that I waited a really, really long time to finally have. Like, for example, when the Oz Vazalius and Android drop, I bought it pretty much immediately because I've been waiting to have the opportunity to have Oz Vazalius merch for fucking over a decade. Literally half my life. So, like, for those kinds of things, yeah, I'm going to be a bit more lenient. But for someone to take the credit for something that you worked your ass off for is awful. She deserves to be as petty as she wants. That's fucked up. He lied to his family and took credit. Houses these days are not just like a hop, skip, and a jump, and you can just casually buy a house. It's expensive as fuck. It's a lot of dedication. There's way more bills and time and energy that you have to put into buying a house than people did back in the day. Yeah, I'd be furious. She deserved to embarrass him. That's fucked. Good for her.
Just like, it doesn't seem like they're together as a team doing this. Like,
Yeah.
you know, it's almost
She did
like,
it on her own and he
but I don't know
took
how
the
long
credit.
they've been together for.
6 years.
6 years.
To me, I think it's
And you
very tricky when
disrespect her
someone is
that
a
much?
breadwinner. I think you have to have multiple conversations to, because feeling guilty, feeling shameful, feeling embarrassed, those are all real things. They're human things and they're totally okay.
Yeah.
But it's like you have to have these conversations. Like, you have to understand that, like, if you're going to make this big purchase, you're in it together.
Totally.
There are other ways to contribute than making money. Like, you can contribute
totally.
Yeah, that's
emotionally, physically around the house. Like, I don't know. I'm so over this. She makes more than me and I'm really insecure and I'm gonna lie. It's like, that's your relationship with your own family. Don't drag my accomplishments into your like sad, shameful stuff.
Yeah. Because I guess the way I'm seeing it is like, you know, they've been together for 6 years. They're not married, but I'm like, 6 years. I'm like, you're in a very serious relationship.
Very serious.
I don't care if you're married or not. So it's like, but she bought this house. I'm like, you bought your house.
Yeah.
But then he's claiming that he bought this house. I'm like, that's intense.
Yeah.
Because
that's shitty.
you didn't buy it as a team.
It's invalidating.
You didn't even, it doesn't sound like they even discussed it together.
Right.
That's where I'm like, are you guys even really like, is this relationship serious in where you're going?
Are you really together?
And that's so disrespectful what he did. Like,
right.
That is extremely disrespectful. I'd have a hard time being like, oh yeah, this relationship can keep going forward. Not only is he taking away all of her accomplishment.
Moving in together,
moving
in together already, I think is a way more serious step than people give it credit for these days. Like as a person who has trust issues, and has had bad experiences with living with other people, I have no interest in moving in with someone else unless I might as well fucking marry them. So I think that's valid for Britain. I didn't think I'd ever say that sentence in my life, but it is valid. I feel like moving in together or buying a house together or moving into a house that you own on your own is like a very big step. It's a very serious move. It's as serious as you can get with someone outside of marriage because it's just as committal. It's still dedicating to have all of your time together. Yeah, it's way more, it's way heavier of a decision. I feel like it's kind of treated too casually these days. And it makes me concerned for people. From experience. Like, I'm not shitting on people who move in too fast, because, I mean, again, from experience. Let me put chat on screen, sorry about that. But yeah, it's way more commitment than people give it credit for, and it worries me for people, man.
Entirely his own. Not even, the lie wasn't even we bought a house together. The lie was I bought a house.
And you didn't even contribute.
He's taking away her accomplishment entirely too. He's not even, it's one thing even if he said we bought this together, he could be proud of her.
Yeah.
But I don't know, he's embarrassed.
Yeah, which is why I think it's maybe
it's like your fault.
Maybe
it's
why
not hers.
she
That's not
felt
on
the need
her.
to say something right then and there.
Yeah, totally.
Because I feel like she definitely did the right thing, obviously by standing up for herself. But what's tricky is maybe her bringing it up in front of the family, which in this context is funny and is like, yes, go off.
It is pretty iconic.
But I think in that situation, if you truly are a partnership with whoever this person is, right? In this case, your boyfriend. It feels like there's a little bit of an exchange of like, oh, we're gonna talk about this later.
Yeah.
And later being like, hey, what was that? Like, what's going on? Or a brief beforehand of like, hey, my family doesn't know this yet. I'm really ashamed of this. Can we maybe bring this up? Or can we maybe avoid talking this? Like, there just needs to be like an alliance.
Yeah.
And that's clearly missing. And he was kind of dumb to just expect that this would come up.
The family brought it up, so he lied to them and said, I bought this house.
Right.
It does bring up another, and this is what I talk about with cheating and all this stuff. I'm like, the layer of disrespect of like, and you're gonna go along with it.
Right.
Yeah.
My girlfriend's gonna go along with this lie. It's like, damn.
Which makes me also think that she came in hot because I think that there was already resentment built up from her. She was like, I bought this house, you weren't ready, you never even contributed, which is also another thing. It's like, we let all these conversations go unsaid, and it builds up resentment. And I'm not saying that she's in the wrong. I get it. When you're in a heated moment like that, that's essentially just completely ignoring all of your work that you've done.
Totally.
But this, if you guys are together, you can buy the house, but it's kind of like, what is the agreement that you guys have together in on this?
Yeah.
I see that. I can't fault her for what she said.
No.
It is also pretty badass and funny. What she
It's
did.
very
really
badass
funny.
and
But
funny.
he started this. Like,
Right.
he lied.
fucking lied.
He premeditated lied. It
Yeah,
wasn't a
that's a good
momentary,
point.
like that.
Yeah.
Maybe,
Yeah, it seemed-
but
the way that
he
his family
thought
reacted
this out, and he
seems
lied
like
to the
it's
family
been-
beforehand.
Yeah.
Didn't even
It's
tell
been going
her,
on
like,
for a while.
It's a big lie.
It
that would-
is.
I mean, buying a house in today's world is an extremely
Yeah.
hard thing to do, and it's not only that; it's like a big risk. She put all her savings into it and everything.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And here,
Proud of you,
the most
Dog.
important person in her life, who's supposed to respect her more than anyone else,
Yeah.
Yeah.
blatantly disrespects her.
Yeah,
Like,
Yeah.
very
I'd be
disrespectful.
so pissed.
She
I'd be
really
furious.
reads as like just incredibly independent to me.
Yeah.
Right? Like
Yeah.
the way that she has laid out him being in this like cramped apartment, not a nice area, and he's not really like in a rush to move.
Yeah.
And she's like, I want to move forward. I'm ready for the next step.
Yeah.
I'm doing it with or without you.
That's
Here,
a
I've done
very
it.
good point,
now
Greg.
almost like just
Very
letting
good
him be a
point.
part of this. And she has kind of taken that like dominance, which she seems to be fine with. Like,
Yeah.
this is the plan that
Right.
she has executed and it's fine, but he's clearly not fine with it.
Yeah.
He doesn't want that narrative. He's like, you make more money than me.
Yeah, he's
My family
self-conscious,
can't know
but
this. He's like
unjustifiably.
lying about it to cover it up.
And this is just not going to
not
work. It's
working.
not going to work. Their values are just
I
so
mean,
different.
okay,
You
I
know,
don't
like,
want to
they're-
say necessarily he's self-conscious unjustifiably because, like, I don't think there should be justifications applied to being self-conscious because you can't necessarily help it. The issue is that he lied to his family prior to this dinner, kept up with the lie right in front of her. Right fucking in front of her. Like, I feel like that entirely on its own would be a deal breaker for me because I'd be in a position of like, you clearly do not respect me and my accomplishments and my ability to be a responsible adult with my financials. Like, I do understand the like self-consciousness that comes sometimes with like you're the primary breadwinner and your partner might feel self-conscious, especially if they've like worked really hard at a job for years and years and maybe you have like what they deem as an easier job and you're still the breadwinner over them. I understand how that can like kind of contribute to insecurity, but at the same time, in a situation like this, you're both in your late 20s. You kind of got to get a grip and realize that some of these things are not in your control. It's not in your partner's control. It's a societal issue, and it's neither of y'all's fault, and it's not fair to take it out on your partner and discredit how much they've worked their ass off because you're self-conscious about the lack of credit that you get for working your ass off because I mean there's not context of like I've shit on him for this before. Like maybe they've argued about it in the past, but at the same time, like I said, you know, that's your thing. That's not her issue. You need to work on that internally. And it's shitty to bring your parents into it and your family into it and act like this is normal and okay and and just do this in front of her and also not expect her to say anything. Most people would be like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He told you that he bought this house on his own, that's in his name. He didn't contribute at all, actually. It's my house. I worked my ass off. I saved for however long I've been working. I bought the house. He didn't even contribute a fucking dime. And people would be like, wow, that's shitty. Like, if I witnessed that conversation as a family member, I'd be pissed. I'd be like, you fucking what? You lied to me about the amount of effort that your partner put into buying a fucking house? You're taking credit for that? Putting aside financial contributions, do you even contribute to the house upkeep? Do you clean it? Do you clean up after yourself? Do you contribute anything and you're taking the credit? Bitch, I don't think so. I don't fucking think so.
They're not going. This is a big thing that's like not gonna work.
And I do not think this situation is a deal breaker in itself. I know so many couples where one person makes more money than the other. That's almost how it's just gonna always shake out.
Yeah.
And I know that in many different variety, right? Like I know plenty of couples where a woman makes more than the man or whatever, and they're fine.
Right.
Yeah.
Because they're a team, and you can tell like they view it all as like we're working together.
Yeah.
And there's also just a level of security. Like, dude, it's a different world now.
Right.
Like stop.
The only sad part
problem,
about
Sub
that
Dog. Thank
is
you for
that
stopping
you are
by.
insecure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
100%. But the thing is,
I hope you have a good stream.
not only did he lie, he just, to me, it shows a level of respect that he just doesn't have for her.
That's the big
Exactly.
one.
Totally.
And to go to what you said, like, it's okay to feel insecure.
Exactly.
What action you take upon that, though, which is what he did.
Right.
You know, it's like if he goes to her and he goes, you know, hey, sometimes I feel, I don't feel great about myself. I don't feel like good. She clearly doesn't care. At least I'm reading from this. I
Right.
feel like she's okay with this situation.
She's like, it, I bought real estate, move in.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
That's it.
So the verdict is advice needed. They just want more info.
Okay.
But we have several comments
Fair.
here. Someone said, not the asshole. The fact that he said nothing actually speaks volumes. He wanted to look like a big man while riding his girlfriend's coattails.
Yep.
As for the breaking up part, I think it would depend on what he actually told his family. Did they assume he contributed, or did he tell them he did? If he told them he did, he's stealing your valor. Get him
Yep.
out. OP responded, Kate told me he said he contributed. Tomorrow, I'm contacting him to see where this all goes. All right, so I guess it
Okay,
depends
that
on what he
changes
said.
things.
Okay.
That
I
changes
think
things.
I'm going based on the assumption that he told them I bought the house.
Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah.
Which isn't fair. I get where the advice is needed of like what specifically did he
Well,
tell them?
regardless,
Yeah,
the
I am
family,
curious, for
the
sure.
way
There
they
should
portrayed
be-
it, it was
there
like,
should be
oh,
an
he bought the
update.
house.
She
They
went
just
under the
changed
assumption,
that.
and then also in the moment she was like, wait, who bought the house? And he stayed silent.
Right. He like gave her a look
Gave
of
her
like,
nothing. And
yeah.
because he could have in that moment been like, oh no, we both contributed. Like,
Totally.
Whatever.
Which would have
Right.
been easier.
Was there someone else at that dinner table that wasn't involved at all, that they were just like,
the younger brother?
pass the mashed potatoes? Yeah, he's like, can I go upstairs now?
It's like, I want a game.
Yeah. Someone said, soft, you're the asshole. Here's my
Okay.
question to you. Why was it so important to you to set the record straight when it came to who actually paid for the house?
Oh.
I would have probably raised an eyebrow at Matt with the inherent promise of, we will be talking about this later. But I don't think I would have humiliated a man that I profess to love in front of his family. I mean, did he actually tell them that he bought the house, or did they just infer it in a sexist fashion?
Okay.
However, if this is all part of I'm getting tired of his fecklessness and financial insecurity, and his lies on top of that was the straw that broke the camel's back, then you should probably start to think about what life looks like without Matt. I would have
Yeah,
been
that's a
disappointed
fair
that he
point.
did not correct them, but frankly, it's nobody's business who paid what for the house. That had 74 downvotes, so a lot of people did not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I
Business?
understand
I-
where they're
What does it
coming
even mean?
from,
I do also, something I was thinking earlier was
but
that
I
I'm
wouldn't
like,
have worded it that way.
his family knows the financial, I would assume the family knows like his job and whatever the financial situation. So like, I get that there's the sexism of like, oh yeah, we immediately believe you bought the house or
Yeah.
contributed the most.
Yeah, what I disagree with that take is definitely like it certainly does matter. The
It does,
verbiage
yeah.
of who bought the
Yeah.
house, who did this, like, because what the family is saying is true
Yeah, I
in
mean,
that
it's deserved.
purchasing your own house at 26, massive,
Huge.
really impressive.
Borderline
Yeah.
unheard of.
Yeah.
But give it to the woman who actually did that.
Yeah.
Not this man who's
I
claiming
mean,
it.
okay.
I will say, like-
I will say, even if the roles were reversed and it was instead the woman in the relationship who was taking credit for the man who bought the house, my opinion wouldn't change. It's a shitty thing to do, whether you're bringing gender into it or not. Like, yeah, you can say, well, maybe the family was just assuming in a sexist manner. Like, I get that. That's a fair point. But at the same time, even if the roles were reversed, it's a baseline shitty thing to do because you're taking credit for someone's hard work, especially in the state the economy is in. Like, it's no small feat to buy a house these days. people who are in their 20s and even early 30s are constantly saying, like, I've always wanted to buy my own house. I've always dreamed of it, but it's just not feasible for however much money I'm making at my job, or just how expensive things are. There's no opportunity to save. Like, to be able to buy your own house is very much a huge, huge accomplishment, and she deserves to be proud of herself and to get proper credit for that. And if you're going to claim that credit for yourself, then you just don't respect her and her effort and accomplishment and responsibility as an adult, and it's shitty. And it shows. I don't know, it'd be a deal breaker for me. I don't think that it's a situation where that's relevant necessarily. Like, I understand there's more insecurities there on his end maybe, but at the same time it's like, no, if she did the same to you, it'd still be shitty. Like, you know.
I would view any couple who's buying a house, I'm like, oh, you guys bought this house
together.
I'm not gonna do this thing of like, you out of the two of you did this.
Of course, he bought the house.
Yeah, that is also striking me as a little odd.
Which is maybe where Matt gets that, right? That's his family, so maybe his family instilled those values and virtues in him.
OP responded to that comment, saying, it was definitely more of a straw that broke the camel's back situation.
Okay.
As I said in the past, financial insecurity is a major problem in our relationship, and shit like taking credit for purchasing small things has happened before. Never anything as big as taking credit for buying the house, though.
Resentment
68
was
upvotes.
built.
There's a pattern here. Different commenter replied, imagine if you had kids with him, he'd probably take credit for giving birth.
Yeah, it's very petty.
Oh my God.
Someone said, so it isn't worth breaking up over this specific thing, but this is now a pattern. You say, I'm the main breadwinner, and that has always been a struggle in our relationship. I would say he's pretty insecure about earning less than me. This is why you break up. I had an insecure boyfriend who was threatened by my achievements once. It sucked. They constantly pick at you to bring you down to their level, and or you start not talking about your achievements as much to lower their sulking and passive-aggressive behavior. It is a very unpleasant way to live. There are literally millions of men out there. Why live your life with one that doesn't meet a reasonable standard? Now, I definitely would not have just left like that. This should have been a conversation between the two of you ideally, but I do get wanting to set the record straight. I will say not the asshole, but you could have handled it better. OP responded this, I'm worried if I stay with him, shit like this will continue. Yeah, I mean, that's
very possible.
I think that's what I was thinking from the start of this, is just like, this does not sound like it's gonna work.
Yeah, it sounds
Totally.
like a,
again,
like a
not
final
to
step of a
completely
pattern.
drag Matt. Like, I think he just needs some growth, and he also just kind of needs to learn his place in his family and his life and his world. But for OP, I think she deserves a man that's going to be like, look at my awesome fucking girlfriend who bought a house and is making a lot of money and is awesome and is actually worthy of that title. I think far too many women date men or marry men that aren't proud to be their partner and instead are like, oh my God, everything that they're doing I'm actually jealous of and insecure of, and I want to pull them down.
That sucks.
That's fair.
If your partner's not your biggest fan and isn't like rooting for you to be the happiest, like, ultimate version of yourself, then
what is the point?
What the
why
Don't
are
you
you
be in
together?
competition with your partner?
Then they don't truly love you.
Yeah.
They're actually just like, I want us to be together, or this relationship is something that I want, but I'm not actually like, I don't love you.
I'm
I don't
fueled more
want
by
you
an
to be
idea
happy,
of
because
you and
those
the
things are
competition
obviously
of our
great things to
relationship than you
attach
as a
to your
person.
partner
Yeah.
otherwise.
Yeah.
Update.
He's dead.
He's dead.
She's like,
Update. You were right,
She
and I'm
Kat.
burying you in the backyard.
Yes.
One day later.
One
Hi,
day.
Reddit, I'm back. Last night I posted an Am I the Asshole, and it kind of blew up. I don't know Reddit standards, but I think 400,000 views is a lot.
So
some stuff happened
that's
today.
a lot, yeah.
Matt, fake name for boyfriend, came back to the house. I was assuming he was coming back to get his things and leave, but I was unfortunately very wrong.
Uh-oh.
He literally told me he could forgive me and that he was moving back in, as if that was a good thing.
Oh my God! No! Ain't no fucking way! Ain't no fucking... Oh my God! Oh my God! I can't breathe. That's so much audacity. What the fuck? Oh my God! What the fuck? What?
I was so shocked, but he was dead ass. So as any sane person would do, I grabbed all his remaining stuff, gave it to him, and told him to get the out.
Good for
He got
her!
really mad at that, and I was worried he would get aggressive, so I called Kate, sister-in-law, for backup. She was really helpful and drove Matt home. As soon as I can, I'm changing locks. As for some of the comments, I pay the mortgage, and I don't even think Matt knows what a mortgage is.
Yeah.
I live in Canada,
my
so I'm not
God.
sure if I have legal rights to kick him out. He has stayed with me for just over a year. I am trying to seek some lawyer advice. Thank you for all your help, and I will try to update if I can.
Whoa! So he took
My
that 24 hours to go.
God.
I know the right thing to do. I forgive you, and I'm moving back in.
Yeah.
And I want a man cave.
Ew, I hate him. I can't believe he did that.
sucks.
That sucks.
You know what? Good for her. Good for her. And agreed, Kaz. Aaron Dougal did cook for this episode. Good for her. Don't ever let someone step on you like that. Do what she did. Say, you know what? You're a piece of shit. Get the fuck out of my house and get the fuck out of my life. Oh my God. I can forgive you. Bitch! Oh my God. I cannot. Holy shit. Yeah, give him the boot. You fucking took credit for my hard work. You probably don't even fucking know what a mortgage is. Get the fuck out of my house and get the fuck out of my life. Get out. Fuck you. Your sister's coming to get you, and I never want to see your ass again, or I'll fucking sue the shit out of you. Jesus Christ. Oh my God, the audacity. Wow. Holy shit. The slight to his ego is all that matters. Yeah, all he cares about is himself. He doesn't respect her at all. He just respects what she can give to him, which is bullshit. Good for her. Good for her.
Also, the sister-in-law, like your own sister's like, I got you, girl.
I know.
And she's like, come on, brother, you dumbass, get in the car.
Seriously.
Yeah.
I feel like in these stories, like brother and sister-in-laws are often the ones who can end up being an ally in a weird way. Like,
Well,
family
yeah,
man,
because they
can't
know what
rely
they're
on a lot
like.
of times, but
She's probably been annoyed with her brother for a long time.
it's like
She's
he's a piece
oh,
of
yeah.
shit.
Get your stuff. It's like a shitty backpack with like a
Sister-
hat.
Sister-in-law's like, should we kill him?
Matt's gonna go back home though, and his parents are gonna be like, "She's a bitch.
Yeah,
you don't.
you
need
stay
her."
here until forever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The pattern continued, and she clocked it.
Good for her.
Good for her.
Yeah, damn. All right, our next story.
Oh, yeah,
Hey.
for sure.
Am I the
Agreed,
asshole
Greg.
for not telling my friend that the volunteer gig he flaked on was actually paid?
What?
Okay. So I, a 23-year-old man, and my friend Ryan, a 23-year-old man, are both in engineering. Last month, our department posted a call for volunteers to help run logistics at a local tech conference.
Okay.
It sounded like a good networking opportunity, so I signed up. And I told Ryan about it too. He was like, not worth the time unless they're paying. Fair enough. I showed up the first day, and to my surprise, they hand me a badge, free food vouchers, and say we'll be getting a small stipend at the end. Like, not huge, but still $300 for 2 days. Not bad at all.
Pretty good.
Ryan
That's
texts me
good.
while I'm there like, yo, how's it going? And I just say, not bad, chill so far. I didn't mention the money because one, I didn't know how long I'd be staying, and two, he already decided it wasn't worth it. Anyway, after the event, I got the stipend and posted a pic of the staff group on IG. Ryan sees it and asks, wait, you got paid? I say, yeah, it ended up being paid after all. He flips, says I was shady for not telling him, that he would have come if he knew, and that I knew he needed the cash. He told a few people I set him up to miss out on it. But like, he made his call. I didn't know it was paid either at first, and I never lied to him. Am I the asshole?
I love this person writing this thing. He's got like a Cyrus hat. He's like, dude, chill. Anyway, so he just,
How did he find out that it was paid through the staff group
like,
pay?
we got paid.
They're all holding
Payday, bitches.
They're holding the $300, just like,
money.
It's like one of those massive checks and it says $300
for 2 days.
and free food vouchers.
and free food vouchers.
Yeah.
I guess where I'm confused is like, I'm like, was he even able to join once he like got through? Like, I'm like, you're already on the job. You can't just show up.
I mean, I will
Also,
say
he didn't know
it's-
it was paid.
It's,
He didn't?
No,
he didn't know
this
it
is
was
the
paid,
problem.
But I will say it's kind of weird to advertise it as being a volunteer thing if money is on the table. I don't think it's that guy's fault. I think he went about it very funny. But at the same time, it's not on the friend. It's on the organizers, because you should have advertised that this is a paid gig and you would have had more interest. I probably wouldn't. I wouldn't participate in something like this unless it was paid. I just don't have that kind of time and energy. Like, I'd rather spend my time and energy for a payment. So it's weird to advertise it as a volunteer thing when it's not. Fair.
With so many of these situations is people just make assumptions before asking.
Yeah.
Of like, hey,
Yeah.
like, did you end up finding out that it was paid? Or like, what was the,
Yeah.
like, what happened there? Instead of just being like, so you set me up.
Yeah.
And then to like spread his name being like, oh my God, he set me up. Can you believe that, you guys?
yeah.
Like, what? You knew I needed
You
the money.
set me up. It's like, dude,
I didn't
it's not
know.
like if he got paid, I wouldn't get paid.
Right.
Right.
It's kind of, I'm confused. Like the flipping out, I'm like, hey man, like, I don't know.
He's just trying to make enemies.
I think he's just upset that he did miss out now.
Yeah, and he's
Well, it's just
taking
like,
it
you
on
knew
the
I
wrong
need the money. It's like,
person.
okay, well, be a grown up. I don't know, reach out to the volunteer place.
Yeah.
Like, well, let me
Yeah.
just double check to make sure.
Yeah.
I don't know.
He's definitely being clouded by this need for finance. That
Yeah.
he's like,
Yeah.
I needed money, and you didn't let me do this opportunity. I'm desperate for it. Like, and that's getting in the way of his
He
judgment.
was home just looking at IG and he was like, oh, big check.
Whoa!
Damn him.
Get off IG. Go volunteer, man.
The verdict was not the asshole. Comments, not the asshole. They needed you there in the beginning for a quick volunteer orientation, right? I've done this event work before. So when you found out it was paid, it was too late for him to get paid.
Yeah.
Make sure he knows that, and that should
Exactly.
be the end of it. And you were right, by the way. The networking opportunity was worth more than the $300, and I hope you got some contacts out of it. Maybe one day Ryan can decide an internship you go for isn't worth it, and you'll find out it was paid too. Then
Yeah.
later, Ryan will wonder why he didn't get a job offer.
Yeah,
Someone replied to
that's a
that
good
saying,
point.
in this market, networking is worth months of employment.
Yep.
When you spend months trying to find a job with no luck while the person who networked finds a contact that is looking to hire, OP's friend is short-sighted if they thought it wasn't worth it without cash up front.
Yeah.
I love these commenters. One of them is like Ryan's mom.
Yeah.
She's like,
Yeah.
see? Yeah, just tell him.
Network.
Just tell him. Yeah.
With almost any Reddit story about any sort of career, I, of course, am overall out of my depth and clueless because I've worked this job my entire life. But in the acting field, that is a very similar sentiment of
Yeah.
like, you do, when you move out here, you go under the assumption of like, you have to take every opportunity you get,
Every.
whether it's paid or not,
Fair.
because you need to like make a ton of contacts and
Yeah.
friends.
Totally.
And
Most are unpaid.
most are unpaid.
And unpaid are the ones where you meet like some of the best people.
Yeah. I think what
I
you
guess
have to
'cause
do
there's
is
not a
evaluate these
financial
events
incentive.
not
People are
just like
more
by money,
welcoming.
but what other forms of currency are you going to get? Exposure,
Yeah.
publicity,
Yep.
contacts.
Yep.
Like those
Yeah.
are also big things that if you just go into these events or jobs in general, just thinking how much money am I making per hour, like ultimately you're not going to get very far in life because there's
Yeah.
a lot more that's actually going to pay you.
Right.
Right. Someone else commented saying, you're the asshole. He didn't flake on anything. He said he didn't want to do it unless it was paid. If you're his friend, the moment you found out it was paid, why wouldn't you tell him? That's so weird. If he's some random dude you work with, who cares? But you yourself said, my friend, so I assume you're,
Hey, Elsa,
friends.
hello, my love.
He made an
Welcome.
uninformed choice. You then got more information and purposely withheld it from him for some reason. Sounds weird and definitely on you.
Yeah.
How many downvotes does that have?
This is also Ryan's
know.
mom. She's like, actually, wait, I love my son.
You guys
Actually,
are
he was
right.
right.
Fuck
Fuck this guy.
Someone replied saying, real talk, by the OP's justification, it doesn't even seem like he considers the guy his friend.
Yeah, this random dude.
This is not the asshole. It's clear. I don't know.
Yeah, that's going off of the assumption that like OP is thinking about his friend at all times.
Yeah.
Which you aren't.
He's working.
Yeah.
He's working. He's doing his thing, and he's like, oh, sweet cash. Like, I'm not thinking about everybody that I've ever known who needs money and could show up right this second.
Right.
Yeah.
Because Ryan texted him.
And I mean, again,
He
it was
was
at
like,
that
hey,
point
how's
it was
going?
too late for him
And he
to join
responded,
anyway.
not bad, chill so far. He said he didn't mention the money because he didn't know how long he'd be staying, and he already decided it wasn't worth it. That his buddy already decided it wasn't worth it. But that's not. The stakes are low for me a little bit, but
Yeah.
it's like okay, you decided it wasn't worth it when you didn't know you'd get $300, but now there's $300 involved. So
Yeah.
I don't know, actually, being clued into that made me think, like, maybe they are closer if they are talking
texting
so
like
much and,
that.
like, they're, texting every day, seemingly, or, like, he's at this event and he's like, hey, how's it going? Like, maybe they do have
Sure.
regular conversations.
We don't have. This is a very short story. It's one of those types of situations, and I think it's true for a lot, where I'm like, you're the asshole depending on the level of like friendship you got going here. Because like a random acquaintance, I'm like, you don't really owe them as much. But it's like, hey, if you guys are buddies,
$300
what has
is
this
pretty
guy done
big
for you in the past?
for
What have you
a
done
few
for him? Like, hey,
days.
what's the trade-off here? Whatever.
I think if they were close friends, he would have been like, yo, man, it's actually paid. I'm so sorry. Like, sorry that you missed out. I bet it's probably too late, unless you want me to ask. Like, I feel like close friends
that's a
would
good
probably
point.
try to make it work.
Totally.
But if he's like, chill so far, it's like,
then that's a little sus.
But what I will also say is, I still don't think it warrants the reaction
It
he got
doesn't.
from
I
his
mean,
buddy.
it's still
Totally.
His
Being
buddy
like, you
flipping
set
out,
me
like
up,
you set me
so,
up,
like,
like
your
you're
discretion
like
to
I hate
ask.
you level, and it's like whoa, man.
Yeah, there's more needed in terms of level of friendship, and also I would say how much OP has heard about this financial situation. If they really have been like having deeper conversations about it, and he's constantly been like, hey, if you have any work that might come up, like let me know. I'm really trying to like look for some money. I'm strapped.
Yeah, and it also depends on like what's going on with this friend's life. Like if this friend is working and grinding nonstop, and he's just like, oh, any chance he can get where he's not working, he's got to take it. He's like, I don't have the time to volunteer right now. There's those things too, but we just don't have that info.
Right. The way that it read at first was more of like a casual, like, hey, how's it going? You set me up.
Yeah.
And it's like, that probably wasn't it then? Yeah.
One last comment here says, not the asshole. Everyone thought it was a volunteer thing. Turns out that they actually paid the staff, which is awesome, but not your fault or problem. Ryan didn't want to give up his weekend, I'm assuming it was on the weekend, for free. And that's understandable.
Yeah.
Still, no one's fault here, but Ryan became the asshole for acting like you intentionally screwed him over. You even offered the opportunity to him and he rejected it. Yeah, I really see that one.
I agree with
because
that
it's the response after the fact.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's just
I don't know these guys.
blame in
Ryan's
my
just
opinion.
causing drama, man.
Yeah.
Dude,
Look,
freaking
he's
Ryan,
here.
man.
Ryan, man.
Dude, Ryan.
Just chill.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
he could
chill,
go on a reality
man.
show and make some money.
That's so true.
All right, there's a solution.
Right? Don't they make so much money on
You would
this?
slay on a reality show.
You would kill.
I would kill people.
You
I
would.
would.
Well,
All right, our next story. This is a confession from the
Okay.
subreddit. Confession.
Ooh, juicy.
I've been faking an allergy for years,
No.
and now it's gone way too far.
Yes.
no.
Oh,
I don't like
no.
this.
Yes.
Honestly,
Oh,
everyone with an
no.
allergy.
Literally. Am I right?
Literally, cut it out.
Stop!
Get out of here.
Can you imagine?
Like, give it up.
Can
like-
you imagine if
I mean, everyone with an allergy, am I right?
Just own a cat and get a spoon of peanut butter already.
Oh my god.
What do we think it is?
Okay, what's the allergy?
Pollen.
Penicillin.
Men.
Faking pollen would be tough because that's everywhere.
Yeah.
Men?
She met in Minecraft. She met in Minecraft.
I think people.
Oh, maybe their boyfriend has a cat, and they're like, I can't stay
we
in
can't
your
have a
nasty
cat.
apartment.
I'm ill.
Okay. This started as a dumb excuse, and now I'm in too deep. Years ago, I went on a date with this girl who was obsessed with peanut butter. She kept pushing me to try her peanut butter smoothie, even after I said I wasn't in the mood. Instead of just saying no, I blurted out, "Oh, I can't. I'm allergic." Big mistake.
Bro.
Yeah.
Big mistake.
Bro.
She was super concerned, asked a million questions, and I figured whatever,
Okay,
I'd
I
never see
will
her
say,
again. But
I
then
was curious what kind of allergy it would be. Peanut butter allergy is a pretty big one to fake because that's one that's pretty commonly fatal for people to have. I mean, like, all allergies can be fatal to a certain extent, but like that's pretty commonly one where like you need to immediately act if you are anywhere near it because you are at risk of being fatal. I've heard of people. It's kind of unfortunately common for people who have like sensory issues to feel like they have to fake an allergy because people just aren't respectful if you say I have sensory issues to this food, speaking from experience. But I think this is a bit far, a bit much, because now she's going to be stressed out and feel guilty because she likes peanut butter and you don't. Elsa. Jesus.
She introduced me to her friend group, and they all knew about my allergy.
Oh, God.
At that point, correcting it felt too awkward. Fast forward 6 years.
Oh, my God!
I'm still friends with these people. My allergy is a known fact. They warn restaurants for me. They check ingredients. One of them even threw out a peanut butter cake someone brought to a party just to be safe.
Oh.
The worst part?
My God.
I love peanut butter.
Oh, my God!
I eat it in secret. I have a stash at work. Once, my best friend said, "Man, it must suck not knowing what a Reese's tastes like." And I just nodded solemnly.
Best friend?
His best friend at work. Or wait, no, once best friends. How? Wow, okay.
What?
Now, my girlfriend, who also believes I'm allergic, wants us to move in together, and she's super cautious about food. I'm terrified she'll find my peanut butter stash and think I've been lying to her. Well,
Not the secret peanut butter stash. Oh my God. Holy shit. She'll buy my secret peanut butter stash if we move in. Help me, Reddit. What do I do? Oh God. It's so over. He's gotta develop a peanut butter allergy right now. You gotta fix it. You gotta find a way to make yourself allergic. It's fucking so over. Oh my
knows
God.
you've been lying to her, which I have for years. I have no idea how to get out of this. Do I fake a miracle recovery, a medical misdiagnosis, or do I just keep the lie going forever?
That's fraud. You can't do
I
that.
love peanut butter. This is a tragedy. Here's the deal.
I love peanut
Wait,
butter,
is this
too.
the same girlfriand from the start? The girl he was like, I'll
I
never
don't think
see her
so.
again.
I don't
Just
think
a
so.
random girl.
New girlfriend.
He was dating a girl, but he met friends through that girl, and then it just spread like wildfire.
Like peanut
and now
butter.
everyone knows and
Guys.
everyone thinks it. It's at work.
I would feel so bad because it seems like, I mean, in a really sick and twisted way, this is a very sweet story that everyone is so caring and dedicated to making sure that he's never at risk. But at the same time, that makes it so much worse. They've put so much time and effort and energy into keeping you safe, and you're not even allergic. This is crazy. Oh my god!
It's invaded everything.
Oh.
Over not wanting to try a delicious peanut butter smoothie?
Yeah.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
However, can I also say, whenever someone's like pushing something on me and they're like, here, try this, I'm like, no thanks. And they keep trying, I'm like,
No thanks.
you gotta fucking stop.
You got to back
And
down.
that's
Yeah.
all
If I
you
say
needed
no,
to
Fair.
say.
if I say no,
Fair.
you gotta respect that.
No means
Exactly,
no.
yeah.
No matter
Same
how
way.
delicious the smoothie is,
This is
Yeah.
peak.
stop it.
Yeah.
But he then
This
did
is
this.
one
and
of
he
my
kept it going for
favorites. This
6
is crazy.
That is
Yeah.
wild to me.
Yeah, he could have instead in that moment said, hey, please stop asking.
Hey, please
Right.
stop.
Hey,
I love
stop.
peanut butter.
So
I'm just
he
not
basically
feeling
needs
it
to go
right
to
now,
a
dude.
doctor and then go, oh my God, hallelujah, miracle happened. I can have peanut butter now.
Don't allergies
No.
change? Is this a myth that allergies shift every
Every
like
7 years?
So he could, he could just say, hey, it
Do you
went
not
away.
agree? What's happening here?
I just feel like I'm mad that he didn't take the sip of the peanut butter smoothie in the beginning.
Oh,
It
have
sounds
you
delicious.
pushed your smoothie on people?
No, I won't push my smoothie.
Look, peanut butter smoothies are delicious.
They're f***ing delicious. So I'm over
never
here
had
like
one.
the lie is
need
that
to
he's
fix this,
going, I love
apparently.
peanut butter, but he's not taking a sip of this peanut butter smoothie.
Yeah, he messed
Yeah,
up.
they do.
He messed up by not taking
It's
the
not.
sip.
This
It's
is
not
karma,
unheard
essentially.
of,
It's
but
really dangerous because this is
to this
This
degree,
paints a horrible narrative for all the people who really have allergies.
Who have
Yeah.
peanut, peanut allergy is you can die from it.
It's
super
so
scary.
serious.
that's what
It's
I'm
so
saying.
serious.
Yeah, it's a
Around it,
fatal
like-
one.
It's so serious that it's gotta
Yeah.
be terrifying because peanuts are everywhere.
everywhere.
They're everywhere.
They took it off planes.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
Let's read.
I was always confused by that.
Yeah.
I was like, out of all the foods, you chose the
Peanuts?
one that kills a lot of people. Like,
Yeah.
I was like, you know, there's a lot of snacks out there, and you chose peanuts.
Yeah, come
Right,
on.
right.
I understand it's probably cheap and easy, but come on, man. People like, because I knew of people who had severe peanut allergies where they had to wait for specific flights where they would like clean out the whole plane.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
do
Yeah.
intense
It's
cleaning.
it's a very
because, like, they can't
severe
fly.
allergy.
It's such an
It's
intense
fatal.
allergy, and it like needs to be taken seriously. So I get why his friends threw out that whole peanut butter cake at a
Yeah.
party.
I mean, we're
Get out of here.
we have a lot of people. There's a lot of people at Smosh who have like a lot of severe allergies,
Yeah.
and we're extremely conscientious of it.
Yeah.
So it's a very serious thing. I do think lying about allergies is a very serious
It's a
lie.
A fatal
Yeah.
one for
do you,
sure.
Well, do you guys think it would be
too.
embarrassing if he was just like, hey, I have to admit, like,
I just
this
didn't
is
wanna
where
try
this
that
lie came
smoothie.
from.
I don't know, man.
I don't think he can.
He's in pretty deep.
I don't-
It's
Yeah.
such it compared to other lies, it feels like such an innocuous one at face value.
But
the
it's
length
very
of time and the amount of
severe.
effort they've all put in for
6
this.
years.
Yeah. 6
They threw away
years.
a cake at a party.
A peanut butter cake.
I'd be
That
thinking about
probably
that
took
shit. I'd
a
be
long
like,
time.
we threw away a delicious cake.
yeah.
Yeah.
For you.
and like Amy's not
Also,
over
like
it.
he's got a girlfriend who he's gonna move in together with, and he's been lying about a huge aspect.
And she's been conscientious of it the whole
His life
time.
Yeah.
This stresses
blow
me
up.
out. I'm like, bro.
Yeah, I think
Yeah, I
Yeah,
have
it's high
anxiety
just
for this
stress.
guy,
Right.
man.
And
I think he just let it spiral too much. I think he should have corrected it right at the beginning.
Oh well, yeah.
It should have been a more immediate, like, hey, I
Lifetime
accidentally just said this in the moment, but I actually didn't mean it.
There are so many
peanut
things he
butter
could have
liar.
done that would have been.
Like
I said,
yeah.
I'm mad at a person for pushing anything on you when you say no.
Yeah.
But he could have
Fair.
also just been like, hey, I'm leaving right now.
He's
Yeah.
like, I'm never gonna see you again.
Yeah.
But I'm allergic is probably the one you can't do. And then to
yeah.
stick with
Yeah.
it. Because he could have said, I'm allergic. And she could have been like, oh, what? And then later been like, I lied because you were pushing it.
Yeah, exactly. Like you blurt out things sometimes, and then it's
Yeah.
like, oh, shit, I
I
shouldn't have said
definitely
that.
get
Yeah.
But then he
that.
doubled down and then tripled down.
For
and
6
years
fucking
later, he is
years.
here.
But
So
lies make you keep lying.
Yeah. So I think.
And
is
it
this
got to a
wrong
point
for
that
him to
it's
be like,
known by
"Oh my
numerous
God,
people, not
you know,
just that one
I don't
girl.
have this anymore.
That kind of feels almost like the first story where it's like if he just like completed college and got his diploma, then it's almost like a technicality of now everything is true, where you did graduate from college now, but earlier lies
Yeah.
still persist. Same with the peanut butter allergy. Now the truth is out that you are not allergic, but they think anymore.
Yeah.
He's not going to be in the clear though, because he's going to know that he lied for 6 years, but it's also going to be a thing. It's going to keep getting brought up of like, man, and you were so allergic to peanut butter for
Yeah,
7
it
years,
is.
and then you
It
weren't.
is. It's
And he
gonna
has
be
to
a
keep
running
like,
gag.
Where's his
Gag.
family during all this? Could you imagine the mom visits for one day and just blows it all up? She's like, when were you ever allergic to peanut butter? This boy
used to
He's
bathe
Dunked
in
in
it.
peanut butter.
I used to bake
he's kept
him
his family a
peanut
secret 'cause
butter
they work on a
cookies
peanut
every
farm.
day, and they were his favorite
Coming
cookies.
down the peanut farm. I don't know.
My great-grandpa, Jimmy Carter. This is my dad, Dr. Jiff.
Dr. Jim!
It's pronounced GIF.
Yeah.
Oh my
These are my
God.
cousins, creamy and crunchy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Comments. Someone said, I'm gonna be real with you. Misdiagnosis is your best bet. Your next step is telling her you're seeing an allergist who's been microdosing peanuts for you to get to eat them, and voila, cured. It's actually a thing. And what's one more lie? Dude, come clean or do it quick before she marries you and
Jeff.
has access to your medical records.
Whoa, okay.
If she's gonna
That's
be.
going a little bit far.
I have not.
I don't look at my husband's medical
I have
records
not.
every day.
I haven't thought.
Show me the records.
I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah.
You know what? It's actually not. You can
Yeah, I was
get.
gonna say that feels.
You have to. The person has to because this actually happened to me recently. You have to be like, yes, I give my husband permission to
I would
look
hope
at my
so.
medical records. They can't just look at your medical records.
I would certainly hope so.
because they're married to you. I'm pretty sure.
I hope that's the case everywhere.
He's got plausible
OP responded,
deniability,
okay,
yeah.
I actually didn't know this. Is this common knowledge to everyone? Someone responded, it's common knowledge to people who know people with actual peanut butter allergies. Someone said, just say your parents told you you've had a peanut allergy since childhood and you went to an allergist to inquire about microdosing and they did some tests and you found out you've outgrown the allergy.
Blame it on Dr. Jiff.
OP
Blame it
responded
on
saying, I
Dr.
think this is the
Jiff."
safe one.
Yeah.
Mentioning
That
microdosing
bastard.
and the tests will help for sure. I'm not the best liar, but hey, I was lying in the first place and I just want it over with. I'm gonna be real honest
Hold
with you,
on.
man. I think you're a good liar.
Yeah. 6 years.
6 years,
They
bro.
threw out a cake.
That's a lot of practice. You know, they say it takes 10,000 hours to master a skill. And I think 6 years, you're pretty close.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
I think you've actually done it.
You done it, buddy.
I'm not gonna do that math right now.
It's just kind of crazy that all of the solutions are like, this
Hang
is
on. My mom's a nurse. I have a solid 80% sure I'm allergic to pineapple because my lips and throat get scratchy, but they never believed me. Very interesting. He's got plausible deniability, might depend on the state, yeah. Yeah, I mean, if he wants it to go that far, if coming clean after 6 fucking years is too much, I do kind of think just being like, oh, guys, oh man, you know how I thought I was allergic to peanuts, but it was just a false alarm, thankfully. It was just a false alarm. Don't worry, guys. I saw an allergist and I'm good. I'm good, guys. You don't have to throw out any more peanut butter cakes for me.
practically the best thing to do is to lie again to get out of all of it.
Yeah, you should get a test
instead
for
of
that
being
for
like
sure.
confess, you know?
know.
I think it's
Which I
too
guess
late.
is true.
I think it's too late.
Yeah.
His life will blow up if he tells the truth.
Yeah,
Which
he
is
will.
crazy.
Well,
Yeah.
that's what happens when you lie.
Yeah.
Don't lie.
Don't
That's what
lie.
happens.
Don't lie.
Don't
No,
lie.
this is awful.
It's very funny,
This is
though.
my nightmare.
It's
Like,
very
my
funny.
nightmare is
This is why I
It's-
don't lie.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Here's the best possible situation. The 7-year mark hits, and he develops a peanut
Peanut
allergy.
allergy.
What if he actually started to develop one?
I think he'd be really disappointed.
That's karma.
That would be
That
karma.
would be like Twilight Zone.
That would be.
That would
That's the Twilight Zone. That's the
hugest
Twilight
karma.
Zone ending where he does develop a peanut allergy.
Update. 2
It could
years
happen.
later,
It
I
could
did
happen
it.
to you.
I
Theoretically
developed
happen.
a peanut
Yeah,
allergy for real.
I feel like you got to think ahead when you lie and make sure that it's not going to be something that like haunts you or puts you in like a bad box for later.
Yeah.
Like I
Like
feel
Marvel movie.
Right, exactly. Like that's a genius lie. It's like if you lied about the peanut butter smoothie, like later if it comes up one more time and you're around other people, then it's like, oh no, I wasn't referring to the peanut butter, I was referring to the cocoa powder. You know, like just like I don't know, switch it up. Like
Yeah.
I
You
feel
can
like
never have hot cocoa ever again.
right.
Yeah.
I feel so much more stress with any lie.
Yeah, me
I'd
too.
rather like I'd
Yeah.
rather face all the other things like
Yeah.
the shame,
Yeah.
the like the uncomfort, the everything else, but knowing that I'm on the surface is
I'm
so
too
nice. 'Cause I'm like, okay,
self-aware.
this is all true.
Yeah.
Like you
I'm
might,
too
you
self-aware.
might
I
lose
feel
out on a
too
lot of things in
self-conscious
life
and
by not
guilty.
lying. You might. Like people do go places by lying, but I'm like,
Fair.
yeah, but you're living a lie. It's not true. You like, and
It
I don't
sucks.
like that.
And you have to live with yourself.
Yeah,
Yeah.
man, that's the worst.
Yeah. And how is he gonna hide his peanut butter little stash from his girlfriend when he moves in? Like how?
Yeah.
Maybe
he
under the
just-
sink?
Maybe he just tells her. Like, what if it's like, hey, let me let you in on something.
Hey,
Maybe.
Hey, come here.
Hey, get over here. Let me show
Get
you.
over
wanna
here.
know a
She's like,
secret?
okay, don't
And then
murder
he
me.
pulls
it's like
out a
his peanut
trench
butter
coat and
room.
it's just
Yeah.
full of
You know
peanut
what?
butter
Okay.
packets.
You know what's another you know what's another movie ending of this before I move on is like he tells everyone, it all blows up, he loses all his friends, he loses his girlfriend, he goes home by himself and he makes himself a peanut butter smoothie and he tries it and he's like, that's delicious.
This wasn't worth it at
You're
all.
so right. And then the girlfriend's like, ooh, from the dead. I don't know why.
Whoa.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a
Wow.
tough one.
All right.
What a story.
What a story.
No
Creamy.
update?
All right, we're apparently gonna love this next one.
Okay.
No update.
This story comes from the Two Hot
Aw.
Takes sub.
Okay, one sec. I'm gonna let Minnie outside because it's been a while. Bro, it's selling the peanut butter like Jesus. I'll be back. I'm back. Welcome back, see here. Sounds very good.
Subreddit. Shout out to Morgan over at Two Hot Takes.
Okay.
Her subreddit, man.
We love Morgan.
It's
We
like the best.
love
There's
Two
some
Hot
of the best
Takes.
stories.
We love Morgan.
Her fans submit some wild
They
stuff.
do.
Yay.
My husband lied about the reasoning for his tattoo, and he was having an affair.
Two separate things?
Okay, now that I've told you one lie, here's
And-
another.
Bitch!
Yeah. Completely
Oh my
different.
god,
Okay.
what the fuck?
A year and a half ago, my husband got a tattoo. I don't have a problem with tattoos or anything like that, but he had never gotten one before or talked about getting one. He said he started thinking about it because one of his sisters married a man who had several tattoos. It made him realize he wanted one. He ended up getting a lily tattooed on the left side of his chest. I didn't really like it, but I didn't comment because he is free to do what he wants with his body. A little over a year after he got the lily done, he went back and had some
That's
ivy
what I'm
added around
thinking.
it. I used to go to certain work events and parties with him because it was normal to go. He started telling me I couldn't because of the pandemic, which made sense a few years ago. But things began opening back up and events were more normal. He finally relented and brought me to one. I met one of his colleagues. She works in the same department as him, and they have the same title, so they work together a lot. Her name was Lily.
No!
My husband swore it was a coincidence. I had tried to ignore my feelings about him suddenly wanting a tattoo. He eventually admitted they had been having an affair for the last 2 years. I was
my
so shocked I was not even
God!
thinking about the ivy, but my husband said that Lily had a baby she named Ivy, and he got the tattoo a few months after the birth.
Is he
He
the
begged me
fucking dad?
not to get a divorce, but I can't forgive this. We have to be separated for a year before we get divorced. Our daughter is turning 18 next month. There will not be child support ordered for either of us by the time we are divorced. The divorce should not be complicated. We both work, so the attorney I consulted said there will not be spousal support ordered for either of us, and our assets will be divided. Part of me is still in shock. He wants to go to counseling, but I can't. We have been married for 19 years, and I let him convince me my feelings about his tattoo were wrong.
Oh
I
my
never thought I would
God.
be 43 and getting a divorce, but here I am.
This
Oh
man.
my god!
Okay, so the husband then got Ivy tattooed shortly after this woman, Lily, had a baby that she
Named Ivy, but we don't know that Ivy is his baby, but he got Ivy tattooed next to Lily.
It points to that. And the baby was born during the affair.
Okay.
Oh my
Okay.
god!
I think
And he got it on his chest, on the side of his heart.
probably.
That's very
The audacity to beg her to not divorce you? Are you fucking shitting me? I am flabbergasted. How do you have more audacity than that other dipshit? That's crazy. I'm in shock. I can't close my mouth. Oh my god. I cannot fathom that there's a story with more audacity than the dipshit who begged her to forgive him. Or no, the dipshit that said, I'll forgive you after what? Bruh. Please, please don't divorce me. I promise I'm faithful to you. You literally permanently inked your body with the name of your affair partner and probably the kid that you had with her. Are you fucking serious? And you have your own child with your fucking wife of almost 20 years? Oh my god! Holy fucking shit! What the fuck? Oh my god!
I will say that's very sweet, like in general. Like that's very sweet for like
If that was, you
that.
know.
Yeah,
but
love
that's
him.
so devastating.
That
so
sucks.
devastating. Also, I'm so sick of these people gaslighting other people. She clearly was like, I don't like this tattoo. I don't feel good about it.
Yeah,
like,
which is fair.
The boldness is always shocking.
Oh, it's so bold right here. Damn.
God. And that sucks that he's just like, let's do counseling, babe. Like, what the f?
No, man.
Yeah.
You need counseling.
You need
You
personal
need
counseling away
counseling.
from everybody.
He
You're
begged me not to get a
crazy.
divorce. What?
Why?
What are you thinking, man?
Dude.
Yeah.
That actually makes no sense. Like, there's nothing I want to advocate for with this
He
man.
got it.
No.
His first tattoo was for the woman he's having an affair with.
That's
He got it
insane.
in plain sight.
Dude, he made a decision and now he's gaslighting his wife
Yeah.
and begging her not to end it with him. It's like, here's the thing. People go through a lot of tough things in marriage.
Yeah.
But like the way he handled it, I'm just like, buddy.
Yeah.
If he
What
maybe
the
came to her and
hell?
confessed, like this happened, holy shit, maybe they could go somewhere with that.
Yeah.
But he,
Yeah.
He's not even sorry.
I don't
Like,
even
this-
think
not
he's
sorry at all.
No,
He's
this affair's been
not.
happening for 2 years. He possibly has another child with this woman. and he's
Even
been-
if that child is not his kid, even if that kid is not his, by getting that tattoo, he is still making a statement of like, I am willing to raise this child as my own, regardless of if she's actually my kid or not. Like, there's no argument to be made there. I don't fucking care if that child was created from you or fucking not. You got a tattoo to commemorate the child's birth any fucking way. What the fuck? Yeah, yet another situation where she's just not respected. Like, I don't think it's, I don't like getting into politics on my channel. Even with doing this stuff, I don't like getting into politics. So I don't ever want to make it a political thing. Again, I think this would be shitty regardless. But to be like, you gotta forgive me. Please don't divorce me. Your first tattoo was not for your wife. It was for your affair partner. And then your second tattoo is for the affair partner's child. Why would your wife stay with you? You have a child with her already. You didn't get a fucking tattoo for that child, who's almost 18 years old. What the fuck?
married for almost 20 years?
Yeah, that's
Like,
crazy.
That's insane.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Absolutely insane. And they have a daughter who's now turning 18. Like,
And she has probably seen the tattoo.
yeah.
Oh my god.
And she's like, who's Lily and who's Ivy?
Everything
No.
about this is awful.
That's actually psychotic of him to do.
It
And
is.
I think I've said this before too, but like I sometimes wonder what's the more infuriating part about affairs and cheating. Is it's the affair and the cheating, or it's the please let's not break
audacity.
up over this. Like, don't break
It's
up
the
with me. Don't
fucking
divorce me. I'm like, if
audacity.
you're gonna cheat or have an affair, you need to at least be like, I fully understand if you're, yeah, you're gonna.
Right.
Then
Like,
don't get it in an
to
obvious
think, like,
spot.
no,
Get it
you'll
on your
stay with
fucking
me
inner
after this
thigh or
is-
something. Why are you
That's-
getting it in a spot that everyone can
shows
see?
how much you disrespect this person.
like, what's the long-term plan here? You know, is it like, was he actually just like,
Gonna
I'll
ever
just
end it?
right, like I'll just do this for all of time, and when it comes, I'll just be able to keep her in my life
Yeah.
too.
The tattoo has like a home and then like a dog and like a grave site where he's gonna be buried next to Lily.
Oh.
Like, wait a second, what's happening here?
Man,
I'm
Comments on this one.
I'm just
He
a very
seems pretty
imaginative
proud of his
person.
extracurricular activity. 6.7 thousand upvotes.
Oh my
So
god.
said, let's just for a second not even talk about just the cheating part. You go and basically get your affair partner's name tattooed on you.
Yeah.
And then have a kid with her. You also tattoo on
Yeah.
yourself. And then you expect your wife to work on the marriage?
Yeah.
Like, what in the world is he smoking? It sounds like he's done with the marriage too. It makes no sense. Like, how delusional is this dude? Someone said,
Exactly.
so Ivy is your husband's daughter. Someone responded to that. That's what I came here to ask too. Why else would he add the ivy to his tattoo right after the baby was born?
Yeah.
OP, 43 is still young, trust me. Surround yourself with good people and plan yourself a nice vacation. You deserve to be treated with love and respect, and when you're ready, you'll
Real.
meet someone that is worthy of that trust.
Very
I've been
real.
there, and it's really painful to get over that kind of betrayal, but be
Yeah.
patient with yourself and you'll get through it. Sending lots of invisible hugs your way.
Also, 43 is not old. You
Not old.
can start over any time in your life.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
The timing of it is a nightmare only in the fact of how many years they've put
Yeah,
through
that's
with
a
this
lot
marriage.
of that's a lot of
19
dedication.
19. And that's just like, it's like cheating is such a betrayal on so many levels, but to actually truly never see it coming in the fact that you're like, I'm committed to this man. Like,
I mean,
I've
they've
been
been
married.
together
We have a kid who's
for
almost
2
18.
decades.
Like,
They got
it's just
together
like
at
that
23.
is the cherry on top of all this unpredictability.
But she did feel bad things happening. She did feel
She sensed it.
she was sensing
That's-
it, and then he denied her that. That's what I hate.
It's an infuriating part too, because I've heard this from a lot of people, and I felt this too, of just like, you kind of know, but then you're also like, you know, if you're a good person, you're like, well,
wanna trust.
I don't want to be.
Yeah,
I
I've
trust.
been in
So I'm
that
not going to do
position
that. I'm not
before.
going to be the
I
paranoid
have
person. I'm
been
not going to
cheated
do
on.
that. But you kind of know, because
Yeah.
we pick up on body language when we don't even realize it. We're picking up on tons of signs and stuff, and yeah, you
pick
get
up on
bad
the
vibes from
vibes,
things. Like
yeah.
intuition is real.
It
Like
is.
our brain is so much subconscious that we do pick up on things
Yeah.
that we don't consciously
Yeah.
go, oh, here's what's happening. Like we know what's happening sometimes before we know what's happening.
yeah.
And it's some of the most infuriating parts of life. And so you sit there and you go,
Well,
"Oh,
I mean, in some
knew-
cases,
I
they
knew
don't
and I
really
couldn't-
try to
either
hide it.
I was
Like, it's
denying it, or
like
I just
he's not
convincing
trying to
myself,
hide
or
it.
just overlooking it. And it's so tough, but it's not her fault at all.
It's
I mean,
not.
you
I mean,
know.
a lily on your heart, on your chest, after knowing them for so many years, out of nowhere.
Yeah.
It's shifts in behavior, right? Like there's no behavior that's suspicious except for complete changes. And
Yeah.
you're like, wait, what caused this complete change?
Yeah, and also just the lousy cover up of like, oh, you can't come to work because of COVID, and she's like, it's 2025.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're
Yeah.
out of it now.
Oh
No, it's-
my
the signs are always
God.
there, but I never blame people for not like picking up on
Oh,
it
totally,
until
totally.
it's like blatant.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then you look back and you go, oh my fucking God, you had
Yep.
like a billboard saying
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, like you're right. It's not her fault, but I can totally see her like reflecting and being like, I knew something was up and I didn't follow through on that. Again, not her fault,
Right.
but that's just like the natural human thing to do, to be like, I should have known. I should have said something. Like she's clearly obviously going through a lot of grief and loss over this
Yeah.
marriage and everything. I can just already also see that as a layer that she's also experiencing.
I think sometimes life, though, does it like sets you up so that it hits so hard
Yeah.
that you can't deny it anymore. Like
Yeah.
for it to like, for her to be like, oh, this is happening, and then see Lily in person, she's like, dun dun, dun. Like it's
Yeah.
like sometimes
Yeah.
life is like, no, you can't deny it. There you go.
Yeah,
It's right there.
It's gonna make sure that the truth comes
Yeah.
out.
Yeah.
Right. I want to
That's-
know what his logic
I'm in
was
awe.
behind the tattoos even more.
And not
you
in a
know,
good way.
Like we know the logic, but I'm just like so blatant, so there. Like I wonder if it was like his way of kind of committing to this affair, because she was probably like, "Are you going to leave your wife, whatever?" And he's like, "No,
He's like, "No, but I got a
this
tattoo."
right here, and I got this for our new child too."
Yeah.
And I'm also
That's
like,
so
I'm sure
crazy.
his daughter, 18, is going to figure this out,
What
and
was
it's going to
he
be like,
gonna
"Okay,
do?
cool, you got a tattoo for your new child, like."
Ugh.
Cool.
What was he gonna do?
That's kind of what I'm thinking. I'm like, this is a betrayal. Like when you have kids, I'm like, you're
Yeah.
betraying your kids too.
Yeah,
Like
no.
there's the added
Yeah.
stakes there.
I think
And
you have
your
a great
kid-
point of like he kind of
I don't
already.
think they're talking enough about how old their kid is, because the kid is almost 18, so they had the kid like their first couple years into their relationship. It's not like their kid is super duper young and they don't understand what's going on. In a lot of ways, I feel like that kind of comes with its own problems, because then eventually your kid is going to grow up. They're going to be old enough for you to explain what actually happened to them, and that kind of has its own issues. However, it's a whole different thing that their kid is 17, 18 in 1 fucking month. So, very much old enough to know what is going on, understand what's happening and be able to form their own conclusions and feelings on it with a full clarity. Like, obviously, they don't have all of the nuances that their parents do at their age. But by 18, I mean, you could have been in a relationship in high school and have experienced being cheated on yourself at that point. Like, their child is old enough to know what's going on. So the fact that you have the fucking gall to not only disrespect your spouse, but also your child, who is old enough to know what the fuck you did to their parent, is crazy. And to plead for forgiveness and to not get a divorce is wild. Like, you aren't thinking about any fucking body else but yourself. That you went that far with a kid who's that old and can know exactly what's going on and can put together all the pieces. That is its own kind of trauma. I feel like it's a very different trauma to be young and to go through something like this, like a very young kid who's not old enough to really understand what's happening besides your mom and dad just aren't going to be together anymore, and to be a kid who's old enough to understand your parents are not only not going to be together anymore, but you understand the reasons why, because you're old enough to be told and to see the signs yourself. Can you imagine? I feel so bad for that kid. Because your dad gets a tattoo and it's out of nowhere. He's never been interested in tattoos your whole fucking life because you've been alive for pretty much your parents' entire relationship. And then it's for an affair partner, and he's getting not just the affair partner's name, but the affair partner's child that he probably conceived with that partner tattooed too. That's gotta be rough. That's gotta be its own level of complete and utter almost abandonment, I'd say, in a way, because it's kind of, at that age especially, it's gotta feel like, oh, my dad doesn't give a shit about me and he's just easily replacing me with this new woman and this new kid. He's never given that much of a shit about me. He didn't get my name tattooed when I was born. You know? Like, Jesus. I feel so awful for both of them. The mom and the kid. That's awful, man.
He had this other woman in terms of his wife. He's like, oh, we're in a committed marriage. She's not going anywhere. I have this kid. They already love me. Now that I have an affair and a new kid, I need to prove to them that I'm going to show up for them. So I'm going to get this tattoo because that's what they need. They need to just not find out about them. In his head, he's like, I'm awesome.
Yeah. No, seriously. That's exactly what's happening.
Damn.
Update?
Wow. No update. I think she's divorcing the shit out of him.
Yeah,
Good.
definitely.
Good. Yeah.
Unrelated, like, I'm always surprised by, like, the first tattoo people get and where they get it. And, like, a chest tattoo is a bold first one.
Bold.
I think it's cool, but I'm just like, damn. Like,
Bold.
you know, people usually get, like, a small one somewhere where it's like, okay, like, I'm starting out.
Yeah.
But, like, first, right off the bat, bam.
Bold.
Yeah.
Huge. I don't have a tattoo because I can't think of a tattoo that I want forever. Like, there's not one that's...
I'm in the same exact boat.
I want one.
I love tattoos. I think they look sick.
See,
Yeah.
I think for me, it's kind of like if I get a tattoo on my body, it's not necessarily important for me that this means something for the whole rest of my life. It's more just like, even if this just represents the time that I got this tattoo and I was happy about it then,
Right.
I can just look back and be
I've
like,
heard
that
that.
version of me is really happy with this, and so I'm
Yeah.
gonna honor that
That's
person.
true.
I've heard that. And I've also heard once you start getting tattoos, then you just want
go.
more. You don't care.
Yeah.
The stakes are lower.
Totally.
Yeah, because I look at, like Spencer has a lot of tattoos that I think are sick, and it's just, like, video game and, like...
Ninja Turtles.
Yeah.
Turtles and like, he's got the Squirtle Squad that looks so sick. Our final story.
Our final
Whoa.
story for this episode.
This is another
Oh, God.
confession.
Oof.
Here we go.
Okay.
Oh, God.
I lied to my coworker about the cupcakes in the break room. Classic.
Okay.
Scarily
Devastating.
close. Yeah.
My coworker can't eat cupcakes because she just got diagnosed with Crohn's disease and is on an elimination diet, but she loves to eat. She sounded very sad when she warned me that there were cupcakes in the break room, so I lied and told her they sucked and were dry and the icing was crusty, but they were perfectly delicious. I even mentioned in passing to another coworker eating cupcakes, who is also aware of her stomach issues, to tell her they sucked. She later told me that she felt better knowing they weren't that good because she couldn't eat them, but they were good. I feel bad lying and roping someone else into it. That's so funny.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Of Reddit.
At least it's not lethal.
They were
They're
awful.
awful.
My life is worse
I just
for
want
having
to
eating them.
send an email to everyone in the office. that
These
are
cupcakes suck,
trash.
and we need to fire the
CC
baker
just the other-
immediately.
It's like, guys, they're actually so
The
fucking
guy, the guy who made them was like, "Aw,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
He
fuck
goes
you,
home.
Jake. These fucking suck."
It's
Damn.
like Jake's Bakery coming 2027. I guess not. He rips it off.
And you're like, no, dude, it was
I
actually so
made it
good.
up.
We're just fucking with you.
Jake.
This is where you know I have
Oh
such a
my
hard
God.
stance against lies. This is where I struggle. Because I'm like, you're lying to make someone feel good.
Yeah, this is fine.
No, it's actually, I'm so glad that you said that. There's a Bollywood movie that there is a line in it, and it's "Jis jut se kisi ka khushi hota hai, wo jut jut nahi hai,"
Whoa!
which
Nice.
means
Love that. I understand.
That was
yeah, you like that?
Got it.
It
Got it,
means,
yeah.
like it roughly translates to like, if the lie is going to make someone happy, it's not a lie.
Oh.
Which is complete bullshit.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Bollywood movies, the logic fully sound.
It makes
True.
sense. But it's truly like in that movie, it's just full of flooding people with lies to protect them.
Wow.
It's constantly just like, oh no,
Yeah, that's a
I'm
good point
lying
too,
because
Greg.
I don't want you to
The
be hurt by
mindfuck.
that.
It's a white lie.
But
Is
it's
the resolution of the movie at all about that being wrong? Because if you're saying a buildup of
Oh, yeah.
the lies, it's not.
You didn't finish it?
No.
I don't know. I stopped watching.
Yeah, I don't know. I turned it off. No, it's definitely like they go through with that being the full
Okay.
message.
Okay.
And it's like, this is a story that in a weird way kind of reinforces that, where it's like, you aren't really harming anybody except for Jake and his business, maybe.
Jake's
Yeah.
Bakery.
Yeah.
It's also arguably a subjective lie, where it's like, oh, we all
Yeah.
think these suck. No, we all
Yeah.
thought they were good. It's not
Yeah.
an objective lie of
Yeah.
like, this isn't happening kind of thing.
I get going
I
up
guess
to the
you're
person
not
and being like, oh, they
necessarily
suck.
gaslighting anyone.
And the person's
but...
like, oh, thanks, And then everything's fine.
Yeah.
For them to go so hard, I'm like, they suck.
They're actually trash.
You know,
It's a lie.
Yeah.
I also have this view where it's like, okay, it's a lie that if they uncover the lie, are they going to feel bad or not? And it's like, in a way, if I found out that everybody was lying and saying they sucked so that I didn't feel bad, I'd actually be like, okay,
That's
that's
kinda
actually also
sweet,
really chill
yeah.
that you guys did that. Like, that's
In a
sweet.
weird,
If finding
very
that out wouldn't
weird
make me
way.
feel worse. It'd almost make me feel better. They'd be like,
No.
wow,
Yeah.
everyone would do that just because
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you have to evaluate who is being harmed. Is there anybody that is going to be hurt should the truth come out? Is the
Yeah.
lie itself hurting people? Are you getting people's emotions involved? Are you going to feel guilty? Like truly doing an all-around like check-in.
And this
Yeah.
lie kind of ends with today. Because once we move on, it's not like people are going to be talking about the cupcakes.
Well, Jake is quitting.
Jake's switching fields.
Well, you did
Guess I'll
break
be an
someone's
accountant, just like
heart.
My parents wanted.
I guess I'll work at State
But
Farm.
I will say, if that was
I
me
guess
having
I'll
a
work
lie
at
to say it
State
sucked, I would have been like, what's wrong with me? Am I
Oh
like
my
the one who
God.
flips out?
Oh.
Yeah.
Thank you, Elsa. I love you. Have a good
No,
rest.
no, it's
yeah, it's
fine.
tricky. It's tricky.
Comments. This was a lie for good, not evil, though.
Yeah.
Someone said, yeah, not all lies are bad. This didn't hurt anyone and actually made someone's day better. So,
Yeah.
OP, you have absolutely nothing to feel bad over. Someone else said, this kind of lie is perfectly okay, in my opinion, unless they were made by a coworker. Then social norms dictate you say nice things because it would get back to who made them. Context from another comment by OP. The cupcakes came from a different floor, so not made by anyone close or
Okay,
around.
that's
Okay,
good.
in that case,
that
unless it gets
yeah.
down to that next floor.
So Jake's like, everyone loved my cupcakes. He has no idea. Ignorance is bliss.
Floor 5 hated him.
I really like that language of it is a lie, but it's a good lie, or it's a lie for good in that way. But don't call it not a lie, you know. So again, the follow is very wrong.
I mean, don't take
I'm
away the
worried about
responsibility.
you, like, taking on this new thing about good lies.
Yeah, I don't.
All my lies are good.
This is what worries
That's
me.
not
I
true.
didn't hurt anybody.
I'm not sure about this message.
Guys, think about it. I got everybody donuts that day.
That is true.
That is
I watched you be upset that day, and I was like,
yeah, no, that part was bad. That part was
so
bad.
the donut didn't taste as good.
But we got closer.
We actually did.
And so now I'm a good person.
Yeah.
Bye. The video's not over.
Thank you both for being here.
Oh my God. We loved it.
Thank you for watching.
Liar.
Let us know.
Okay, so everyone. Let me see
Hello
what he
and
says.
welcome to
Hold on. We'll go back. We'll get his
Hello
last
and welcome
message.
to Smosh Reads Reddit Stories. Comments if you're holding back any big lies in your life.
Confess.
Confess.
Confess. Okay. So, oh Jesus, I accidentally opened The Sims. Shit. So, for those of you who are confused, I would assume that's a majority of you because this is the first time we're watching Smosh stuff together. There is a lot of context as to why they brought Arasha on for that episode specifically. And this video will show you the references that they were making. It's one of my favorite tidbits of Smosh history. It's very funny. So,
I have something to tell you guys.
get your pancakes out.
I could tell. This
It's
is
Saturday
the face you
morning.
do
Get your
when you're up to
pancakes
something.
out.
Yeah. I lied.
Oh my God.
So there was a rumor that started at the beginning of this week here at Smosh that I booked something and that I was going to be going away for a while. It was a week-long rumor. You know, we let things spread. What the hell? For the purpose of this episode.
What the hell? You're f***ing kidding. We got so involved. You're f***ing kidding. You got so involved.
I would love for you guys to continue to be involved in my presentation.
You got so involved. More than me.
So please join me as I walk you through everything I did to scam you all, and also most of the company here at Smosh.
Yep.
Did they not know?
So it all started when I first pitched what I wanted to do as my scam. This is our very first writers' meeting, us being little devils.
Oh my! I feel like in pain.
So this is where we came up with this scam that I am going to book a role and disappear. This is going to be my last week at Smosh. All to say that I want free donuts. That's going to be what I get in the end. Next slide. So.
Oh my God! You did this. You did this.
On Monday is when I first needed to plant some seeds. So I had Patrick write up some dummy sides, because when you're auditioning for a big project, they usually give you some fake sides. This is the fake sides, like the script, basically, that they wanted me to read. And they are dumb. They are so stupid. I had Angela read them with me. Angela, tell me I'm stupid.
You wrote these. Someone wrote these. I thought this was f***ing nuts. I thought these.
It
literally
even told me, she's like, I had to do a self-tape for Rasha. The sides were awful.
Oh my God.
I went to Angela during lunch, and I was like, Angela, I have a self-tape I really need you to help me with. And we filmed this awful self-tape. So this is the horrific self-tape that I had Angela help me with.
What are we seeing?
I don't know.
You don't know? You graduated at the top of your class and you don't know? If what I do know is correct, and if what I'm seeing is real, then that aircraft is emitting higher vibrations than anything I've ever seen.
What the hell?
Oh, okay.
So bad. And then here's some behind the scenes, because Aaron sat in, which Angela just never questioned.
The whole time I was like, why isn't Aaron reading? I want a lunch break.
This is me telling Angela, like, oh, the stakes are high. We got to be serious about this. Like, please really help me with this.
Cool. That one felt good.
Thank you, Captain.
And watch, I'm shocked because I'm like, You want to do one take and send this to Marvel?
You literally said that. She goes, and she did one take. They really wanted her.
So I started it by being like, I've done this tape a million times, like they just want to see it again. So Angela already is like, oh, like this is something you've taped over and over, like they've seen you a ton of times, like the stakes are raised immediately, and it's planted in Angela's head that something is getting booked. So then the next person that I obviously needed to plant the seed in was Amanda.
Oh, that's not my good shirt. That's not a good shirt.
Myself and Amanda were in the kitchen. They started talking to Garrett about how I wasn't going to be around for the next video.
And I didn't know anything, and I was like, oh, I guess maybe Arash is going to leave Smosh, maybe.
Yep.
Y'all are
But it's just Amanda in the back and me telling Garrett that I'm going to be going away. And Amanda just kind of listening.
Making a bagel.
Making a bagel. I didn't get involved because I was like, this isn't my business. I have other things to think about.
So the seeds were planted. So then officially I had to make it a rumor to spread. So I set up a fake meeting with all of our big executives. There's Big Daddy Ian. Yeah, so we've got this fake meeting. So I am planting in the heads of everybody at Smosh that I am going to be disappearing. That I've booked a movie.
I'm planting in the heads.
Somewhere outside the country. There's a big glass right outside this conference room where everyone can just see this meeting happening. And then this is one of the conversations that Rachel filmed, speaking with Amanda and Angela, talking about
holy shit
in the movie.
What was like?
She just like me for real, those bouncing legs.
I said the lead from Ant-Man is from Lost.
I have
That's
so much
what
to
I
say.
said. I said, no, the lead from Ant-Man is from Lost.
Oh my god, and now there's so many details to this scam.
So this is when I started to really feel bad because people who were so far removed from this episode, I did not mean for them to get involved.
This is like the peanut allergy level.
And I had to keep up this character,
effect.
this person that was just like, oh my god, thank you so much for your support, and it was completely fake.
You're a good actor.
Thank you.
The rumor was going around that it was Marvel.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
That's what I heard, and I was like, but if it was Marvel, she probably couldn't tell us.
So this all culminated into this morning, which had the ultimate explosion. I planned for, before I came in, that there would be donuts waiting for me. That our production assistant, Marcus, would have this whole setup. And it would say, congrats, Arasha. And there would be several photos of my face on Marvel superheroes. Basically, like, giving everything away. And for those of you that don't know, when you book something large like this, you cannot share any information.
Yeah.
Like, just even saying that you booked something is like a lot.
Yeah.
Huge no-no. And that's an NDA, a non-disclosure agreement.
That's how I knew you were being real the last 2 days, because you were being so quiet. I was like, oh, this is big. And the more quiet she is, the bigger the book.
Yep.
So this was the setup that Marcus did for me. He was in on it. So he wasn't just like, yay, congrats, Arasha, and put this all together.
That was a very awkward time this morning.
Marcus, oh yeah, it was a tense morning. Here's the video of Angela coming in and seeing the donuts.
Oh no.
She booked! Oh my god, you're crazy! I love it!
Again, we love you for the support.
You're
like
the cutest.
that is the sound of somebody who's so happy for me. So I felt so bad.
She booked!
I will
I
listen to this.
Yeah, because I saw that and I went, okay, now we're talking about it, because now people are printing shit out, so now we're not worried about an NDA.
Wow.
And then we have myself coming in.
I was in the doorway. My soul died.
Oh my
So,
god,
I
I
hated
throw
that whole
up.
Essentially, I planned to walk in on this, be so confused, and just kind of take a second to be like, what is this? And then ask Marcus to talk to me on the side of the kitchen, where I would essentially be chewing him out and be very upset at him,
was
which
so
we also
awkward.
have footage of. So they are all watching this kind of happen in the corner. Again, Marcus is in on it, so I would never yell at him without him knowing. I got upset with Marcus, and then I needed to tear down the signs that we had put up.
This is my
which
favorite
we
part.
also have footage
this
of.
is Meryl Streep right here.
Angela goes, she's tearing up the signs. And she's throwing them away, and I go, yeah, she's very upset, and they shouldn't have done that.
And all the while, I have to act like I am so upset, whereas I got what I wanted, which was free donuts.
I was like, yay, donuts! oh no, she's gonna be. I went up to Ian. I went, this is not good.
Yeah, and I was like, I didn't know we were gonna talk about it.
So the perfect cherry on top was my dear friends Amanda and Angela this morning saw me in distress.
Oh boy, did we
And they
land this?
approached me while I was getting ready. Amanda's just in front of me. They're like kneeling in support of me, and Angela's in front, and they're both just like, they should not have done that. We are so sorry.
And you were like, I love Marcus. I didn't want to yell at him. I was like, it's okay. Marcus will understand.
Rasha, you're an incredible actor.
Yeah, we were like, I was like, Arasha, I'm so sorry that this happened.
I haven't been wowed by a performance like this since I went to Broadway and saw this two-man play.
I went up to Erin, and how nonchalant she was. I went, oh my God. Erin knew the NDA and she just did it on purpose.
No, and I villainized Erin because they came over and they were like, but
There
who
she
would have told
is.
Marcus? And I was like, Erin, thank you.
I am so f***ing duped. I pictured the whole movie in my head and I fought for you today. Why did I fight like a knight?
And literally this morning I was like, you know, Angela, that's the business you're in. 1 minute you're in, 1 minute you're out.
Oh my God.
I told that to him like, Arasha booked Marvel. You can go from Smosh to Marvel.
Me too. I was like that. She is so young, and it could happen for anyone at any time.
Smosh, this to Marvel.
To Marvel.
Easy. Come on, Angela. Let's get this shit. Angela and I were both like, okay, we need new managers. We can get on Marvel too.
Wait, whoa. Courtney asked if I could fill in for you for a shoot this morning.
I don't think Courtney doesn't know. Courtney doesn't know, so she's
Courtney has no
so
idea.
she was like, she's trying to get Angela to fill in for Arasha for an upcoming video, and I was sitting there like, oh, this is like messing up future videos.
Tell Courtney.
Because
Our
Arasha's not gonna be
actions
there,
are having consequences. Uh-oh.
Hey,
Hi, Court.
Hey.
Arasha.
Hey, I'm recording my own YouTube video too.
Oh, cool.
Courtney, you might have
Checkerboard
heard
spotted.
a rumor going around this week, and you and I kind of talked a little bit about me maybe booking something. You remember the
They're so
donut
nervous.
incident this morning?
I do recall, yes.
Yeah. It was all a scam.
I know!
Wait, no, we didn't know.
Wait, are you freaking serious?
It is completely fake. I need you to look at this PowerPoint right now. This was all
just got
for the
duped.
Let's Do This episode.
We just got duped so hard.
Rasha, are you fucking kidding me?
I'm not going anywhere.
We don't need to fill in for all the videos she's got.
Yeah, you don't. Please don't replace me. I still need work.
I'm literally gagged. Holy shit.
Yeah, that was me 10 minutes ago.
My scam is gonna suck.
So spread the news too, so other people are also aware now.
All right, that's it.
What the heck, dude?
Incredible.
Wow.
Hello, Ian, Amanda. I believe the best way to get revenge is to do what was done to you
Okay,
better
I'm
and
gonna
harder.
be our bee. So maybe
I
we can go
lied.
outside.
Better.
But I would leave the video going because I've already watched it.
Oh.
I'm nervous.
This is me, my friend Patrick, and Arasha's best friend, Rowan. This was a group text that we started a month and a half ago.
Oh my God.
Everyone was on the prowl. We had to really go slow.
Okay. This is not what I was expecting.
About a month ago, I told Arasha that I was becoming friends with one of her best friends. And I, during sleepover rehearsals, told Arasha that we're following each other on Instagram. Here's a video of that.
Sorry, one sec, Tommy.
That's fine.
Yeah?
Were you happy or unhappy?
It was nothing to see there besides just some fun DMs. Like we were sending each other smiley faces off of our stories. And I didn't want to throw Arasha off, so we started really slow. And then this is when Rowan had texted Arasha And Arasha said, shut up. OMG, y'all exchanged numbers. Because then we told Arasha we had gotten off of Instagram and onto texting. So we were just showing her, oh, we're friends. Next slide.
Oh my God.
This is when I began decoy pranks. Because I knew Arasha was on the lookout. So that's when I created a fake fan account for her to know somehow that that was me and that would be my prank. So I created another prank that was an Instagram account that for some reason keeps getting followers. And it's called Arasha Should Be a Legit Marvel Star, literally. And for the last couple weeks, I've just been making awful reels.
Please put Arasha in a Marvel movie, please.
Oh my God, that's my voice. I did that.
Scary.
Yes. So this, not the prank. If anything, I didn't want to. I wanted to give her little hints. That is my voice. I made sure the account followed everyone but B, so she thought I slipped up or something, and she would catch me in the act. Meanwhile, my other prank is going very slow, very well, and just off on the side. Then I wanted to do what was done to me, but better. She made me do a self-tape for her, so I made her do a self-tape for me.
No.
I made Arasha 2 nights ago do a voiceover audition with me, which I don't know why you would need a reader for this. And it was a fake cartoon. So I tried to get as crazy as I could, and I did the craziest voice ever and just watched her respond to it. This is some of the self-tape. Let's do another one and I'll make another bold choice.
Yeah, I love it. These are really good bold choices too. It's
Thank you.
super silly.
Thank you.
The pictures certainly help.
I know, right? It's like, big woman.
Yeah. It's
Okay.
good that they provided you with that.
I know. That's really nice. Okay.
No, not that one. Ours has a whole lot of tiny legs.
No. In that case, you must be in the lovely widow's position.
I don't think so. Our bug has 2 very cute antennas.
Well, why didn't you say so?
So the whole time I was like, I just need to make sure she knows that that's a prank, right? So then she'll never smell me and Rowan's prank. Right after that self-tape, Arasha called me immediately. She called me and goes, that was a prank. I got your ass. And I was like, hee, hung up, and then recalled her back and filmed it. I didn't mean to hang up on you.
Oh, you've come to apologize.
I'm not coming to apologize. I just didn't mean to hang up on you because I'm not lying.
I believe you.
This is all. Well, what's yours? Because you're getting revenge too.
I'm not in that video.
Yes, you are.
Still.
That's a real self-tape.
If it's real, I wish you the best of luck. But if it's fake, I'm ahead of your fucking game.
I'm
in
ahead of your game. You're in my head and I'm in your head. I love you, bye.
Goodbye.
Say I love you back.
Say I love you back.
Then I started the other prank, the real prank, and Rowan and I started planting seeds that we were actually hanging out. I got random pictures of a brunch place. Rowan and I still haven't really met in person. And Rowan and I both posted pictures. So we both posted these on our main stories. And Arasha slid into both of our DMs. Shut up, you and Angela, the Insta story, I need deets.
I try to be a good friend and fucking set somebody up.
Yeah,
okay?
I'm trying to be a good fucking friend and get you on Marvel, and now of it's fake.
You didn't help me at all.
I helped you. I put you on tape. What do you mean I didn't help you? I talked to Marcus and we hit
Finish your presentation.
That's why. This is when the prank started. My goal was to create drama between Rowan and I for Arasha to get in the middle of, that she had to clean up. And that's when I started being a little crazy to Rowan. Well, Rowan knew this, but I called Rowan 5 times at 9 a.m. And we had Rowan send this to Arasha and was like, okay, this happened this morning. And I'm like, question mark, haha, I was asleep, but I'm afraid to ask. Well, I texted her, but she didn't answer. Arasha said, what? 5 missed calls?
How you feel about that?
I'd love it if she was like, sounds like Angela.
This is when I went in for the kill. This is a fake conversation I had with Rowan. And these are the screenshots that Rowan sent to Arasha, okay? So this is me. I said, I just did a self-tape with Arasha. She goes, oh, that angel had it go. Good. She said, you guys are super close. And then Rowan goes, oh, yeah. It's like one of my fave people ever. We always laugh so hard together. She's been a loyal friend, wonderful. I was like, I want to be like that. I mean, listen, I feel like our friendship is really blossoming. Who knows? And I go, like Sex in the City? I don't know. And then Oh yeah, squad. Let's be besties right now. No, you don't mean it. Like I mean it. I mean, how do you mean it exactly? Other people's friendships sometimes make me jealous. Like I want that.
For friendship.
I get that. Well, I think you're awesome. Let's see what happens.
That's a joke.
No. You're being nice about it again. Stop that. So then Rowan sent these screenshots to Arasha being like, I don't know what to do here.
You're gonna show my messages,
And
aren't you?
Really sweet. You should. Don't even get me started. Next slide. Rowan sent these to Arasha. Either I'm not getting her sense of humor, or this is weird. I cannot tell. And then Arasha, the sweet, sweet angel that Arasha is. Thanks for saying that, boo. You can always come to me, baby, blah, blah, blah. So if I'm being honest, these texts are like kind of
Wait. This is Arasha responding to Rowan?
Yeah. So if I'm being honest about these texts, it's like kind of like it's a bit cringy, but I think it might be her tone for sure. In person, as you know, she's super nuts and super sweet. And she's a super specific type of crazy, which is loving and endearing. However, it's up to you if you like that vibe or it's an ick.
Oh my God!
Oh man, this is insane.
I tried asking her about you guys, and she kept it pretty casual, and she said, we're just friends, we moved on, blah, blah. So, Arasha being the sweetest angel ever.
She called you crazy.
I find that sweet.
But it might be a vibe.
I think you're all ick. Oh my God, I
personally
so
take
worried.
crazy
I was
as a
like, Angela's being
compliment.
such a freak to Rowan.
And I was so worried that you were going to get fired from fucking Marvel because we broke the NDA. Next slide.
This is so good.
I was so worried about you. You
I barely touched your life.
You touched my life in so many other ways. I thought you and Rowan were real friends. This was a month and a half
Now we
ago.
are friends, and I love Rowan, and we're all going to hang out.
No, I hate both of you.
You're such a good. If anything, this made you look amazing.
I don't need that.
I love you.
Guys, that was fucking disgusting.
That was so gross.
I'm
Arasha.
so pissed.
I guess you guys can hug.
I'm so pissed.
You don't respect the hustle?
I do.
Booked it.
Yep. So that's the context for why Arasha was on this episode of Smosh Reddit Stories. Very, very funny and iconic. And ever since then, I think this was back in like 2023, because this was posted in 2024. Iconic. She's been known as the Queen of Lies ever since, and I love her for it. Okay, we are now getting into maybe we'll pick up tomorrow. I'm still gonna stream for a few more hours, but we're definitely not. We're not gonna get to the give me one sec. We're not gonna get to the new we're not gonna get to everything today, so maybe we'll also do this tomorrow, just so we can make sure that we at least finish the whole playlist. But now we're getting into some of my favorite stories. I will warn you once again, if you thought the episode that we just watched was bad, some of these stories in these videos have haunted me for over a year because of how awful they are. So you can see I did try to slip in some also like nice stories, but for the most part I wanted to prioritize the stories that like keep me up at night. And unfortunately, that is in the brand of the worst possible people. So
welcome back to more Reddit Stories. I'm Shane, and today I'm joined by Ian and Amanda.
Hello.
Happy to be here.
Thank you, Ian. The theme today is, am I safe? And by that I mean, there's a lot of people in this who think they're chill, who think they're cool.
I don't remember if
they're the
I
type of
have
people that
that
you're like,
one in the playlist.
I should not
I
hang
might
out with
not.
you.
Why was I invited on this episode?
Yeah, also, Wait, I know why I was invited.
If I don't,
because
I'll add it.
I can tell you that
next
you're not
stream.
safe.
You make everybody. Yeah, and you make everybody feel safe.
It's true because
Unless they don't like physical touch.
Yeah, which I learned pretty quickly, and then I go, I need to stop touching everybody.
So we're gonna read through these, and at the end, we're gonna kind of vote on who we think is the least safe.
The Final
person
Fantasy
out of all
husband
of
is a
these stories.
crazy one.
Here we go, our first story.
I remember that one.
Am I the asshole for making my 16-year-old son drink an 18-pack of beer that he stole? I'm sorry.
I mean, I already see the thought process. That dude is like cigarette, because they do that with cigarettes.
Yep.
Cigarettes and beer are not the same thing. Okay.
No.
I think this is Peter Griffin who wrote this. Okay. My 16-year-old son started his senior year this week. This last weekend of summer, we agreed to let him go to a friend's house. We've been quarantined all summer along with his friend. This was written in 2020, August of 2020. His parents are our friends. They're serious about sickness. It was supposed to be just them two, the parents being out of town, and they were supposed to be just playing video games. Well, that's not what they had planned. They planned a little get-together with only like 5 people. I found this out after I found the 18-pack in my fridge in the garage this afternoon. Turns out my kids stole it from the gas station and put it there until the get-together started a few hours later. I went to the gas station and confirmed he stole it. I paid them and made sure they didn't press charges, which cost me an extra $100. I figured this is the most expensive beer I've ever paid for, so we might as well drink it, right? I parked his ass on the couch right next to me as we shared beer after beer of his stolen 18-pack. We just watched NBA games like we normally do, except this time, I wasn't the only one drinking beers. By beer 3, he was noticeably intoxicated. He threw up at beer 7, but he still seemed coherent. My wife asked me to stop at this point, which I would have, but my son literally yelled from the bathroom, "F him, I'm good."
Oh my
By beer
God!
9, he was throwing up again and crying for mommy. She babied him to sleep with water and snacks, then made him breakfast in bed the next morning. I told him to wake the f up and weed whack the backyard. We're a few days removed from this, and my wife is still really mad at me. She says this is what teenagers do, and my response was way too harsh. Apparently, we should have just grounded him.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, he committed a crime.
Okay.
Whoa,
okay.
there's
Hold
so
on.
much
I
to
want to
unpack
back it
here.
up. I want to back it up even more. So, did the gas station person like extort him for more money?
I was gonna say, was he like, yeah, and also $100?
Yeah, 100. You give me
At
an 18-pack. Yeah, but give me $100.
Even if you grow up to be a heavyweight when you're older, you don't have a tolerance.
I guess the dad did
16.
basically let the guy know, like,
You're
oh,
pretty
my son
fucked
stole
up by
it.
2.
So
If
then the gas
even.
station guy did have probably the means to press charges.
That was smart. That was smart on him.
The dad did save money by probably avoiding all of that. It's still kind of, it is sketchy.
Yeah.
It's
and
extreme.
Also, like, I'm sorry, but it sounded like his dad was like setting his son up for a good time, like a good chill hang sesh with him.
I know, it's like, hey, you did this bad thing. You stole something from a gas station. Now we're gonna drink beer and watch NBA.
Yeah.
Like, what?
Yeah.
I will say I'm not super shocked by this because I feel like I've heard a lot of parents doing this back in the day.
Yeah.
Like, I definitely got pulled over and they made us pour out every beer can, but this was the cops. They didn't make me like sit and drink it. But like honestly, I think growing up, I've known parents to do that. Here's my only issue is that your kid could get alcohol poisoning.
Yeah.
So after he throws up once, it's like you're done.
It's a bit too
and
far.
yes, wake up and weed whack.
Yeah.
It's
That's
a bit
probably
too
what I
far.
would do. I would be like, all right, 4.
I mean, I don't know.
I don't know though because that's so risky, alcohol poisoning.
Yeah.
Well, it's also you're giving alcohol to a minor. You're
Which is
also
a
forcing
felony.
alcohol
Yes.
to a minor. There's a lot of levels.
When you
to
say
this.
minor,
That's
it
like
just
a-
makes it sound way worse.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
because
like
it
a-
is way worse.
I feel like that's like a felony.
It is.
I feel
It
like
is
it's
a-
like
I think it is a
multiple
felony.
felony. Like
It
9
is.
beers
What?
is a lot of alcohol, and we don't even know what kind of alcohol this is because.
beer.
Probably shitty light.
But like
beer.
a different. It's probably
Yeah,
like Bud
like
Light
Bud
or
Light,
something.
yeah.
But 9 Bud Lights. I get the argument of like the
Dude,
European.
how do you
style
even
of,
have the
like,
palate?
Oh well, like
Yeah.
a beer or
At
wine with dinner.
16.
But that is so different than getting your kid drunk.
Well, he stole it. How? Which makes me think that he maybe it's very strict. Like, why did he?
Well, he stole it because they
can't
probably
get-
didn't have anyone who
can't
could
buy
buy
it.
it. Because he's 16.
Dude. I'm going to stop there.
How did you get alcohol when you were a teen? Not that we're trying to teach people how to get alcohol legally, but how did you get alcohol when you were a teen?
I had older sisters. We look a lot alike. But my parents were they were more open about that. But I don't think my parents would ever make me sit and chug alcohol. They'd be
That's pretty
like,
wild.
You know what? They'd probably bring me back to the gas station and go, this is my daughter. She stole this. What does she have to face? That's probably what my mom...
I mean, I feel like 9 beers is a lot. Beer is not typically a very high alcohol content. That's kind of why people can binge on it. But 9 beers at 16, nonetheless, is extreme. I don't want to justify this because I probably wouldn't go about this that way. But I will say I do understand if what had happened was he got the kid, he got him to drink until he puked, and he, like, if he would have stopped then and been like, this is the consequences of alcohol, this is what happens when you binge drink and stuff like that, I'm trying to stop you from even risking becoming an alcoholic early. Like, if you want to make it a lesson, that's fair. I think that's fair. I still think that's a very extreme way to teach the lesson. But I would understand if he did that. It seems more like he got a kind of weirdly sick kick out of it. And I think that's where it's a bit far and uncomfortable. Yeah. I mean, I don't drink that much. I have a glass of wine, and I have my favorite wine coolers and flavored beers and stuff that I drink on occasion. But I am of age, and also I can't really binge because if I drink too much, it conflates with my my ADHD meds. So I have to be cautious. I can't imagine. Like, I mean, I guess, you know, there are people who have history and, like, they start drinking at a very young age. So I'm not going to say it's unheard of for a 16-year-old to drink that much, because maybe there's people who drink more younger, which is sad. But, like, it's just a very, very extreme reaction. I think even letting it get to the point that your kid threw up is pretty intense. But, like, regardless, if it did get to that point, that should have been the stopping point. It seemed more like he just got a real kick out of, like, watching his kid suffer, and that's weird and disconcerting and uncomfortable. Don't do that. And also, that is illegal, and it's illegal for a reason. And one of those reasons is, as Amanda pointed out, alcohol poisoning is a thing. And if your child died of alcohol poisoning, guess who'd get charged with fucking murder? Just saying. Just saying.
Would do.
Yeah.
Realistically.
I just don't understand. Like, the dad drank the beers too. Like,
no, the dad has a problem.
Like,
I mean,
yeah, that's weird. It's like, it's like you're trying to, like, train your kid to become an alcoholic. He's
yeah,
like, no,
that
keep
too.
drinking.
Yeah, some comments here. You're the asshole. If a child is throwing up from the amount of alcohol they drink, it's time to stop.
Yeah, that's
I know you want to act all
sign.
macho before your son, but giving him alcohol poisoning isn't the way to go about it.
Yeah.
Neither is permanent brain damage or a coma. Just take his electronics away next time or something, or make him pay the $100. You know, be a parent or something.
Like, again, I could see it if he tried to make it a lesson. Does that justify it in any capacity? Absolutely fucking not. There is a reason that you have to be 21 to even buy alcohol, and it's because of the amount of risk that you are at if you drink underage. It's bad. There are genuine risks involved if you are not of age to drink and consume alcohol, especially in excess. So, like, Make it a lesson. Teach your kid. Be like, this is what happens if you drink. Don't drink. Don't do drugs. What are you doing? What are you doing being like, yeah, it's fine. Stole from the fucking gas station, but now you're gonna finish the pack with me, and we're gonna watch football and be men. Bitch! Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Your wife is justified. Your wife is right. That's crazy to do that. I don't think she should have babied the kid. I think that's sending mixed messages at that point. But, like, she is justified in, like, what the fuck? Why didn't you just ground him? Like, crazy.
Someone else said, you're the asshole and an abuser for deliberately trying to give your son alcohol poisoning and jeopardizing his life.
Yep.
Had he needed medical help, you'd be charged with child abuse or endangerment at minimum.
Yep.
Someone else said, you're the asshole. He should not have stolen beer, but that doesn't mean you should potentially give him alcohol poisoning or brain damage. Alcohol is rather harmful to those whose brains have yet to fully develop, which is around the age of 25. I'm not going to tell you how to parent, but I really don't think that putting a child's health in danger is the right thing to do.
Yep.
OP responded to that, saying, thanks for your post. Are you aware of any studies that you can provide to show that one-time drunkenness for a 16-year-old could lead to brain damage? 420 downvotes, yo!
This guy is out for blood.
To just be like, all right, we're both gonna drink 9 beers is like, what? Like, that's crazy behavior.
I'm in my late 20s. I wouldn't even drink that many beers now. I'm in my late 20s. I've consumed alcohol on numerous occasions throughout my 20s. To this day, and probably for the rest of my life, I would never consume that much because it doesn't matter what fucking age you are. You're always fucking vulnerable to alcohol poisoning. It's not like it suddenly stops killing you after a certain age. It's just, it's a heightened risk at certain age. And yeah, of all drinks, beer, that's the hill you're dying on. That's the hill you're risking your kid's life for. It's not even a good alcoholic beverage. It's not even like a good ass margarita or something. It's fucking probably like Budweiser or some shit. Dude. Not worth it. Not fucking worth it. What the hell? And to double down in the comments too? Dude. Oh my god, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Well, he said they split it, so beer 7 still seemed coherent. By beer 9, he was throwing up again and crying for mommy. She babied him to sleep, so they both drank 9 beers. So I think the dad also, in my mind, also saw it as an opportunity to be like, I can drink 9 beers as well.
It seems that way.
Yeah. No, it's horrible.
Also, it's clear that he's like passing on maybe something.
Oh yeah, me too.
Because as a parent,
a good ass pina colada.
If I found out my son drank 9 beers,
I'd understand a little bit more. But
for
beer,
being like, hey, we need to sit down and talk.
I'd be like, whoa.
I'm like, you should never drink that amount.
Ever.
Like, you know, because I agree. When someone's a teenager, you can't just be like, you cannot drink alcohol. I can prevent you. I can control you.
Yeah, then they're gonna.
But it's like, hey, if you're
yeah,
gonna.
I mean, okay. Here's the best point I can give. I feel like not necessarily the pinnacle of example, but I think a good example of how you can introduce alcohol as one of the legal indulgences that your kid can have once they're of age is that when they're in the house, if they get curious, you can give them a taste while you're in the house, and you can supervise them and make sure that they don't go overboard. That's normal, as in like the way that the mom from Mean Girls does, where she's like, oh, I don't mind if you drink, but I'd rather it be in the house when I'm home, is whatever she says, something like that. I think that's the responsible way to go about it, is like, if you're curious about alcohol, because your kids are going to be curious about it, if they indulge in like high school parties and shit, it's going to be introduced to them inevitably. And it'd be better for you to do it in an environment where they can be responsible and they can not have any peer pressure or anything that can lead to them going down an addiction route. do it responsibly. Be like, hey, we're drinking something right now and it's a flavor that you really like. Do you want to take a shot or take a little taste of it? And then, your kid can decide on their own without peer pressure. And then if they go to a party and they didn't like it, then they'll be able to say with full confidence, because they have the safe experience doing it responsibly with their parents, that, oh no, I don't really drink, I don't really like it. This is not the way to go about it. This is not the way to teach responsible drinking to your child, because you're drinking just as irresponsibly if you're fucking drinking 9 beers with them. That is so much. You cannot drive at that point. You probably can't. You're probably above the legal limit after like 3 or 4 beers. 9 each person? Crazy.
Until if you're going to go around our backs and do stuff that teenagers do sometimes, be safe. Like,
be
smart about it, because you can die.
Yeah.
You can get super messed up permanently from even one night.
And, I just think he completely missed all the steps of, like, make him pay, make him work and pay.
Make it a lesson.
Apologize to,
It's not a bad punishment if you think about it, of like, if he wakes up hungover, weed whacks, he'll be fine by the next night. He's 16, and then he's just like, then he kind of got away with it.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
It's insane. Stupid.
It's weird.
It is
all right.
weird.
Next story. I don't feel safe around that, Dad.
Nope.
I don't. Nope.
Am I the asshole for adding olive oil to my girlfriend's meals?
This is one of the stories. There's another similar one that's in a later video in the playlist. I'm warning you right now. This story and the one that's similar, and you'll know right away by the title when he reads it out. This story makes me so fucking irate. It is awful. This is one of those stories that should have been reposted to Am I the Devil, because the person is so fucked. Like, you have to be a monster to do this shit. So I'm just warning you guys, if you're unfamiliar with this story, get ready to be fucking pissed. Get ready to be fucking pissed.
Oh no.
What?
Oh no, I think I know where this is going.
Really?
Already got the fucking toggle out.
I feel like we've seen these guys before.
Okay.
Oh.
I, a 24-year-old male, have been with my girlfriend, Mari, a 22-year-old woman, for 2 years. Mari is a fitness buff. She's all about healthy eating, exercise, and weightlifting, and I love that about her. The problem started a few months ago. Mari used to have really bad body image problems around when we first started going out. It was harmful, bad for her, and bad for her mind. She's taken incredible strides to fix her body image problems, such as therapy and slowly incorporating more food into her meals. She hasn't had a flare-up of those problems for the last year, and I am very proud of her. However, as of late, I feel that her body image problems have flared up with some changes in her lifestyle. She wakes up at 5 a.m. every day to go on a run, her portions are considerably smaller, and she goes weightlifting 5 days a week with Pilates on the other 2. To me, it seemed that her intense and strict regimen was from her body image problems, because she's shed off the curves she gained when she started her recovery. I really liked her curves, and she's become rather lean now. I voiced my concerns to her, and she told me that she's currently on a cut following her bulk. This is where I might be the asshole. I was still very worried about her, so I started sneaking olive oil into her meals. I do a majority of the cooking, but she preps the ingredients for her meals, weighs and measures for macros in her tracking app. She isn't allergic or anything, but I've been adding enough to add a considerable amount of extra calories. This has been going on for about 3 months, and she's frustrated that she's plateaued in her progress and even...
Okay, I just want to add a bit of perspective to this. As a person who really enjoys watching Doug. I think this specifically puts even more perspective into just how fucked up this is. If you've never watched Doug before, I don't know if he still does it. I haven't really kept up with this content recently. I've been too busy with like streaming and stuff. But he's been on a keto diet for a number of years. And one of the things that he's kind of become known for is that because of his keto diet, he's on very strict calorie intake. Kind of trigger warning, but not too much. I'm not going to go into any kind of eating disorder depth, but he does have to kind of constrict his calorie intake. And so what he does is he got into the habit of drinking olive oil, because he always says like a bottle of olive oil is like 2,000 calories or whatever. It's a significant amount. Okay. I'm bringing this up because Doug is a grown-ass man. He's like 29 or in his 30s. He's very fit. He is very well kept in terms of his body. He's worked very hard on his diet and his exercise regime, and that shows if you've ever watched his content. And he developed this habit because of his diet. Again, as a grown-ass man who's in his late 20s, early 30s, the person that is having this be done to them is a woman in her early 20s. Her body is not even necessarily finished growing yet and developing yet. And he's doing this. Her own partner is putting olive oil, a very, like, in the grand scheme of things, it adds a lot more to your food than you think passively. It adds a lot more, like, weight and fullness to your meal than you think passively, because usually people don't use that much. You know, it's usually just you kind of spritz it on your pan to saute stuff in, for example. Like, this is like if Doug developed this olive oil like drinking habit that he has had as like a bit for a few years because someone coerced him or forced it down his throat. Like, this is abuse. To put something in someone's food that they are not aware of is bad and evil and abusive. And it's infuriating because he's like, well, I liked her better when she was curvier. That's not, it's her body. That's not under your jurisdiction. That's not under your right. You can have an opinion, I guess. At least be polite about it because she's your fucking partner. But to do this is abuse. It's abuse. It's bad. It's so bad.
Gained a bit of weight. That is until she found the empty olive oil bottles in the garbage bin.
Bottles.
Mari does the grocery shopping, and she asked me about the bottles. There were about 5 from this week.
Oh my God.
5
that is
bottles
so
in
much.
A week.
God, their toilet must be insane.
I just love the plural, bottles. And
5 bottles?
5
because
bottles.
She does not recall buying or even seeing olive oil in our cabinets. I usually sneak the bottles off to dispose of them, but hadn't had the chance. So I came clean and told her that when I cook, I add some olive oil and just didn't tell her. She got very upset with me and asked why I would do that. I told her that I voiced my concern about her fitness obsession many times, but she brushed me off. So as her partner, I took measures into my own hands. She's currently staying at her sister's. How I saw it was that
5 fucking bottles in a week. A week. To really emphasize this to you, I'm fucking Italian American. We don't even go through 5 fucking bottles of olive oil in our cooking in a fucking year. 5 bottles of olive oil that he snuck into his partner's food in a week. A fucking week. It's insane.
I was protecting my partner from another downward spiral, but my brother, who is a gym rat, said that I was an ass for doing that to her, regardless of my concerns. Am I the asshole? Edit.
Yes!
The bottles are really small. I wasn't forcing her to suck back a 500 milliliter bottle daily. I do believe as well that 2 of the empty bottles were left over from the last time.
It doesn't matter. Olive oil is one of those things that does come in varying sizes. But even if it's the small little bottles, that adds up. Okay? 2 of those bottles are basically like one. One of the bigger ones. Maybe 2.5. It's crazy. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how she, maybe, you know, maybe she just doesn't think about it, or maybe she was kind of more focused on, oh, it's really sweet that he's cooking for me, stuff like that. Like, you might think, oh, he just like overseasons anything. Your mind is not going to automatically go to, oh, he's fucking, basically, in a way, olive oil is not poisonous, but it feels like he's poisoning her with the way he goes about it, you know? Yeah, that would almost be like a bottle a day. 5 bottles in 7 days. Doesn't matter what size they are, buddy. Like,
still,
dude, if you're
Called
gonna
it.
if you're gonna sneak olive oil in, what else are you gonna sneak into her food?
exactly.
Yeah.
That's controlling as F.
Yeah.
This is the flip side of, I mean, the other one was arguably worse, but we had the guy who was putting sawdust in his.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's the other one.
That's what I was
That-
thinking of.
What?
But
That story's in this playlist too. So we'll get to that one. Don't you worry. It's just as bad as you're thinking. It keeps me up at night. And yeah, exactly. Very good point, Zir. How would you even trust someone ever again after that? It is such an invasion of, like, so many things, but kind of more than, yeah, sawdust. It's crazy. Her autonomy as well. Like, clearly, it kind of seems to imply that she had body image issues, and maybe she had the other things that come with that, like an ED. And you're trying to, I don't know if I have that one, but I do remember that one. That story was also fucked up and crazy. What a piece of shit. It's also just like, if it was that bad for her, she's working, they emphasize she's working on recovery, which implies a few things without directly saying it, right? So the fact that you're sabotaging her progress because you thought she was nicer and more attractive when she was curvier? Are you fucking kidding me? If you actually gave a shit, you'd just be proud of her that she found a new passion. She found something that she really cares about and that she really enjoys. And you'd fucking support her and not sabotage her progress by fucking poisoning her with excessive amounts of fucking olive oil in her food. Oh my God. It's so fucked.
This is not the first time that we've had boyfriends trying to, like, with their
Yeah.
partner's food.
Well, and the major tell is, and he only hit it in there in one sentence, was he was like, I really liked her curves, and now they're
Yeah.
going away. And it's like,
Yes.
it's like, oh, okay, this is a you thing. Like, this is
Yep.
you.
Right.
And you're like, I'm
Absolutely.
gonna take her health into my hands, and also not tell her, and also think about, like, then she's gonna be questioning her diet and probably trying to cut in other places.
Yeah.
And then flare up even more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's
This makes me crazy.
she will probably break up with him, because if she hasn't in this story broken up with him, because how frustrating is that? Because, you know, you can question, like, whether it's healthy or not to be working out that amount, but she is putting in that work, and she's been frustrated for months at, like, not seeing the results that she's been putting in. Her partner was sabotaging
Yeah.
her work and not telling her. It's so insane.
How much olive oil are we talking?
A lot of
It must
olive
be-
oil.
It's gotta be a,
All right.
gotta be a lot.
Let's see if there's answers in the comments here. You're the asshole. Huge. This only hurts her and will likely make an unhealthy relationship she has with food even worse.
Yes.
Yep.
In the comments, he says he only adds 3 to 4 tablespoons-ish per meal. That's a lot.
That is a
And he puts it in her
lot.
protein shake too. Oh.
Ew.
They don't recommend more than 1 to 2-ish tablespoons a day for olive oil, so he's at least tripling the recommended amount. Protein shake and dinner, more if he's doing this to lunches and snacks. And Excess olive oil can cause diarrhea, acne, rashes, and if he's using too much, it can actually possibly trash your kidneys or cause low blood pressure that can lead to fainting.
It's poisoning
And that's in
in a lot
addition
of
to
ways.
sabotaging her mental health and setting her back in her recovery.
Yep.
And now she'll have trust issues with people, or maybe just boyfriends. Handling her food. Jesus fucking Christ. Lastly, someone said, did it ever occur to you that the next step for her could have been cutting calories even more? You might have endangered her to relapse into unhealthy habits.
Yep.
She wanted to be leaner, and you manipulated her diet to make her gain weight. Because why? You like her more curvy? How about supporting her for making healthier choices and being proud of her?
Exactly.
You deliberately sabotaged her. I'm concerned for your relationship, but even more for her mental health. You're the asshole, my dude.
Yeah,
Very much
I just
so.
looked it up. 4 tablespoons of olive oil is almost 500 calories.
Yep.
That he's
It's an absurd amount. No, for like, I meal prep for my whole week, and when I'm like meal prepping for my whole week, I'm using less than 4 tablespoons of olive oil. So that's like a week of olive oil.
Yeah.
He's also putting in a protein shake, so it's not even being cooked.
That's disgusting.
Yeah.
It's not even being cooked. Like, it's not like, there's none of it's burning off. That's just pure olive oil in that. That's disgusting. It's a lot. It's too much of a daily amount.
I hate to compare this to murder, but I'm gonna.
No, you're
because
right, Queen. You're so
many
right.
Partners sneak in little bits of like poison into their partner's food to slowly kill them. I know that sounds insane, but if you can sneak something into someone's food for that many months because you want them to, you want to have power over them to do something you want, I mean, that's like it's a gateway drug. Olive oil.
It's so vulnerable. It's so vulnerable.
Yeah.
Like, hey, I was slipping in
It's
something
such
that
an
you are
invasion
putting
of
in your body.
trust.
Like, that's just
insane.
Yeah.
Scary.
And also, like, it's so weird because, like, this is something that maybe could have been overcome with, like, a single conversation about, like, hey, like, I'm concerned about your health.
Yeah.
You say you're cutting, blah, 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 blah. Like, you can have a conversation about it, and then maybe you could figure something out.
And he did talk to her. I voiced my concerns, and she told me that she's currently on a cut.
Give me 1 sec, Minnie has to go outside. I'll give y'all music. I'm back. I swear my computer has been a little shit today because I'm assuming since the last Windows update, because I told it not to fucking do it because everyone was having problems and I've been having problems ever since. But I am back with food, so I'll stay muted for the most part because I don't like eating noises, so I don't want to have those be on stream. But I am back and I will commentate as I see fit.
Following her bulk, which is a thing people do.
Yeah.
I mean, he doesn't really talk extensively of feeling like, I think she's in danger. I think her body's in danger. He mentions the curves. He mentioned, like, I think my theory, and I mean, we don't know these people, but my theory, same with the other stories we've gotten, is like, no, you wanted to control her body.
He's way less safe.
You are more attracted, you want her body to look a way that is more attractive to you.
He wants control over her.
Yeah, but you don't get to control people's bodies. And also, even if she did have a severe problem, even if it was dangerous and people were like, oh man, this
Get a professional.
But you don't do this.
No.
This isn't gonna help. Like that is a psychological, it's a psychological thing. And if you don't treat the psychological aspect of it, you're not fixing it. Verdict is asshole.
Def.
Not surprised.
Yeah.
Any story of someone manipulating someone's food and not telling them, immediate asshole.
Yep.
Yeah. No matter what
Immediate
it is.
criminal.
That they want.
Fucking criminal.
No matter what.
Or they think the partner wants.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, maybe better than the sawdust guy.
Oh, better than sawdust, but that's a real low bar. Okay. So we think that guy's worse than the dad. I trust that. That guy's like a poisoner from Game of Thrones.
Yes, exactly.
He's Littlefinger.
Yeah.
All right. Next story. Am I the asshole for convincing my best friend to kick out 2 drunk women after his birthday party? Okay. My friend hosted his birthday at his apartment yesterday night. There was a lot of booze and a lot of people. The party started at around 8 and went on till 1 a.m. By about 1:30 in the morning, most people had gotten their way home. There were a few different designated drivers, except for a small group of women. I will admit, I made the jungle juice a little stronger than I intended. But I was not trying to get anyone drunk. You made jungle juice.
No, you're looking to get everybody wasted.
If you make jungle juice, people are expected to get drunk.
Oh my God.
In fact, I hate being around drunk women. They just make me very uncomfortable, and I like to have a few other non-drunk female witnesses around whenever I'm near a drunk woman.
Oh, I already don't feel safe around this person.
Same.
Well, if I was a woman, I wouldn't feel safe.
Same.
I was too drunk to drive, and these 2 drunk girls were not having a good time. They were hurling in the toilet. My friend offered to let the 3 of us crash at his place. They were fine with it, but I was immediately uncomfortable. I pulled my friend aside and asked if we really needed to let them stay. He said, yeah, he got an air mattress just for this reason. I tried to be upfront about it. These 2 girls were very drunk and were not as drunk as me and him. I said it'd make me very uncomfortable to have to spend the night with these women. It took some convincing, but eventually I got him to kick these girls out.
Dude.
They were upset, but it's not really either of our faults that they didn't prepare. They somehow got home, so they were fine. Come morning, one of these girls was blowing up my phone telling me that I was a huge dick to convince him to not let them stay. A bunch of people are saying I need to apologize, but honestly, I feel like it's not something I need to apologize for. I voiced that I was uncomfortable with them being there, and my friend wanted me to feel more comfortable. There's nothing bad about that. If there is, then kick me up.
Okay, first of all, this guy is uncomfortable because he's uncomfortable of what he will do.
Yeah.
That's what I see. He's uncomfortable because he's like, uh-oh, they put me in a rough situation.
Yeah.
Never send 3 very drunk girls who are sick home by themselves. He's 100% the asshole. It's like, I'm sorry if you're uncomfortable. You're going to have to deal. Don't make jungle juice.
It's also just like a weird tell that he's like, I feel uncomfortable around drunk women.
Yes.
Like,
exactly.
why women specifically, my guy?
Because he's afraid of like what will happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's some weird ass behavior. Like if a friend of mine was saying stuff like that, I'd be like, what's going on?
Also jungle juice.
Yeah, don't make jungle juice.
The last time I had jungle juice was literally probably in college.
Oh.
What's in it again?
The point of a jungle juice is that everything is in it.
And most of the everything is hard liquor.
Yes.
Yeah.
Insane.
It's like, yeah, if you made jungle juice, you're expecting everybody to get very f***ed up.
I think if you're making the drinks, especially making jungle juice, like you should feel some amount of responsibility for how drunk people get. You know?
Listen,
like,
drunk girls,
some level of it.
They're a lot. They can be a lot, okay?
Totally.
I have definitely thrown up on the side of someone's car. It was awful while we were driving. But don't let.
Wow.
I was not driving. No, I was in the back seat, screaming, vomiting. And then we parked it, and the next morning we got out, and I was like, we didn't wash it off. Like,
oh.
Sorry.
And in the Northeast in the winter, so it just froze.
Correct.
Really? Oh.
Yeah. But they can be annoying, but you never let them just go.
And he doesn't even mention any sort of means of like how if he's gonna kick him out, how he's trying to help him get home.
No, he just sent them out the door.
All right, some comments here. You're the asshole. It was between your comfort and their safety. I think their safety is more important. What about them makes you uncomfortable? It'd be weird if they were complete strangers, but then again, they're drunk enough to be puking already. They're not gonna be wanting to do anything but sleep. Someone said, mate, frickin' grow a pair. You put 2 drunk females out on their ears over your comfort? Pussy. Have you ever read the news? Every flamin' day there's a story about women being attacked by men. How would you have felt if you found...
Just... Welcome back, Zero. I mean, for fuck's sake, first of all, even the fucking gall to... It's not your party. It's not your house. The gall to be like, I'm uncomfortable by these people that are at your house, bestie. Can you make them leave? When you're the one who bought the alcohol that they're drunk off of? Like, obviously, it's not the same case of the first story with the gross-ass dad, but, like, there's still some accountability to be had there that you... The reason they're as wasted as they are is because you fucking brought a very excessively alcoholic drink. And then you're uncomfortable because they got drunk off of it. Not even getting into the implications. Like, I don't like drunk women specifically. Bitch. I can't handle people who don't take accountability and responsibility and are self-aware. I can't handle it. It makes me so fucking angry. Oh my god. The audacity.
Found out these ladies had been attacked. Major asshole.
Is this guy from Australia?
Yeah, I'm like
ears.
I want to hear that from like a Australian accent.
Mate, frickin' grow a pair. You put 2 drunk females out on their ears over your comfort? Have you ever read the news? Every flaming day there's a story about women being attacked by men. How would you have felt if you found out these ladies had been attacked? Major asshole.
Wow! See? So much better.
So much better.
I would watch your show. Whatever show that is. I don't know.
That was
The Boys?
That's as close as I get to Billy Butcher. All right, this next one's a doozy, so buckle up.
Okay.
My mother tried to trick me, a 26-year-old woman, into joining my sister, 31, for dinner after she tested me around her husband, who's 31.
Oh god. Oh god. This one. Oh god. Oh. Angry toggle ready. He's right. This one is a doozy.
Wait.
This is actually crazy, and there's going to be lots of details, so please bear with me. My sister recently got married. It's been about 3 to 4 months. I didn't really see much of them after the wedding, honeymoon, and then back to work. But once a month, our family all gets together and my parents host a huge feast. Since this took place a week ago, it was for the month of August. During this dinner, my brother-in-law was being extremely weird towards me. He was complimenting my body, ignoring my sister, and just straight up acting so strange. It was completely unexpected for several reasons. One being his wife was sitting right next to me, and 2, he has only been married a few months. Also, he's just never spoken to / about me like that before. I felt really uncomfortable, and I'm sure it translated to the rest of the room because what the f***. Except it was weird because nobody was pointing anything out. I was extremely confused and just wanted to leave. I left early, but when I got home, I just felt so icky. I don't even know how to describe it. I decided to message my sister and let her know his behavior made me uncomfortable. I told her that it was also concerning that he felt comfortable enough to say those things in front of my parents and brother. I explained that if she didn't feel comfortable being in the middle, I wouldn't mind explaining this to him myself. His behavior was so unnerving that I FaceTimed my boyfriend, who was away for work in the U.S. I told him it was weird and how suddenly my brother-in-law's behavior towards me went from that of siblings to this horribly uncomfortable situation. He was pissed, rightfully so. My sister didn't respond to my text until the next day. She asked to meet up, so I did. I was expecting her to be upset and to have him apologize for what he said. Instead, she admits it was all a test, and I passed. I was confused to say the least. What did she mean by a test? Passed? Like, what's going on? Turns out, she had her husband do those things on purpose because she wanted to see how I would react if he had said those things to me and meant them. My reaction and choice to message her afterwards told her I could be trusted around him. I was offended, to say the least. Why would she think I couldn't be trusted? Well, let me tell you, in my opinion, the not very valid reason for this lack of trust. My sister has been married before. She was 27 and the divorce was about 10 months into marriage. Her ex was a psycho, to say the least. He had known me longer than he did my sister. I was actually the one who had introduced them. They got along well and eventually started dating. It looked like the healthiest and most romantic relationship to grace planet Earth. Except when they got married, during their marriage, I was staying with them because it was closer to commute to work. They had extra bedrooms and I would pay rent and cook and clean myself. My underwear, bras, and panties would often go missing. It started off small.
Yep.
I just assumed it got mixed up in my sister's laundry and would turn up eventually. But it was happening more frequently to the point I was buying underwear almost weekly. I kept pressuring my sister to admit she was stealing my underwear, and she was adamant it wasn't her. I decided just to ignore it and go about my day. Something I hadn't even considered an option was the real reason. My former brother-in-law was stealing my underwear. I don't know, nor did I want to know, what he was doing with it when I found out. But I was so disgusted and confused. Someone I thought was my friend was actually just a perv. He admitted he had never really loved my sister and was just using her to get to me. I was just so creeped out, and I pressed charges against him for his sickening behavior. I was able to get a restraining order, and my sister divorced him almost instantly after finding out. This was 4 years ago. She used something traumatic that happened to me and flipped it to make it seem like I'm the one who was untrustworthy. She claimed I must have strung him along for him to think like that, and this test with my new brother-in-law was just to prove I wasn't doing it again. Safe to say I was extremely hurt and angry by her response, so I told her never to speak or contact me again if that's what she really thought of me.
Yeah.
My family found out and for the most part agreed her behavior is crazy. But my mother stood by her actions and said my sister was just trying to protect herself from being hurt again. I told her if she had just been—
From being hurt again. Which, like, okay, yes, you were the wife in this situation. It's very fucking weird and fucked up that your husband was doing weird fucking shit like that behind your back with your sister. But at the same time, girl, it happened to both of you. You were both affected in different ways, and it was neither of your faults. Why are you taking it out on your sister like she was not one of the victims in this situation? Oh my god, yeah, there's actually a few. I don't know, again, I don't know if it's in the playlist. It might not be. There's another one where this girl was like super duper manipulative and trying to test her friend and the friendship with the wedding dress, like letting her wear white at her wedding, and then it was really weird. I think this entire concept of like a relationship test, I don't fucking care what kind of relationship it is, fucks with me and unsettles me and unnerves me to my core, because, like, even being able to do this to someone is unnerving in and of itself, but, like, also just on account of, at that point, You were trying to pass off. Oh my God, the haircut one. Yeah. That one was fucked. That one keeps me up at night too, and I know that's not in the playlist. This whole concept is, again, talking about like having self-awareness, having, you know, the ability to take accountability for your own actions. This whole relationship test thing is really much giving off the energy of like, I'm trying to pass off the responsibility of my lack of trust and my trust issues onto other people by trying to make it their problem in ways that are so obscenely manipulative. If you're going to justify doing that on account of you have trust issues, my guy, the call is coming from inside the fucking house. You are causing people to have trust issues at that point because you are manipulating people. You are fucking manipulating people and fueling their own insecurities, their own trust issues. Because, like, how would anyone be able to trust you moving forward? I've thankfully never had someone do this kind of shit to me. I've had my relationships tested in ways that they shouldn't be tested by the other party, but I've never had someone explicitly come up to me and say, oh, I'm testing like the status of a relationship or how much I can trust you around my partner and shit like that. I agree with OP. That is like completely a deal breaker for me. Never ever fucking dare to have the audacity to contact me again, because what the fuck is wrong with you? Why would I want that energy in my life? I have better things to do. Like, frankly, just simply, I have better shit to do than worry about looking over my shoulder because someone's testing if I can be trusted or not. How about you look in the fucking mirror and ask yourself if you can fucking be trusted yourself? Because the answer is a big ass no. Big ass no. How do you even feel okay doing this to someone, much less your sibling who was the victim of that traumatic thing? Like, yes, you're the wife. You were also traumatized by the situation, and I can empathize with that aspect. But at the same time, you're taking it out on the wrong fucking person. And, like, also, that's not even bringing up the fact that the person that is the one who caused the issue is so far removed from your life now. You're divorced. Your sister has a restraining order against him. You don't have to ever worry about him again. And yet you're keeping the grudge against your sister and not the dipshit who did that to you guys? Ass fucking backwards, dude.
Honest with me from the start, I wouldn't have been as bothered. There's a right way to approach things and a wrong way. This isn't just wrong, it's also crazy. Why is she so adamant it's my life goal to hurt her? I didn't know that her ex was going to turn out like that. So why am I being punished?
Exactly.
She claimed I should have had some indication he liked me, but he really made it seem like he was head over heels for my sister. How am I supposed to know what's going on in someone else's mind? Anyway, the next monthly family dinner was set for early this month, yesterday, and it was the most compatible date for everyone.
Also, fuck the mom too for being like, oh, well, I understand her actions were a little bit crazy, but you're actually the asshole for cutting contact with her. As a person who has to deal with that from my own abusers, fuck off. You're an adult. You have a right to say who you do and don't want in your life, and sometimes there are boundaries that are crossed that cannot be uncrossed and cannot be looked past, and this is fucking one of them, and she has every fucking right to say, I want nothing to do with her. I don't care if she's my sister or not. I hate that it's normal for people to be like, oh, well, you know, it's shitty to do that because it's... No, I don't fucking care who it is. If you cross enough of my boundaries that it gets to a point where I even feel the need to cut off contact with you that strictly, I have a right to do that. And you're the one who needs to look into the mirror and consider why someone has such a severe reaction to what you did, because it was probably warranted and very shitty.
Everyone's schedules. I told my parents to expect me not to show up if my sister and brother-in-law were going. It wasn't even because I refused to ever speak to her again. I had just said that because the situation was so fresh. I told my mother I would apologize when I had cooled down a little. It was just difficult to face them when they made me feel like a horrible person for a situation that was out of my control. My mother assured me my sister wouldn't attend, so I agreed to come. We know where this is going. When I arrived, we were both there. It felt like an ambush, and it sort of was. My sister demanded I apologize for my reaction because it was my own fault it happened in the first place. What? I can't lie. I snapped. I told her she should remove my number and the title of being my sister if she really felt that way. I just need advice because therapy isn't scheduled for another 2 weeks, and I feel like I just dreamt a soap opera storyline. I feel kind of bad because I do understand my sister had her trust broken completely by her ex, but I feel like that distrust shouldn't be aimed at me.
It shouldn't.
Rather than the person who actually caused it.
Yes.
I was the one who introduced her to the a-hole in the first place, and I feel guilty for that already. But I'm failing to see how her schemes to manipulate me into thinking she's being wronged by a husband once again is justified. I want to apologize to her for one reason: ever introducing that man to her. I really need her to see that I wasn't trying anything when her ex was stealing my underwear. I was just as in the dark as her. How do I go about doing the above? Because
like, okay, if you want to entertain the weird-ass gymnastics mentality that the sister has going in this situation, if your sister was actually having an affair with your husband, what a weirdly roundabout way to go about it, and to assumedly even fake her reaction to finding out that he was doing this. Like, please be serious and think for a second here. If that was her motivation, why would she hide it after something like that was exposed? Like, just fuckery. Absolute fuckery.
I want to put this behind me and move on. I was just finally healing from her former marriage. And now this one is about also putting me in a very uncomfortable position with my sister, my brother-in-law, and my own mother. Any advice on how to tackle apologizing, getting my sister's trust back, and showing her I truly want the best for her? P.S. Apologies for spelling/grammar mistakes. It's 2 a.m. and I usually sleep around 10.
My advice is drop your entire fucking family. I don't have any tolerance, okay? Someday in the far future, when I'm far removed from the amount of bullshit that people have put me through, maybe I'll open up on stream about the amount of absolute fuckery that I've been through myself. But at this point in my life, I probably seem like a hard ass to some people, which is not intentional. I genuinely try to be very kind and as soft and gentle and polite as I can with people. But I'm also at a point in my life where, because I have that habit, I have been put through so much shit and people so defiantly going over my boundaries and going out of their way to make me feel uncomfortable or unsafe or to breach my trust, that I don't have the capacity for it anymore. Like, at this point, if I have even slight bad vibes, it's done. I'm blacking and I'm never looking back. Which, again, like, maybe to some people that seems harsh, but, like, it's not personal. I'm not, like, holding a grudge against you for the rest of my life. I just can't handle, like, being lenient anymore because it's gotten me in so many shitty situations. So, like, my automatic reaction to shit like this is like, no, you were right. She should remove your number. Get the fuck away from your entire family. Get away from them. Block contacts. No contact. They don't deserve it. Because that's just, no. That would be a hard line for me. I already want to go no contact with my own family for numerous reasons. So, like, maybe some people are like, that's a bit harsh. I feel like the whole situation that she's in is harsh on its own, and that's a warranted reaction. But maybe that's just me. I don't know.
p.m. It's possible that parts of this won't make sense, so I'm more than happy to try and make things easier to understand in the comments. I'm just so tired that my brain is working at 10% right now.
This one is a doozy, but I feel very like connected to this one because I can understand everyone's role in this. The mom will always try to get the sisters or brothers to hug when they're still mad. That's like always the mom's role.
Unfortunately.
And the older, I will say though, it's harder to admit that someone was just not that into you, right? Like it's really hard to admit that. So you're always gonna try to blame the other girl in the situation, which is terrible. We need to stop doing that. I personally think that she needs time to heal. My only advice for her to be is I would do exactly what she did. I'd be like, do not contact me right now. I need space and time to heal.
She mentioned it's been 4 fucking years, and she's still holding it against her sister and not the man who did it.
Try to be the peacemaker, but it only, like, that's...
But she lied.
It's really, I would say that everything she said I agree with. Like, the only thing that she's really incredibly sorry for is the introducing her to the asshole, which she didn't know. But right now, she's being cornered. She's not ready. She has not processed. She has not healed. She's being cornered. And the other sister clearly has some issues that she needs to work through.
Here's the thing, okay? I'm coming at this kind of shit from the perspective of a person who's in my late 20s, okay? I've been through so much fucking shit in my life. My friends know in depth the history that I have with people crossing lines with me. What I've come to learn from like becoming that kind of person at this point in my life is like the people who have gotten to that point in their lives have been through enough shit that like it might seem harsh to you. But if it does seem harsh to you, it's because thankfully you haven't been put into a position where that is the logical step or the logical conclusion to come to with certain types of behavior and certain types of overstepping of your trust. Like that's fair. That's fair to be in a position where you think that's just a bit extreme, but at the same time, like it's just the fact of the matter. Like you simply can't understand because you've never been in that position before, and that's a good thing. That's a good thing. I'm not saying that's at all a bad thing because that is good. It means that you haven't experienced enough bullshit to understand where people who are at that point are coming from. And I'm genuinely, I mean this with 0 ounce of sarcasm, I'm so happy for you. That's so great. I genuinely and sincerely with all my heart hope that you never understand, because I never would ever wish the stories that I have onto even the people who have hurt me the most. I never wish that kind of history on them. But at the same time, it is really frustrating when you are in that position and people just kind of by default are like, oh, well, you're just a shitty, like, you're just a shitty hard ass and you don't give people enough chances and stuff like that. And it's like, you don't understand that the whole reason that I'm in the position that I'm in today, that I'm as much of a quote unquote hard ass as I am today, is because I did let people get away with a lot of stuff. I've given people a bunch of second chances, and by the end of those relationships, I left with more trauma than I had going into it, which is a big understatement and a huge taking and a huge pillar to be able to reach. I also came off with worse mental health and way more trust issues. Like, you know, it's you get to a certain point in your adulthood, I've come to learn, where you've learned enough, you've been through enough, you've made enough mistakes that eventually you just have to become a bit of an asshole. And people who are gonna refer to you as an asshole before they'll at least try to understand where you're coming from, they just simply haven't been through the same kind of shit you do. And again, that's not a bad thing. Like, if you see me that way, then that means that you don't understand, and that's great. Good for you. Genuinely, completely and sincerely, good for you. I hope you never understand. But I guess my point is, like, try to remember even if you can't understand and you can't fully empathize with people who are in that position, and you just by default, like, obviously at that point your focus is that they hurt your feelings, and that's fair and that's valid. It's valid to have your feelings be hurt. It's valid to feel like people are being really harsh and cruel to you because you don't understand, and that's valid, and you have a right to those feelings. But when you are in a position where you can separate yourself from the feelings because the situation isn't as fresh, just try to focus on the fact that people really only get to that point because they went through so much shit that they didn't have a choice but to just kind of become really strict and stingy about the type of people that they provide their time for and provide their social battery for. It's not personal. It could just simply be that you two don't vibe, you don't have good chemistry. Like, it's never personal, at least for me. Like, I'm not going to sit there and see about you forever. I'll remember probably if you did something particularly egregious to me, and if I need to, you know, like with my mods and stuff, my mods know what my boundaries are very in depth because they've been with me through a lot of harsh shit. But it's like, I'm still not going to shit talk you in public or anything like that. I'm not going to gossip about you. I'm just going to simply say, hey, I didn't vibe with this person, or this person made me uncomfortable, and I don't want them around me, and that's it. That's it. It's not that deep. It's not personal. It's not like, oh, you're a terrible piece of shit. It's just, it could be as simple as we didn't vibe. We just didn't vibe. We're not compatible or whatever. So yeah, I mean, I think her initial reaction is the most valid one. But again, for some people that's a bit too much, and that's fine. But again, there's some situations where it's like, just, it's too much. It's too much, and people should have a right to say, hey, I'm not okay with this behavior. I'm not okay with the energy that you're exuding around me. And I don't want that in my life. I don't need that in my life, and move the fuck on, you know, without being guilted or treated like a bad person. It's about boundaries and building a life that makes you feel as safe and comfortable as possible. And once you're an adult, you can, as much as you can help it, obviously depending on certain circumstances, it's as much as you can provide yourself with that. And you know, it's just part of growing up and being an adult. Don't take it personal. I see people all the time on like Twitter and stuff being like, this person blocked me and I don't know why, I've never talked to them before. And it's like, we're all blocked by somebody that we've never contacted before. It could just simply be that they saw one of our posts and they were like, that's not funny to me, and they blocked us for that. Like, I'm sure there's some people who have me blocked on Twitter because they don't think the clips that I post with my going live announcements are funny. And that's fine. We just don't vibe. Just try not to take it personally, because that can also be really detrimental. Like, speaking from experience, I used to get really, really hurt when I was like a teenager and in my early 20s when people would just block me or drop contact with me for no reason. Seemingly no reason. And it's like, eventually you just learn, like, maybe they just didn't vibe with me, and they're probably not a confrontational person. And if we weren't like particularly close anyway, if we were just passing mutuals on Twitter, or they just passively followed me and then one day decided they don't want to follow me anymore, it's not personal. They just moved on. We're not compatible anymore, or I don't have an appeal to them anymore in content, whatever. Like, it's fine. Not everyone is gonna like you, and that's a difficult truth to handle, but it happens, you know? Yeah, anyway, rant over. I just wanted to make that point because I feel like one of the reasons that I wanted to watch Reddit stories with you guys is because, like, you know, I have a lot of insight on this kind of stuff at my age. And I feel like it's nice to be able to have these discussions, because we don't typically have these kind of in-depth discussions, because I'm usually focused on playing a game. So, you know. Yeah, it's like college and high school level drama. And, you know, to be fair, when you're... Welcome in, I do too. To be fair, when you're like in your late 20s and, in your early 20s and in your late teens, I mean, that kind of behavior is still fresh enough to you that it's kind of hard to turn it off. So I get it, but at the same time, I'm just like, man, you just gotta age a couple of years, go through a couple more life lessons, and you'll understand. You just don't understand yet, and that's okay. I'm not gonna hold it against you. I just hope that you don't hold the actions that you don't understand against me, you know? I'm just so about, like, compassion and shit. I try to be as compassionate as possible, but at the same time, there's always a limit. Prioritize yourself. Take care of yourself first. And you are not selfish if you put yourself first above other people. Because you have to. It's the only way to endure and to keep going. To prioritize yourself. It's okay to be selfish sometimes if you're taking care of yourself, especially if you're going through a bad time. And you're realizing that there are certain people in your life who are contributing to that bad time, or that when you're finally doing well, suddenly you're having a bad time out of nowhere and you realize it's being caused by certain people. You are not an asshole for separating yourself from those people. And you deserve support and love and to be surrounded by people who will support you and lift you up instead of put you down. Yeah, Smosh Mouth is really good too. Smosh is great. I love Smosh. We might watch Smosh games at some point too. I really like Smosh games, but we're doing Reddit stories because it's good for discussions and stuff. So welcome. I'm glad you're an enjoyer as well.
I mean, she dated a guy who's stealing her sister's underwear under her roof,
and it's clearly blamed her sister for it.
And that's crazy. It's like, how do you make sense of such an insane situation?
Wow.
And unfortunately, the way that she did was like, oh well, my sister must have been at fault for that.
It's so sad to blame the person.
Like, tale as old as time.
Tale as old as time, blaming the woman who's like, what did you do to make him do that?
Yeah,
And
maybe you shouldn't be so sexy around my husband.
Yeah, exactly. I think, oh God, it's so complicated.
I do agree. You could debate on, no contact for the rest of your life is extreme.
No.
But I agree of, like, at least
Boundary.
for a while, like,
no contact.
you gotta give yourself some
Yes,
space and get away.
we should.
Her
We
sister and her
should.
mom are gonna
I
make this
love
impossible
that
for her
video
to,
so
like, get
much.
over for a while.
Maybe
sister
we'll
hasn't
just have
taken
it be
any
a tradition that we watch
responsibility
Smosh
for what
videos on the
she
channel occasionally,
has
because I
done
might
in
continue
which
tomorrow.
is just put all the blame on her poor sister, who now is probably just like living every day.
Also, the husband, this new husband, agreeing to go along with that?
Yes.
What the f? If I married someone and they're like, hey,
Thank
I
you
want
for
you to hit on
stopping
my
by, Ruby. I
sister
hope you
tonight, I'd
sleep
be
well.
like,
Love you.
I'd be like,
sorry, what? Like,
yeah, if I was in this situation, I'd be like, your dress is nice.
Yeah.
You look.
And I'm not.
the way you eat those mashed potatoes
I'm
is
staring
good.
very respectfully.
I would not, like, my poker face is bad.
Also, if that just means that she has unhealthy relationships, in my opinion.
Oh my God.
If I ever,
Oh my God, me
like,
too.
The guy should be like,
What an
I am
icon.
not doing that. Whatever this is, you need to work.
Damn,
through
the
this.
husband sounds like a ride or die, though. If you go along with that shit.
Nice potatoes.
All right, some comments here. You have nothing to apologize for. Your sister, her husband, and your mother are fucking nuts. What other stunts are they going to come up with to try and trap you into supposedly confirming their delusions? Someone else said, what were your father and other family members doing during this charade? Why didn't anyone speak up or have your back?
Yeah.
Totally creepy. You deserve to be treated better by everyone who was there.
Really good point.
She said, my dad wasn't pleased with what my brother-in-law had said during the August dinner. Then when he found out the plan, he forbade him from entering the family
They're
home.
also not focusing on the fact, they haven't brought it up, the sister has a boyfriend. The sister that is being the target of this behavior is in a relationship. Like, already, even if she wasn't, it's crazy to do this. But the fact that she is, so you're implying that she would not only try to coerce your husband into being unfaithful, but that she would also be unfaithful in her own relationship, is very shitty. And really says a lot about what they think about her and her character. Like, that's character assassination if I've ever seen it.
again.
Yes.
My mother lied and said that he wasn't invited, but they showed up anyway.
Oh my God!
Apparently he was livid and threatened to call the police if they didn't leave. I left after I said what I said, so I don't know what happened. But my brother called me and told me everything that went down from when I left the August dinner and this month's dinner. My brother and dad are amazing, and I'm going to update the post at some point to make sure everyone knows. This subreddit only allows you to make one update, so I wanted to make it worth your while. They've been supportive, and I have tried to talk some sense into my mother. Their words, not mine. I've not spoken to my mother in a few days, which is so odd for me because I always call her at least once a day. And of course, haven't spoken to my sister or her husband.
Yeah.
I think that's great. I think that's great that she can maintain contact with her father and her brother.
That makes sense to me that the father, for some reason, that makes sense that the father and brother are like, what? This is insane behavior.
Yeah, and I wish the sister would see that and be like, there are other men who are like, that's on him. Like, that's, if a dude's doing that, that's on their...
And also,
Even
if the
if
dude
it's not a
can just
dude.
easily hit on the sister where it's believable, he would probably do the same fucking thing again.
Oh,
that's a red flag.
Yeah.
What?
I mean, that's the thing that I can't get over with this whole story, where it's like everything in this story, all this turmoil was caused by one f***ing perv.
Yeah.
And he's just like living his life, probably completely oblivious to
Buckets of underwear in his
this
car.
stuff. Yeah, he's just got a trunk full of underwear.
Exactly.
But, like,
he gets away scot-free.
he's fine. He's fine. He's just living his life.
Yep.
But like he has caused just years and years worth of just shit.
He's broken a family completely by being a perv. It's like, no, guys, stop focusing on the conspiracy theories. It's one perv that broke this family. Let's heal it all together.
Yeah.
But it's so hard to see that.
Yeah.
Well, we have an update.
Update!
And it's a...
She got her underwear back?
He said
this
the
update's
thing.
a doozy.
She doesn't want her underwear.
Oh God, it's a doozy.
This is not a short update, so...
Oh Jesus.
Let's go.
A lot has happened the last couple of days. I have tried to read all the comments and taken everyone's advice. This has been the outcome. I lost a sister and a mother in 2 days. It's heartbreaking more than anything. I had a meet up with everyone. My boyfriend came with me, so I had support during the conversation. Honestly, it was hard to look at any of them for the way they treated me. I'm so thankful to everyone opening my eyes to the crazy behavior exhibited in the first part of this story. In front of everyone, my mother admitted to knowing about the plans from the start. Sister confided in her, and she agreed it was a good idea. She supported her son-in-law by openly harassing her daughter. I'm in complete shock, and it just hurts so much knowing she would condone this considering she knew how much I was affected by the first husband.
Oh my God.
She knew I was having a difficult time in therapy. It took me a long time to trust people again after that. And I feel like once again, my trust has been broken. I don't know how I'm ever going to trust anyone again. I'm really thankful my boyfriend was there to comfort me because it was so hard keeping my composure around them. My sister was not budging at all.
Oh
she
my
kept
God.
maintaining she was in the right.
Oh
she said
my
the only reason
God.
I wouldn't apologize is because deep down, I knew what her ex was like.
What?
She said I just liked getting attention from him knowing he was married to my sister. She also claimed I overreacted and if it's acting, then it's not harassment. I told her she shouldn't expect any calls/texts or just not to be contacted by me until I received the apology I deserve from both her and my brother-in-law. Speaking of, he was pretty silent throughout the whole thing. Probably because my father threatened his life if he spoke bad about me.
Good dad.
He did say that the only reason he did it was to placate my sister because she kept accusing him of ogling me, but still no apology from him. You were right, it was already like weird. My mother, this one broke my heart the most. She told me I was exaggerating and that I should be happy to have passed my sister's test. She actually said the words,
I can't. I have to breathe. I forgot how fucked this one got. Oh my God. Oh my God. Bruh. I only remember the first part of the story. I did not remember the update. Oh my God. Oh my God. The dad is the sanest person in this whole family. That poor man. That poor man. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Holy shit. Oh my god. Wow. Holy shit. The fact that the mom and the sister both doubled down that hard? I guess the word of the day is audacity, because man, do the people in these stories have some next level audacity not even the program can compare. Holy shit. Oh my god, yeah, for sure. For sure. And that's unfortunate. I mean, like, I get it, okay? Listen. I may not be a mother of a human child, but I am a mother, okay? And I will defend my daughter to the ends of the earth. Even though she's a little shit and she does things that make my soul die a little sometimes, okay? She does. She does things that I'm trying very hard to train her to stop doing because they're bad. I get it, okay? Your child is your baby and your entire world and your everything and your whole universe, and you will go to the ends of the earth for them. But when it comes to another one of your own children and fueling them being pit against each other, you have to take a step back. You have to, because it is so fucked up to pit your own children against each other and to play a favoritism game, especially over something like this, where one of your children was fucking violated. And your other kid was also, in a lot of ways, her trust was violated. Her boundaries were crossed, and she was also a victim on that situation. As a mother of both people, you have to get a grip and be like, hey guys, I really hate that you guys both went through that, but please don't take it out on each other. And you know what? Sometimes they're going to take it out on each other anyway, and you can't do anything about it. But at least try to be the level-headed middle party instead of fueling it like it's some kind of sibling rivalry when your children were fucking violated by a creep that one of them was married to. It just makes me think about the fact if I was the dad in that situation, it would completely destroy my relationship with my wife knowing she could do that to her child. That's a good point too. Even if I was this mother's friend, I don't think I could ever look past this. I think that really speaks volumes about the kind of person that you are. That you are not even just that you did this, period. If you're just kind of not at all justifying it, but if we're trying to look at it as neutrally as we possibly can, if you did the initial shit impulsively and it was not premeditated, I'd be able to understand if once it was pointed out to you, you took a step back and you were like, you know what, you're right, it was fucked up and none of this should have happened. The fact that it was premeditated and they both doubled down, irredeemable to me. Absolutely fucking irredeemable. I never talk to either of these people again, and I would hope that everyone else in their life gets away from them, because if you're capable of doing this to your own daughter, what else are you capable of doing to other people that you don't have that strong of a bond with, you know? Like, that's why these kinds of stories keep me up at night, because it's just like, I can't fathom doing this kind of shit. I really can't. Like, I try my very best. I fuck up sometimes. I make mistakes. I don't like being put on a pedestal or being treated as like pure and innocent, because I'm not. I'm a human being. I fuck up. I've done shitty things. But at the same time, I really try my best to atone for the things that I've done to people and to be as good of a person as I can be moving forward and be better than I was previously. I can't fathom doing this kind of shit to people at all. And doubling down. The way that these people always double down. It's one thing to fuck up and own up, but they always, if they don't double down, they do the thing where they try to justify it or excuse it, or they'll play dumb and say, oh, well, I didn't know that this was going on. And it's a situation that, like, there's literally no fucking way that you didn't know this was going on. You're absolutely bullshitting people, and it's kind of insulting that you think we're that stupid. Like, yeah, these people breathe the same air as us. These kind of stories, they keep me up at night because I'm just like, how can you do that to someone? How can you do that to someone? How can you do that to someone, make them feel that awful, and then double down? What the fuck is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? I just want to shake them. I just want to grab them by the shoulders and be like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Will you get a grip? You're such a fucking asshole. Apologize. Apologize right now. Stop being a shithead. Stop it. Go fucking apologize to your child. What the fuck kind of mother are you? Oh my God. How can you be comfortable as the husband in this situation too? I wouldn't talk to my partner for days. I wouldn't talk to my wife. I would not. I'd be like, either you fucking apologize to our child, or I'm packing my shit and I'm going to stay with my friends. I'm not doing this shit. Get a grip. You're a grown-ass woman with 2 children. Fucking act like it and be a mother. This is ridiculous. Oh my God.
We can all move on now. I was in complete awe, to be honest. How could she think that things would just go back to normal after
We can move on now.
I asked why she was supporting such delusional behavior. She said it was because she loved my sister and wanted her to be happy. I asked her if she loved me as much as my sister. She said yes. It seemed hesitant.
Oh my God. Bruh. Oh my God. I love your sister and I want her to be happy. Okay, do you love me? Yes, of course I do, my darling daughter. Ha ha ha. What the fuck? This poor woman. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. They're sharing the same bathroom and poisonable kitchen. I mean, you know, sometimes I will say, as a silver lining in this situation, there's a lot of times that these stories are a situation where the outcast, the black sheep of the family, in whatever manner is the focus of the post, the entire family will be against them. At least in this situation, she has her dad and her brother. At least she has some level of a support circle, which I am so glad for, because I can't imagine going through this level of shit from your own mother and sibling, and then also having the rest of your immediate family double down with them and support them. Like, at least, thank God, thank Moon, thank Wonderland that she has a rational and sane father and brother. Thank God. Oh my God. I'm out of breath. I'm so angry.
But I don't want to read too much into that. I told her I wanted an apology for her schemes. She refused, so I gave her the same conditions I gave my sister and brother-in-law. Until I get an apology, I simply am not speaking to all 3 of them. As a result, I also probably have to go low contact with my brother and dad because they both live with my mother. I mean, I'll hang out with them outside and without the presence of my mother, but whether she'll let them is the question. I know some of you have suggested spending time with my boyfriend's family on holidays and occasions. I think it was just one person, but oh well. I haven't met my boyfriend's family before because they live in the U.S., but after this situation, I've taken 2 weeks paid holiday for the end of this month, and he's taking me to meet them for the first time. I hope it goes well because they might be the only family I have now.
Oh
my therapy
my
session
God,
has been
that's
moved
so
to tomorrow because I
sad.
requested an emergency appointment. Wish me luck. Anyway, my biggest thanks goes to all you Redditors for helping me see the situation for what it was. For your advice and compassion, I'm really grateful.
Yeah.
I don't think I would have been able to get through this on my own. It's likely I would have caved and apologized just for the pattern to repeat itself.
Yeah.
Truly, thank you so much. Wishing you all the best, and I hope you know that your advice might just have saved me from my need to always please others. I'll look back on this moment anytime I feel like putting someone else's feelings above my own comfort. Hope your hearts are filled with love and happiness.
Oh.
Wow.
Damn,
What a sweet
that
woman.
sucks.
Holy
But
shit.
that was
She
a
doesn't
special
deserve
butt.
it at all.
What doesn't suck is it sounds like the sister really needs to get a lot of emergency therapy sessions because she clearly did the same thing to the other brother. She has a huge amount of insecurity and jealousy around her sister. So she implanted that in the new brother-in-law.
Yeah.
I do wonder with how much the mother supported their behavior. I wonder how much more involved the mother is and how much they've gotten into each other's heads, which is like sad to say and kind of depressing to like think of people that way, but I do wonder because like it's kind of like with how OP explained how the situation ended. The sister got divorced from the creep and she herself got a restraining order against him. Like, you know, it seemed to have resolved in a way that like everyone who was affected won. So I wonder how 4 fucking years later, when she's moving on and is in a new relationship that assumedly with like, as annoying as this is to have to say, and she's doing this, I feel like in her twisted mind, the relationship is pretty serious. I wonder if it was the mother lady in the first place, you know, like not to conspiracy theory, but I kind of wonder if maybe it was the mother who like put those thoughts and those thinkings in her head in the first place, you know?
Sounded like he was a little, but also
He was also weird. But also, like, she went from like a really traumatic, like the sister went from a horrible relationship and was married pretty quick, like into a new guy. If she's having those trust issues, it's like you shouldn't be doing this. Like you're doing that type of test. Why don't you go to therapy? Why don't you go to couples
Why don't
therapy if
you fucking go to therapy? Get a fucking job, get a fucking grip, go to therapy.
She's putting it on
Get
her
some help.
Yeah,
Stop
no,
it.
I mean,
Get some help.
This woman does have to get away from this.
I am absolutely shocked that the mom knew about it, knew about the ploy in the first place and went along with it. And to me, like that, it sounds like the mom is just very selfish, where she wants her 2 daughters. She wants, you know, everything to be happy, and she doesn't really think about like what this event could do to this person.
A telling line is when he's talking about, I'll probably hang out with my dad and brother outside of the presence of my mother, but whether she'll let them.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, so the mom is a horrible, abusive person.
She's
I don't know,
a piece
she's a
of
controlling
shit.
person at the very
The
least.
apple does not fall far from that fucking tree.
I see the mom's, like, I don't condone her behavior, but I see the mom's version of it. I swear to God, a mom's only goal is to keep the family together sometimes. So it's like she'll do anything to keep the sisters together. And it sounds like over years, she's made a lot of pacts with the devils to keep the sisters together, that she's so far in that she's completely risked her whole relationship with her husband. But also, there's a huge controlling element of it. Where it's like, if she lets them get out of the house.
Well, a lot of people.
Well, she'll just use shame and guilt.
Yeah,
like how could you see her when they haven't? You know, it's like, and the husband's not going to want to deal with that.
A lot of peacekeeping behavior by parents and people in general can very easily turn into controlling and abusive behavior.
Yeah.
It can be a form of it because it's manipulation.
You have to let it play out. Let the sisters or brothers or siblings let their journey play out.
They're adults.
You cannot get in there too much. You cannot let them hug when they're not ready.
Yeah.
Like, stop doing that.
And you also just can't lie to people. Like, lie on that level, that's crazy. Someone said, I don't feel safe in this situation. You go, yeah, it's not gonna be that situation.
Acting
And
is
you
not
throw 'em into that
harassment. Acting is not harassment.
Crazy.
Yeah, that was a wild line.
That was a wild line.
One comment on this update. Good for you, OP. I absolutely would not have anything to do with either of them until they recognized their behavior was unacceptable as well. Also, I can't say I have very much faith in your sister's new marriage if she finds this acceptable. Regardless, glad you made a decision you're at peace with. OP responded, thank you. It was a difficult decision. Our culture is centered around family, which is why we would get together as much as possible. It's going to be strange not seeing them as often, but my memories with them have been tainted by this horrible experience.
Yep.
That was crazy.
I have a migraine.
Today's Reddit Stories is brought to you by Mint Mobile.
I love you guys so much. Please get your coin. I will not deal with ads. Especially because, unfortunately, sometimes Smosh Reddit Stories is sponsored by BetterHelp, and that hurts me. That hurts me a little bit, not gonna lie. Hurts my soul a little bit. Anyway.
Man, humiliated and shattered my girlfriend's confidence. His girlfriend being 25.
He's how old?
He's 26. Okay. 26, 25. I humiliated and shattered my girlfriend's confidence. This is relationship advice, so he's not asking if he's the asshole, but he's asking for advice on what to do.
Well, he's about to find out.
He's about to find out.
My girlfriend and I moved in together last year. We live in a fairly safe neighborhood, but during the night there are some sketchy drunk men hanging around who also scare me quite honestly. My girlfriend, however, wasn't really scared to walk alone at night and would say that she's just as strong as those men and can take care of herself. My girlfriend is 5'10" and works out 2 times a week. She's indeed very strong compared to most women, but she was obviously delusional to think that her strength was comparable to that of an average man. She would even go as far as saying that if someone should be worried about walking alone at night, then it should be me.
Give me 1 sec. Minnie has to go potty. Okay, I'm back.
As I'm a scrawny 5'9" man.
I love her.
She's like, bitch.
Yeah, I work out 2 times.
I thought this was one of the situations where it would be better to just shut up than be correct, so I mostly stopped showing my concerns to her. Yesterday, she went out with some of her friends and called me at 1 a.m. saying that she'll come alone via public transportation. She doesn't have a license. I told her that it's dangerous and I should come pick her up, but she insisted on coming by herself. I couldn't sleep till she came home an hour later. She was so angry at me for not trusting her that she can take care of herself. That was when I decided to demonstrate to her the disparity between the strength of men and women.
Oh.
She thought I was joking at first, but when she realized that I was dead serious, she happily took the opportunity to prove how wrong I was. I basically told her to ground me as hard as she could, and then I quickly got out of her grip and grounded her for several minutes till she surrendered. She cried a lot throughout this whole time, and I could also see the fear in her eyes, even though she knew very well that I would never hurt her. I humiliated her. I slept on the couch that night. She didn't want to talk about it in the morning and said that she's fine, but she's still obviously very upset about it. I feel horrible that I've shattered her confidence like that, and I don't think she will ever feel safe walking alone at night again. I'm probably a horrible person for doing that, and I wish I could have just trusted her more to take care of herself. I know this relationship is probably over, but is there anything I could do to make up for it?
I wouldn't say the relationship is over. I would say...
I think it's almost like I look. She consented to this weird ass test, but I think it's strange that he's like, I held her down for multiple minutes. Like, was that necessary?
No.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. Like, if she agreed to this weird thing,
Yes,
and,
several minutes.
I think that's fine. I don't think it was a good idea. I don't think it's like really proving a point.
No.
No, it's a weird way to it's a weird way to solve.
It's a very weird way to.
It's a weird way, and I'm like, for one, I mean, I have a lot of opinions on all this. For one, I don't care about your physical strength. Like, are they acting like weapons don't exist? I'm like, dude, Also, size kind of doesn't matter. You're walking alone at night, like, it might be 2 people. What are you thinking? Like, I don't know. I do think it's stupid for people to walk alone at night and to be cocky about it. It's dumb. Now, we live in Los Angeles, which is a place where
I get anxiety about the thought of especially women, like, walking around at night by themselves because, like, it mentioned earlier in this episode about, like, you've heard the horror stories about, like, women, drunk women, especially, like, the horror stories of them being found in fucking body bags in the mornings. It gives me anxiety, but at the same time, at that point, you just sit down with her and be like, listen, it's not, like, I'm not trying to make this about you not being strong and being unable to take care of yourself. I just wish you would be a little more cautious because it worries me that you do these things alone and that you're doing it at night, especially because it's dangerous. There's a lot of incidents that happen on the news because some people are reckless and impulsive and they go out alone at times that they shouldn't or that are a little more risky, and they're not thinking about it and taking care of themselves and keeping something of self-defense on them, even if it's just simply mace or something. Like, go about it like that. Don't just be like, well, I could kick your ass, so if I can kick your ass, then any other man could kick your... What the fuck is wrong with you? What the fuck? Why is that something that would even cross your mind? That is such a red flag. Why is that where your fucking brain goes, like, well, I need to show her that men are stronger than... What? It doesn't matter. If she gets ambushed by a group of women at night, it didn't matter that it was women instead of men. Like, you can get ambushed by fucking anybody. That's why it's dangerous to go out at night, because sometimes you are in danger through other women, through other femme-presenting people. Gender does not matter when it comes to that kind of thing. You're at risk of being kidnapped or trafficked by any fucking body. Why are you making it about, like, oh, well, there's shady men that I don't trust in the neighborhood? Yeah, then you are being an asshole and you're being a sexist asshole at that. The point of the matter is that she is at risk because she is alone, and even if she works out and stuff, that doesn't mean that someone can't get the upper hand on her. You're working out, you're building muscle, but if you don't know how to actually use that muscle in a self-defensive manner, then it doesn't necessarily matter. Like, you can be a very non-muscular person. If you know how to defend yourself, then at that point it doesn't even matter. Like, yeah, don't get cocky. Don't be like, oh, well, I can fight people because I'm strong. That's not the case. Fighting people and strength are very two different skills. You probably have more of an advantage if you have more muscle than someone else, but like, that advantage can easily be moot if the person actually knows self-defense. Like, the fact that he also held her down for several minutes, like, it seems like more of an ego thing. Like, it pissed him off that she was confident in herself instead of it being more about his concern for her safety, you know? I'm squinting. My mom would walk home every night at midnight because of her job, and oh my God, that terrified me. Yeah, like, you know, I grew up on true crime. I still watch true crime to this day. And I've learned a lot from that. Like, it gives me a lot of anxiety to ever do stuff alone, and whenever I have had no choice but to, except for emergencies, there was one night where something happened and I ended up having to leave in the middle of the night, and I had to Uber. And while I was in the Uber, I was on call with friends the entire time. So I wasn't even fully alone. My friends were there and knew that if anything were to happen to me, they were available to call the police for me if something happened. And they knew my location as well. I sent them my location of everywhere that I was going so they would know exactly where anything would need to be given. Like, even if you are alone, never do something completely alone. Have someone who knows where you are, especially if you're going out at night. I don't care what your gender is. I'm saying this as a statement for everyone. I don't care if you're a woman or a man or whatever you identify as. Please never go out at night alone. And if you do, if you have to, make sure someone you trust and love and that would look out for you knows your location. So if you suddenly drop off the map, they knew your last location so you can be searched for. Be safe. And if you need to remind someone to be safe, don't go about it like this asshole. What the fuck? When the story started, it seemed like he had good intentions and he took the worst possible route he could have taken to show this point to her. Exactly. Yeah, my friends were not going to let me get into an Uber for the first time without them knowing where I was. They actually booked a hotel for me that night, so they knew exactly where I was. I've walked home multiple times at night when they used to have late night classes at school. I always try to get where I need quick as I can, but I still get terrified. Yeah, like, also welcome, Emerald. Like, just, you know, like I said, I understand there are some situations where it's kind of unavoidable. But if you do have no choice but to go out alone, try to have someone who can either be on the phone with you or who knows your location and who knows at the approximate time that you are getting to your location, like approximately how long the travel point takes, whatever form you're taking. Be safe. Be safe, please. It's so anxiety inducing. Please be safe. Just because you are a man or whatever, mask presenting, does not mean you are immune to freaks and kidnappers. A lot of 2 a.m. on the train. Yeah. Like I said, I understand. Sometimes you can't prevent it. It's just how it is. Just try to make sure that someone knows. Someone knows at what point you're leaving, what time you should get back. It will also, like, it's beneficial in case anything does happen, but it will also give you a lot of ease of mind if you are someone who has a lot of anxiety about it. Whoever is involved, whether it's you or your loved ones, whoever has anxiety, if it's both of you, it's just a good thing to be cautious. In this day and age, it's good to be cautious. Don't take risks. try to avoid it. And if you encounter someone who has the mentality that the person this story is about does, then just sit down with them and be like, listen, you know, I've heard a lot of horror stories about people going out alone and bad things happening to them, and I'm just really worried for you. Can you at least call me when you get back to your location, or can you at least call me when you're leaving so I'll know that you're supposed to be home in about 30 minutes and I can check on you if you're late, you know, that kind of thing. That's why parents often have curfews with their kids, you know, because it's like, okay, if you're not home at this time, I know I need to start getting worried. It's for safety precautions. But the way to establish the safety precautions is not to be like, well, I could kick your ass and fucking suplex them. What the? He wants her to be safe, so he demonstrates that he can beat her up to try to make her scared of going out alone instead of just talking to her about it. Exactly. That's not how you go about it. That is not how you go about it. Because at that point, then it's just about your ego, and you're annoyed with her for having confidence. Like, I mean, I guess at least you're acknowledging that you fueled insecurities in her, but like, dude, just be like, hey, it worries me that you go out at night. You already know that we have some shady people in our own neighborhood. Can you just bring some mace or something? Why are you suplexing her? What the fuck?
Don't walk around alone
yeah,
at night.
I'm like, where did this person grow up?
Yeah,
because it's like the people that leave like their laptop like visible in a car, and then they're surprised when somebody breaks into it. It's like you have to like have some like aware. You have to have some. You did that.
I did it.
Amanda!
I did it. I was going on a date. I was very, I put my computer literally right there, and someone smashed it and took it.
It's one thing to do. Look, I accidentally left I'm a very safe person. I left my car unlocked, I swear to God, once in my life, and then my car got robbed. Once.
I will say, if we went out at night, my dad would always have us call him with updates. It used to kind of irritate me, to be honest, but as I've gotten older, I'm really grateful he would do that. Yeah, that's why I'm saying, you know, like if you don't want to be on the phone with someone the entire time, that's completely understandable. I probably won't do that in the future because there was a lot of caveats in that relationship that led to that, but like, true. Very true, Kaz. You know, just letting someone know, hey, I'm leaving at this time. The approximate transportation time is this amount of time. It's just safer. It's just safer because then in the event that something does happen, someone knows. Someone knows. And you're taken care of, and you have a better chance of being found if something does happen. God forbid, but if it does, then you have a better chance of being found and being looked out for and taken care of. And if you're in a position where you don't have anyone, what I've seen a lot of people do, if you feel unsafe, if you're alone, especially if you're alone in a foreign country, if you can find someone who seems friendly, and especially if there's someone who speaks the language that you are fluent in, if it's not the language of the country you're in, you can try to like let them subtly know that you're being pursued and ask them to pretend to be your friend. That's helped people get through a lot of situations as well. So, you know, there's a lot of ways to keep yourself safe, even if you are in a position where you don't have anyone to look out for you. Usually people are pretty, sometimes there are people who are going to be an asshole regardless, but most of the time, if you genuinely feel fearful for your life or feel very, very uneasy or very bad vibes coming from something where you've noticed that you're being consistently pursued, there are people who, if you go up to them and be like, hey, someone's following me, can I just act like I'm part of your group and try to get away from them? People will be accepting and will be like, absolutely, let's get you somewhere safe. Until you're able to get away from the person or contact the police or whatever. So there's always ways to stay safe. Don't be cocky. You're not immune. Unfortunately, I wish we all were, but unfortunately we're not. Just stay safe. I've heard a lot of people doing that. That's a tidbit of information I've made sure to keep in mind. Yeah. Especially if you do see a group of people, like a group of friends or something, it's better to kind of approach that because they might be more willing to accept a person in the group, and then, you know, strengthen numbers and all that.
But like, there are people who are cocky about it. Like, I swear to God, I've known people who would leave their keys in their car, and then their car would get stolen.
That's my mom.
It's just like, what?
She would leave cash.
Yeah, I do not relate.
like,
I'm in a
no.
high crime area.
I also think like.
But I'm glad that you're in a low crime
I think
one. Genuinely
this is.
good.
It takes two to tango in this situation. For me,
I
feel like I loved her confidence. I loved it, but I could feel that he did all of that because he was building resentment over and over and over. And I will say, if you're in a partnership, it gets kind of old when you're like, I can take care of myself. Like, why don't you trust me? It's also like, hey, like, if you're in a partnership, collaborate with me. Like, maybe, you know what I mean? I felt like she was being playing it a little too tough, where it's like, cool, you work out 2 times a week, nice. You know, you're 5'10", nice.
Yeah.
But like, you're in a relationship. It's a collaborative thing. Let him pick you up once in a while.
Right. No, if he's offering to pick you up and you're going, no, I'm gonna walk home at 1 a.m. It's like, don't do that. Unless you are unless that is your singular only option.
Yeah.
Don't do that. I don't care
The
where
resentment
you are.
was already too high on both sides.
I do.
If I was him, though,
kind of
I would be
wonder
like, I would really lay it out of like, hey, please, I don't care if you're
much
fucking
he's
6'5".
contributed to her
I don't want
feeling
you-
the need
I
to
feel
kind of
uncomfortable with you
overemphasize
doing
that.
that.
Like, she's maybe been invalidated by him for a long time.
It should be a conversation of like, this is important to me, that I don't want you.
Yes.
Our safety is, we're a team. We should care about our safety.
We have to see, though, how he was saying it, though. Like,
I
it sounds
know.
like both of them kind of were like, you're scrawny, 5'9". Well, you're 5'10". You work out 2 times a week.
I think this, I think this came from more of a weird place of like resentment and anger too, which is, I don't like him. Let me be clear.
No.
I do not like how he handled this.
Yeah, no.
Olive oil guy is still the least safe.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
What? Okay, comments here. The f did I just read? You harmed and terrified your girlfriend to win an argument? Another commenter. Seriously, when my dad, cousins, and partner ever worried about me, they just brought me a taser, pepper spray, and took me to the range to learn how to properly shoot. I now carry all of those things just to give them the extra peace of mind. Even though I think I'm perfectly capable of handling myself, as I've lived in many places and traveled to even more places completely alone and not once been fearful in any of those situations. They didn't physically assault me to prove a point, though.
Exactly.
They did things to actually help me protect myself.
Exactly.
The problem is you have proved your point and then took it too far. You shouldn't have made her cry. In fact, you only needed to show her she couldn't hold you down. You need some self-reflection.
Yeah, why did you
Another
hold her
commenter,
down for several
Also, she's not exactly
minutes?
going to gouge out her boyfriend's eyes. Wow, it's not the men on the street or the bus she needs to be worried about. It's the one in her house.
Exactly.
Someone said, even though she knew very well that I would never hurt her. She doesn't know that at all, and you've made sure that she will always think you will now. Congrats.
Yeah.
There is nothing you can do here, just leave her alone. Ironically, women are more likely to be attacked by men they know rather than by strangers.
Correct.
So
And it's
congratulations on
usually
also
for
showing
dumb
her
reasons like
that
that
is real.
abuse starts.
Those are all true.
Yeah,
That's
it's very true. The
Those are all true.
and I think people should be extremely cautious out in the world, but it is 100% true. A person's partner is like number one.
Oh,
Always.
always. It's always the husband or the wife. They always kill
You would know.
first.
You're the true
Olive
crime
oil?
fan.
Always kill first.
Gateway.
Gateway to arsenic.
Gateway to
There's an edit here. I can't possibly answer all of your comments. What I did was assault. I admit it. I can't express how sorry I am for doing that. I thought I was doing the right thing, but instead I assaulted her by trying to prevent exactly that.
Dear.
Don't learn from me, but please keep yourself safe out there. If not for you, then for the ones who love you. So Amanda, you've talked about not always feeling afraid when walking alone.
Basically, to catch you up, Greg, what happened is that this girl works out. She's 5'10". She works out twice a week. She's very confident in herself and her strength that she's built up over time. And so that led her to being kind of impulsive and kind of unsafe and reckless and going out alone at night and insisting on like letting herself be in vulnerable positions. Like, for example, he offered to drive her home one night and she insisted on walking home alone, and it was like 1 a.m. And his response to that was, well, let me show you how incapable you are of protecting yourself. So he told her to pin him down, and then he overpowered her, quite easily and apparently held her down in the position that he overpowered her in for several minutes until she walked away sobbing. That's what we're dealing with in this situation. Very much a creep and piece of shit.
Experience. How do you but still.
And you work out more than twice a week.
I do.
But you still.
Like twice a week.
And you kind of expressed how you felt about this woman's mindset.
Yeah, I would say like the moment you start to get really cocky is when you're in trouble. Like
so many things could happen. He got tired of like how confident she was and cocky she was, and he told her like, okay, well, I can make the point of how much you can easily get overpowered by other people. And then he invited her to pin him down, and she did, and he overpowered her and held her down until she was a sobbing mess. Like, normal people would do, right? The fuck?
And I will say though, like, adrenaline can come in, but yes, I am trained in Muay Thai. It is really good for me to know, but I am sparring with a person that I know really well. I'm not on the street, surprised, scared, like...
It's dark, yeah.
It's dark, but I will say, like, I was taught at a young age, like, don't be on your phone, don't have headphones. I am constantly looking around. But I've worked in restaurants. I've definitely had run-ins with a terrible thing that's happened to me in the night, and I was like, wow, I was not prepared for that.
Yeah.
Whoa, I wasn't prepared for that. If that went any further, what would I have done?
Right.
Yeah.
But yeah, I will say that I think it's very important to have plan B, plan C, plan D, right? Like taser, all that stuff is really important.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not that scared, but I am very aware.
Yeah.
I'm looking everywhere.
And I feel like a thing you learn in any sort of, like, any instructor would tell you is like, fighting is not your plan A, ever. Like,
no.
you do not want to end up in that.
And they're never in the right position for you to fight them. They're not like,
Right. Like,
you ready?
Square up.
Square
you
up.
ready? Like,
Hello.
they do
Victim,
teach you.
I am robber.
Yeah.
You know what?
They do
Feel
teach
free
you
to
if they
fight
grab
me.
right here what to do.
Sure.
Which is like a thing.
But how often are people going to be like,
yeah, for them to
Yeah.
go.
you have to predict the unpredictable, which you can't do. The cockiness thing reminds me of a statistic, which is that the people who are most likely to get lost out hiking are like super experienced men, like with like that you think, oh well, he's a professional, he's never gonna. They're the ones. It's cockiness that leads to a lot of this shit. Thinking you've got it is the worst thing to think.
Yeah, and I will say I stopped listening to it because it made me very scared and paranoid. I listened to A&E.
Very good point, Greg.
I survived.
Oh God.
It is so rough, but I will say some of those stories I was like, oh, good to know. Oh, good to know. Like getting locked in a trunk, like all these little things. And all these women's stories are like, oh yeah, I heard this thing once. Oh, I heard this. Honestly, it's just fill yourself up with knowledge and different plans and know that you won't know, but your body also will have enough adrenaline to get you to a place hopefully of safety.
It's also the thing, it's a psychological thing of like, when you take all the precautions and bad things don't happen, you start to go, well, I don't need to take these precautions. No bad things are happening. It's like, no, you got to keep doing it.
It's like in Survivor. The moment you feel comfortable is when you're getting voted out.
It reminds me of I just think about when my brother and I went camping and a park ranger told us to hang our food up because a bear was spotted nearby. And my brother's like, we got it double sealed in our car. It's gonna be fine. We're gonna be all right. And then that bear came into our camp and messed up his truck so bad.
Yeah.
That bear was like, I heard what you said.
The bear's like, okay.
Olive oil.
Is that a challenge?
All right, next story. This is a 22-year-old woman. My boyfriend, who's 24, is a passport bro.
Oh.
And I had no idea. I don't know what a passport bro is.
About to find out.
This is from Relationship Advice.
I don't remember this.
I've been with my boyfriend for 8 months. Things have been going really well between us up until a few days ago. A little backstory. I'm from a Central European country and he's American. He said he settled in my country because of work opportunities. We met in a coffee house where I work as a barista. We clicked instantly and started going out a few weeks later. Everything was so good and we had so much fun. Fast forward to last week, he asked me to help him with some documentation. I was happy to, as I know my language can be hard to understand and even translate sometimes. When I was searching online on his laptop, I stumbled upon some weird websites. They were all about passport bros. I didn't even know what the hell that was at first. And basically, they all had tips on how to settle in foreign countries, where to find a traditional bride, and which country has the most beautiful women, etc. I was shocked and so confused. I know I shouldn't have done it, but I wanted to gain some clarity and checked his profile on some of these websites. He had full-on conversations about Eastern European countries, European women, how easy or hard it is to take them out on dates, if it would be better to settle down in Asia instead, and so on. He decided to settle down in my country. I feel dehumanized and like he fetishized me and the women from my country. Also, our whole relationship has been built on a lie, because he told me he settled down here because he got a job offer. After I found all this stuff, I quickly took a few pictures as proof and then made up an excuse to come home. He tried to reach out a few times, but I told him I don't feel well, so I can't meet up right now. I can't even look at him. I feel so disgusted. Am I overreacting? How can I confront him about all this?
What?
Oh.
You just opened Pandora's box. What? Yeah. This is a thing?
Are you really surprised to hear about this?
I'm not surprised, but I didn't know it had a name.
Oh. Yeah, I didn't know either.
I thought it was just undercover shit.
Let's see if the comments have some more
I
stuff.
don't remember this
Visit
story
the
at
Passport
all.
Bros subreddit. It's an eye-opener.
What?
End the relationship.
Why am I surprised there's
I
a
would just
subreddit?
exit
Of
the
course there's a
relationship.
subreddit.
You're both young, and you have time to find someone who will respect you. My understanding is Passport Bros want submissive women who do all the labor and likely still contribute 50% financially. It's a lose/win situation for you. If you guys live separately, I'd just text him the pictures and inform him you don't plan on being his docile Euro wife.
The
and let him know that one thing European women and American women have in common is none of them are going to settle for a weirdo. Another commenter said, I'd actually not even recommend showing him the proof. Then he'll just know to hide it better for the next girl. Yeah, I mean, this guy's a predator.
Yeah.
Whoa.
I feel like this behavior has been going on since. Probably since forever, but like I think back to like, the 50s.
Oh, totally.
Absolutely.
With being like, you need to find like, these women in this area are very subservient and they still listen to men. Like, it's that.
Here's the thing.
No! I will never open my mind to the gaycation episode.
Say, why do men want that?
Nobody wants to them where they live.
And then I'm like, God.
What happened on the
why am I even
gaycation
asking
should
that?
have never
It's
stayed on the gaycation. Fuck that guy.
I don't date
and
those
fuck
type
that
of men
brother-in-law
because they're
too.
Terrible. Why would you want just a submissive? Like, what are we talking about?
Why do you think they have to look on the other side of the world for somebody to be interested in?
That's so true.
That's so
awful.
The Our Passport Bros has over 2,000 members. On this subreddit, they discuss where to travel in order to find a proper wife who will actually appreciate them.
Yeah, trad wife.
Ew.
God, disgusting. Dump his ass now. I would honestly be like, hello. Here are the pictures. I'm going to the police, and I have a detective on speed dial, man.
Yeah.
Watch your back, because I'm going to find you, and I'm going to follow you and find every woman that you find. You're never going to be alone. Never forget my face. And then send a selfie from down here.
Oh, my God.
Never forget the
very
text,
iconic.
Prepare.
Yeah, prepare.
Okay, here's a post from Our Passport Bros. It's only from a couple days ago. Is Manila a good spot? Mid-20s Canadian guy ready to spend the winters somewhere warm and go from there.
I have a feeling
I worked hard and saved a lot of money to travel.
I don't think it's in this playlist. So, I'll explain it. The gaycation story is about this guy who is insisting to his wife that he should be able to go on a gaycation, and every man does it at one point. And what happens on the gaycation stays on the gaycation, so it doesn't count as cheating. What is a gaycation? A gaycation is basically where a bunch of straight guys go on a trip with a bunch of gay men and experiment with them, experiment with the other straight guys that are there, and it doesn't count because it's a gaycation, and what happens on the gaycation stays on the gaycation, so he's not actually cheating. And his wife is obviously like, what the fuck? He admits that he already did it before. he was trying to get his brother-in-law in on it, and they both are like, what happens to the gaycation stays on the gaycation, so it's not actually cheating. And so I think at one point the wife is even like, okay, well, if I did that with a woman, then like, what would you think? And he's like, it's not the same thing because it's not a gaycation. Okay, it's not the same fucking thing. So yeah, pretty wild story. Yeah, he was planning the trip with his brother-in-law, so he's also bringing his brother-in-law into it. It's a whole thing. It's a crazy story. Awful person. Awful time. But, like, it is kind of funny because in the episode, as they're reading it, like, I can't emphasize to you enough how much the person posting it says what happens on the gaycation stays on the gaycation, and it gets to a point where Shane and the other people that are on the episode with him are like, if I fucking hear about the gaycation one more fucking time, I swear to God, if I hear the word gaycation one more time, I'm gonna fucking kill somebody. Stop it. Stop talking about the gaycation. It's a crazy one. It's a crazy one. Oh my God.
Explore the world. Is Manila a good spot to find a partner? I've been single for a year and honestly, I don't even want to bother here. Shit looks really bleak. Top comment. Manila is a great spot to party and smash. They are too westernized and easy to put out for girlfriend-wifey material. They also cheat a lot. I have 50-plus married or taken Filipino women. Vietnam is the spot for girlfriend-wife hunting. Way more traditional and conservative. God damn. I can't believe people write this shit out.
Some guys just live in a fantasy world.
Yeah.
Bruh.
The passport bros? I didn't know that was like a labeled thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew people did it.
Well,
I
there's
just
an
didn't
update.
know it was like
Did
a
he find the love of
community.
his life?
We'll see. I wanted to come on here and reply to a few things
I'm so
and give
sorry,
a little update.
Kaz. I'm so
I had
sorry
no
you had
idea
to
the
hear
last
that.
post was going to blow up so quickly and get so many comments. For this reason, I didn't go into too many details in my last post. When I read his comments on those websites, it felt dehumanizing and fetishizing. They were making stereotypes about us that are either untrue or outdated. We have all kinds of women here, just like in other countries. Some like to party, some don't. Some are looking for flings, some want long-term relationships. Some want to stay single and childless forever. It's not true that most of us are submissive women who obey our husbands. Try telling that to a Central European woman face-to-face and see her reaction. Ha-ha.
Yeah, that was
2, he told me he only came
disturbing.
for work and how it's funny we met because he wasn't planning on getting into a relationship. Judging by his comments online, it was a lie and he came here to look for a traditional wife. 3, surprisingly, he never actually told me that he wanted a traditional relationship. He doesn't do anything that's considered traditional in my culture either. I work hard for my own money and go to university, so I don't want to be a housewife or stay-at-home mom in the near future.
Good for you.
We've talked about this, so he knows. What worries me is that someone online told him to start a relationship and then to try to make it more traditional over time. I don't know if that's what he's trying to do or if he's changed his mind. I have no way of knowing and don't want to take the risk of wasting my time. 4, he works at an IT company, allegedly. I've never been to his workplace, so I have no proof of this. It might be my naivete to think it's true, but we have a lot of companies like this in my country, and a lot of foreigners work in IT in the capital city, so who knows. 5, traditional women and traditional relationship can mean different things in different countries depending on culture and social norms. He wants a traditional woman by American standards, but that's not the same as what we consider a traditional woman here. It's pretty clear from his online comments that he has no clue about this difference. It's offensive because it shows he knows nothing about our culture and history and is just relying on stereotypes and outdated assumptions. 6, some people in the comments tried to justify his desire for a traditional wife, stating that European women should be happy and understanding about this. But what does he bring to the table? Why should a traditional Central European woman choose him instead of a man from our country who speaks our language, knows our customs and traditions, grew up in our culture, and respects us according to our standards? To imply that I should be grateful that an American man chose me like I'm some product is offensive and makes me look like I'm inferior. Very weird logic. Sorry.
For sure.
Some people commented that my post was rage bait or fake because of my English or because Central European women won't think like this. This just proves the ignorance some people have about my country. Women here have careers, open their own businesses, or learn to become doctors, lawyers, beauticians, chefs, etc., etc. Most of us in younger generations have modern mentalities, except for some villages, but villagers probably won't go for an American man who doesn't know a thing about our country, haha. Most of us learn a second language since we are 6 to 8 years old. My niece literally goes to a bilingual kindergarten and learns 2 languages at the age of 3, so I'm not sure why it's so far-fetched that people here speak English as well. We are not some some idiots who have no idea about the modern
Most
world.
countries
Most of us speak at least
speak
one or
English.
two foreign languages, usually English and
It's
German, sometimes
usually
Spanish,
taught
except the boomers and Gen
as a
X.
second
They had to learn
language
Russian back in
by
the day.
default.
And to the person who said that Central European countries are basically the same as England or France, it sounds like someone failed their history class. Please don't be ignorant and educate yourself. I told my boyfriend, ex now, that I'd like to break up with him. We had a small conversation on the phone, and I told him I wasn't in a position to continue the relationship for personal reasons. At first, he was confused and tried to convince me not to break up, but then he accepted it. 9, to the comments that suggested it, and thank you for the idea, by the way, I posted my story in local groups so other women can be aware of this whole passport bro thing, and hopefully not
Good.
fall victim to men
Good
like
for
this.
her.
As expected, they found the whole thing disgusting, and were grateful for the heads up. We are not here for others' enjoyment and to fulfill some submissive wife fantasy of someone who looks
Play
at
a
us as
fucking video
stereotypes rather
game.
than individuals with varying personalities.
Just
and
play a
preferences.
video game.
10.
You'll
I'm
clearly
not
get
against
the
foreigners or mixed couples.
satisfaction.
My brother-in-law is Arab, speaks my language, and knows my culture. We also speak some Arabic and know and respect his culture too. He didn't come here as a sex tourist, but as an actual worker who wanted to change his life. If you go to a country, go because you're interested in it and want to learn about a new culture and have some great opportunities, not because you want to desperately lie to women just so you can get into a relationship or get some sex.
Gross.
I can't speak for everyone in my country, but most people won't tolerate this behavior and will judge passport bros negatively. It's hypocritical to want a traditional wife but constantly move from country to country and woman to woman. That behavior definitely isn't considered traditional, at least not in my country. If you want casual relationships,
It's
that's
not
fine because there are
considered
women here
traditional
who
in
want
any
the same, but
country.
just be honest about it. Thank you again for all the comments, explanations, and advice. They were eye-opening and really helpful. Even though I'm disappointed and feel a bit used, I'm grateful that I know the whole truth now. We live and we learn, I guess.
Go off, queen.
Go
Yeah.
off.
Literally, put that on a pillow. I don't think it would fit.
Yeah, I
Like,
mean,
wow.
I've definitely heard
it is
of
a
stuff
funny
like this before.
thing that I see
I just
is that
didn't know
a lot
it had
of
a
Americans,
name.
especially these American dudes, they think they understand other cultures so well, but I feel like as Americans in general, we don't know.
We don't know
We're
shit.
not
We don't know other
taught.
cultures that well at all, and most of the world speaks English.
Yeah.
Like that's a thing that a lot of people I guess just don't realize.
And
but
they
there's
learn
that.
multiple languages.
But also, if you're gonna marry someone from another culture, you're marrying into that culture as well. And if
Yeah.
you don't respect it, then you don't respect that
Don't
person.
And you
bother.
don't know it. I love what she said about traditional. You're looking for a traditional American wife. It's a completely different culture here.
And even these current like internet bros, their idea of a traditional wife is even a weird thing. Like they
not real.
they don't want they want something that never existed.
It's from
doesn't
like a
exist.
porn site that they saw once.
It's that
Yeah.
and just old marketing from the 50s.
Correct.
It's not even real.
Uh-oh, husband's coming home. I better put the cigarette out and the meatloaf in.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
It's not real. It was never real. And people just want the idea of an easy answer.
Like I said,
they're like,
you know,
I just
you know, there is a woman out there for you, and she's called the protagonist of a fucking anime visual novel. Like, if you're that desperate to fulfill this fantasy, might as well go all the way and just play a fucking visual novel game that has romanceable options, and there you go. There's your dream woman, and you didn't even have to offend a real actual woman to get it. Just play a visual novel. Leave real women alone. Leave real people alone and out of your restricted mindsets. Go fucking play a visual novel like everybody else. Get the fuck out of here with that bullshit.
just need like a woman that can just like have sex with me and do what I want them to do. And you know, maybe if he stayed in that relationship, he would have, it sounded like he potentially would have realized that is not real. And it's like, oh, this is a human being, just like the women back home. And she's full of complex ideas and thoughts and feelings.
Exactly.
And it's like,
so you have people here too. like
So,
truly, like he's like so gone.
I think it's harder for someone to look at themselves, grow, become a better person, explore, be curious, feel rejection. I think it's just so much harder to do that. So they do everything in their power to do sick, gross, weird shit to be like, no, this is fucked up. It's like, no, just look at yourself.
Yeah.
And go from there.
Take responsibility.
Yeah, and we're seeing so much of this delusion in men from these Reddit stories. And I mean, I see it on the internet all the time. I mean, you see it on TikTok. You see like these talking heads that are out there, the manosphere, as I call it and people call it. And I think what's happened for a lot of dudes is like, people are feeling more empowered nowadays. Like they are realizing like, oh, I don't have to tolerate this bullshit. And instead of men being like, what can I do to like better myself? They're trying to work around it and blame.
Like, no. Like the ship of power is going away. They're like, don't leave me here. And all the women are like, come.
Yeah.
Unrelated. I just realized I do need to renew my passport. Completely unrelated.
Are you a passport bro?
No, right now I am passportless.
You're a passportless. Okay, then you're safe.
I'm a passportless.
You're safe.
I'm safe.
This guy is not. Passport bros are not safe because I am coming for you.
I feel like now.
I feel like a vengeance.
You're gonna start.
I feel a
vigilante.
fire.
A vigilante of passport bros.
What's not safe
if I go to Romania, are people gonna start thinking I'm a passport bro?
It's very possible.
If you're around there dating people.
I don't think I am. I think I just want to like see the nice like nature.
Yeah, me too. I want to go to Romania
fine.
too.
You know,
I'm a castle bro.
Whoa. What?
Hey, I want to get into that castle. Whoa, man. What's your?
That seems weird.
I'm more of a traditional architecture kind of guy. So.
Whoa, slow down, man. That's messed up.
I'm a fight for vengeance bro.
There was a couple comments here. So happy for this update. Good on you, fellow European here, and I love your putting people in their place for stereotyping your culture and making excuses for horrible misogyny. Someone else said, crazy how these passport bros think everyone dreams of living in their country while being some of the dumbest and most uninformed people in the world.
Yep.
Lastly, someone said, as an American, you have my utmost respect. These guys are a national embarrassment and they need to be routed out wherever they're found.
Yeah.
Start a relationship and then try to make it more traditional over time. I can guarantee that's what he was doing. They tried the same thing over here and are angry that they don't have much luck.
Yep.
Yeah, which is most of the stories we read here.
Like, damn it, women are reading again.
Yeah.
Oh, they're
It's so fascinating. It's so
themselves.
fascinating to me the lengths men
We
will
have
go
to stop
instead
the
of just,
women
like,
being
going to therapy.
illiterate.
Exactly.
They're catching on to
won't
all
look
of our
at themselves.
plans.
Instead, they'll be like, oh, shit, they all have books in schools. I must go across the land.
Where can I go where they don't have books?
Books in schools. Nowhere, man.
No, I'm sorry.
No.
Dude.
Why don't you
Sorry,
sit down
dude.
and read a book about, like, how to get better for dummies, dude?
How to be better. I got to be honest. I don't feel safe around any of these people.
No.
I actually feel the safest around the dad.
The dad.
The
Bears,
dad.
NBA.
No.
Somehow.
No.
Somehow the dad is, for me, like they're all horrible.
They're all pretty bad.
A lot of these people ended up being worse than.
I think the dad's just an alcoholic.
Dad's got a problem.
Yeah.
But
Maybe.
Weed whacking, that sucks.
yeah, that's loud.
Being hungover.
Yeah, loud.
Yeah, loud.
Allergies.
Let us know in the comments down below who you think was the worst. They're all bad, but who do
Be
you somehow think is
forever
number
for that
one?
one.
And we'll see you next week for more Reddit stories. I don't know how they can get much crazier than this, but they keep getting crazier.
Why would you
Thank
say
you both for
that?
joining me.
Why would you say
Anytime,
that?
I am like gonna gear up.
God
I'm gonna
damn
get
it,
a
Shane.
full leather.
Sarah Christ is
outfit.
traveling the world.
Sarah Christ is rebooted. Full leather.
Sarah Christ
just like
mentioned.
passport bros with an X on the back.
You have two swords. You're just.
Well, I feel like you're gonna be like To Catch a Predator, but it's to catch a passport, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna be on airplanes.
Take a seat right
two
there.
samurai swords, like. Dun, 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 dun.
So, what brings you to Manila?
And the guy's like,
I'm coming.
we're in Milan. She's like, shit.
She's like, shit.
All
hurry
right,
the fuck
we'll
outta
see you
here.
next Saturday. Goodbye.
Bye.
Welcome back to Reddit Stories. I'm Shane, and today it's all about the updates. These are stories that have multiple parts, surprising updates. It's going to be thrilling. We're not going to know where any of these are heading. Buckle up, because there's going to be a lot of surprises and twists. Joining me today, Trevor and Courtney, the Denim Duo. Solid.
Beautiful.
Solid.
Got him.
Got him.
Owned.
Did I hit your crotch?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Hi.
How are you doing?
Good.
This will probably be the last episode we watch, just as a heads up, because it's starting to get late, and I like to end stream around 9, and it's 7:43. But we'll finish the episode. I won't end stream immediately at 9, but we'll continue tomorrow, just to let you guys know as a heads up.
I don't know what else. Trevor, how you doing?
Good.
Nice. You guys have both been on Reddit stories where we've had a lot of updates, and the updates are the best part. Saying update is my favorite thing, and I'm gonna get to say it a lot today.
I don't think we've done
Updates
Reddit stories
only.
together, have we?
We
Really?
did. No, we
Oh,
did, and it was the one where you
yeah.
were getting. It was like the day of. You got the update
That's
in
right.
the afternoon, and you were
Yep.
like, "This just came in an hour ago."
Yep.
Oh my God, how could I forget?
Yep. So
Wow.
let's hope for some spiciness like that.
Let's go.
Here we
This one
go.
is pretty
Our first
spicy.
story. Am I the asshole for jumping out of the way when my niece and nephew tried to push me into a pool, resulting in them falling in? Kind of funny.
Kind of funny.
Happened today. This is from July of last year. Happened today. My folks decided to host a barbecue because I guess that's what older people do. Okay, bro. I declined because I really don't like my two sisters, their husbands, or their kids. Wife and I are child-free. Mom then pressured the wife. Long story short, we went. By the time we arrived, there were about 20 people there. My sisters and their husbands were already solidly buzzed. Drunk, really. My mom was spending 100% of her time trying to keep the nieces and nephews, ages 7 to 11, more or less under control. My dad had strategically retreated to the whirlpool part of the pool with a small cooler of beers. Wife and I made small talk with miscellaneous people, ate food, and had a frozen margarita. Sisters/brother-in-laws took turns criticizing us for being late, not being in our swimsuits, and screwing up the vibe. Whatever, typical suburban summer get-together. About 45 minutes in, two of the kids ran at one of the neighbor guests who was standing next to the pool and pushed her in. She was at the pool steps, stumbled in but didn't fall, so only got half wet. She was clearly very unhappy about it, but she didn't make a scene. Just went over to where the parents were, grabbed their towels, dried herself off, and left. Sisters and brother-in-laws thought it was all great fun. A bit later, I was standing a few feet away from the pool, chatting away with someone. I saw three of the kids running full tilt at me from the corner of my eye. Obviously, I was next. Not that it's terribly difficult to outwit young kids, but I just jumped out of their way at the last second. All three of them ran straight into the pool at full speed. Most of the other guests, including my wife and me, started laughing, but their moms, who as I mentioned were pretty shit-faced, absolutely freaked out. Apparently, two of the kids couldn't swim even though they were in swimsuits. Since I wasn't in swim gear, I stepped back from the pool and let other people fish the kids out. The kids were bawling their heads off like they'd lost a limb. At that point, all hell broke loose. The four drunk parents were yelling at everyone in general, and me in particular, for nearly letting their kids drown, and also because two of the kids had been videoing the trick using their parents' iPhones, which were now at the bottom of the pool. One of my brother-in-laws got into the pool to try to retrieve the phones, but his BMI and blood alcohol content made that impossible. No one else volunteered to help, unsurprising given that my sisters were still bitching at everyone. I told my sisters it was their job to watch their kids and that if anything had happened to them, it would have been their responsibility, not mine. There were some pretty strong words on both sides. Wife and I left after the other brother-in-laws fell over and face-planted while yelling at us. Now they're saying I should have let the little kids knock me into the pool and have their fun, and ruin my phone. So, am I the asshole? Side note, Dad, of course, never got out of the whirlpool.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Like, I remember this story, and this story is so wild to me because, again, it's gonna keep coming up whenever we do this. Take accountability and responsibility. You're a grown-ass adult and you're a fucking parent. It is your responsibility to watch your own children at an event that has a pool if your children can't fucking swim. And instead you're getting drunk and being like, what, how could all of you let this happen to my children? Bitch. They're your children. and you got drunk instead of watching them. And you also let them take your phone to film it and blamed everyone else at the party for the fact that your phones got ruined. No, that's your fault, and you're not raising those children well because they apparently don't get disciplined that much. What the fuck? Yeah.
Okay. A lot going on in this.
So much chaos.
Yeah, holy shit. Okay, I have some initial thoughts.
Yeah.
At the beginning of this story, I kind of hated him.
Yeah.
And I still kind of hate him for like how he's talking about people. I'm just like, okay, dude.
Yeah.
Like, damn, you're kind of just a hater.
Yeah.
Which is fine. I guess you're allowed to be a hater. But now hearing about these people, I was like, I get why you're a hater a little.
I get why you're a hater, for sure.
I can't relate to this at all because when I was a kid, I was terrified of adults. And the thought of just being like, yeah, I'm gonna go prank and push an adult into the pool.
Yeah, it's scary.
I was just like, I can't do that.
That's
I'm not allowed
scary,
to do that to adults.
I just can't believe, because growing up, like, my neighborhood and my family had a ton of pool barbecues growing up. And it's like, there needs to be so much supervision on the kids at all times. And for like kids who can't swim, pulling pranks like that, with parents who are too drunk to be able to possibly retrieve them if need be. Like, that's all really intense and like doesn't sound like their parents were being very responsible.
No, these parents sound like they suck.
Yeah.
A little bit.
A lot of it.
He sounds like he's an asshole, but not for what happened in the story. Like, he sounds like he's just kind of like, not super fun to be around, maybe.
He sounds like bitter. He just sounds bitter, maybe.
Yeah.
And like,
he sounds like he hates these people, and I'm like, okay, I get why you kinda hate
understand.
people.
Yeah.
But yeah, what happened in the story, I don't think he's at fault at all. Like, if I was in normal clothes, like at a pool party and had like my phone on me and like some kids came running at me, I would be avoiding them too.
I would push them in and make them fly in there harder.
If your kids are running around the pool and they can't swim, you as a parent should probably be doing something about that.
Counterpoint too, if your kids can't fucking swim, like, maybe you just don't want them to miss out, but I feel like, why are you even letting them go to a fucking pool barbecue at all? Maybe some people find that too hard. It's like, well, let them have fun. If you can't fucking swim and you're gonna be a reckless little shit and drown in the fucking pool, why are you inviting them? What? Just clearly you guys wanted to go and you wanted to just get drunk and have fun in your own time. Then if you're not gonna be able to be responsible for your children, then give them to a babysitter. Don't take them to a pool party that you're gonna get drunk and they don't know how to swim. What the fuck?
Yeah, I can't tell you how many times growing up being told, no running by the pool. Like, never in my life could we have done something like that. And also, like, we've had a lot of stories on this show where when something like this goes wrong and someone else in this situation who's unhappy is like, why didn't you just let this shitty thing happen to you? Like, why didn't you just let yourself be bullied? Why didn't you let this bad, and like you said, his phone would have been ruined then too.
Yeah.
Pretty insane to blame someone else for your child taking your phone and running into the pool with them.
Yeah,
it's like, no, that's on the kid.
Like,
that's fully on the kid.
Yeah, because like, OP is an adult, but so are the parents, and the parents should have been there handling that in the first place.
They're teaching their kids it's totally fine to just completely disrespect people.
Exactly.
I also just like, this is me. This is just how I think future me, or in this situation, I'm like, I wouldn't want to get face-planting, shit-faced drunk in front of my kids.
No.
Like, I don't think that's a good thing to do.
I wouldn't want to do that in
especially
front
in a
of
situation where you're by a
anyone's
pool. Like, it's also not generally smart to get too drunk by a pool like that. Like, it's a dangerous situation.
Yeah.
I've already drowned once. I can't do it again.
Me too, Shane.
The verdict was not the asshole.
Yeah.
Some comments here. If these kids were mine, we would be packing up and going home. They don't get to have fun now. Thank goodness my kids have never done this, and pool safety has been drilled into their brain. Someone else said, not the asshole. The parents knew their kids could not swim and took them somewhere with deep water and were not watching their kids. Someone else said, not the asshole. People tried being asses to you. You avoided them. OP said, I realize they're just kids and they were just having fun. The fact that they thought this was okay is more of a reflection on their parents than them.
Yeah.
Just wish we hadn't gone. It's nice to see my folks and their neighbors, but I really, really don't like my sisters or their husbands. They don't hide their envy of us, and they're just exhausting to be around.
They sound
Envy
like
of
it.
us.
Yeah, I can't relate to that either, because like, you know, I love my family. Like, my family is luckily not like this level of disrespect, but that sucks.
I wonder what that envious comment meant.
I wonder if he means envy that they don't have kids.
Ooh.
That's my only
Well,
thought.
we know there's an update.
Ooh.
Update.
Who could have seen it coming?
Who would have even thought of it?
I don't even know what the update can be on this one.
Yeah.
27 days after the original post.
27 days
First off,
later.
my folks tell me that my nieces and nephews are all good swimmers and that they use the pool all the time. The 7-year-old is still a beginner, but he loves the water. My sister just said they couldn't swim, so I'd look bad.
Whoa.
To be fair, none of the kids are
Okay.
allowed in the deep end, which is where they fell in. It was the 2 10-year-olds and the
Nice to
9-year-old
meet
who
you,
tried to push
guys.
me
Have
into
a
the
good
pool.
day.
After we
Thank
left,
you
the
for
party
stopping
ended
by.
on a
Thanks
pretty
for the
sour
rain.
note. My drunk brother-in-law, who face planted while yelling at me, had to go to an urgent care place and get his face stitched up. He was too toasted to drive, so Dad took him. Dad was very not happy about this. Later that evening, my sister started a group text and said some really nasty crap. Their husbands threw in a few comments as well. Wife and I blocked the 4 of them. My mom called me. She was pretty upset about what they said.
Yeah,
She and
for
Dad were in the
sure,
chat, and I
Greg,
don't blame
for
her.
sure.
Because of the texts, my folks insisted my sisters/brother-in-laws come over the next day, Sunday, without their kids to get some things straight and lay down some ground rules. Mom's wording. The result was a contrite, if unenthusiastic, apology from the siblings via my
Contrite,
mom's
that's a good
phone.
word.
I'm glad my wife was with me when they called. Her hard stares kept me from saying what I wanted to. I just told them thanks and that we felt no need to discuss it further. Since I thought things were settled, I unblocked them. That evening, I got a text from one of the brother-in-laws telling me the phones cost X amount of money, and they asked when I'd be paying for them. What the fuck? I replied, never. Took a screenshot of his text and forwarded it to my folks with a note that we were done with this nonsense. We're going no contact with sisters/spouses and not to invite us to any more holidays or get-togethers if they'll be present. Then I blocked the sisters and their spouses again. At that point, the shit really hit the fan. Dad called them and ripped them a new one. Among other things, he told them the grandkids were not welcome at his place indefinitely.
Oh my God.
Since my mom regularly provides
Woof.
free babysitting, that got them pretty rattled. He also banned them from using the vacation house and told them my wife and I actually own it, not he and mom. This completely freaked them out. Both of my sisters / families use the place a lot,
Okay, I do
including
remember
having
this.
their friends up for weekend getaways. This was very much out of character for my folks. They'd clearly had it, and for reference, I never wanted my sisters to know we owned the place. We bought it for my folks. They'd always wanted a place in the mountains. Keeping the ownership quiet was just a way to avoid drama with my siblings. A couple of days later, my sisters and their husbands came to our place unannounced to apologize in person. We were out to dinner, and they left a note. One sister also called me at work too. I sent her to voicemail. We've decided that being no contact is the best thing for the indefinite future and haven't interacted with them for the last 3+ weeks. Personally, I'm done. They can go pound sand.
Whoa. Yeah, I
Good
mean,
for him.
holy crap. Okay, so OP and his wife own a cabin that their parents were kind of saying that they had. Was it? That's so interesting.
Yeah.
And now the siblings don't have access to this cabin anymore.
Cabin. And I understand now the envy, it seems like maybe this sibling has more money, a lot. Like,
Yeah. So
I know,
yeah, talking about
same.
envy.
yeah. Wow. I don't love that they came to apologize after all that stuff was taken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah,
these are
yeah,
just-
No, because
you're
they don't
just
realize
sorry
what
you
they've
got
been
caught.
losing. Like
Yeah.
they thought that they had.
You're sorry
I don't
you had
know. I mean, some people when they're
consequences.
just
You're not
really
actually
entitled, they
sorry.
think they have nothing to lose when they act the way that they want because they're so entitled.
Yeah. Oof.
This is obviously like the straw that broke the camel's back.
Yeah.
Oh,
No
yeah.
wonder he was bitter.
Going on for years.
I totally
I'm sure.
like those first few paragraphs make a lot more sense now. Where I'm just like, oh, you just
Yeah, for
despise
sure.
these.
Yeah, like they've been awful for a long time. and
Yeah, and you've tolerated it.
Done.
Damn.
Yeah.
The fact
No
that they
contact
kept
forever,
that cabin
forget
a
the
secret
traditional
just because
family
they're like, because we
obligation
know it'll
society
cause
wants-
more
Yeah,
issues.
exactly.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah,
Big
clear,
agree.
and I'm happy that the parent, like the parents, had like sided with OP this whole
Yeah.
time and really tried to like even mediate and make sure things were kosher, but like, dang, that's wild.
Update number 2.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Oh boy.
dear.
Okay.
Oh boy.
This is 10 days later, or 9 days after that post.
Okay.
Well, it's been an interesting last few days. I thought the shit had hit the fan before, but it was more of a fart compared to what's happened this week.
Oh my god!
You thought you were the shit. You're not even the fart.
It turns out
my
I'm
God.
Ice Spice. And
Oh my god!
for this to make sense, I need to provide some financial context. My folks haven't ever been good at saving money. I've been doing their taxes for years, so I know pretty much everything about them money-wise. Their house is paid for, and they have minimal debt, but they didn't save much for retirement. Both of them get Social Security, Dad gets a solid pension, and they have a bit of savings, but there's no treasure chest in the basement. I bought their current car for them after they retired as a retirement present so they could have something nice to drive. It was the first car in probably 20 years they didn't lease. My sisters are convinced the folks are dripping with money and that our parents will be leaving the two of them everything since I don't need more money, so they've never cared about saving either. Turns out my oldest sister and her husband, they have 3 kids, have been living beyond their means for some time and are in financial straits. They've maxed out their credit cards and are behind on their car leases to the point that one is about to get repossessed. He's bragged in the past about making X per year, but it turns out to be about half that. She confessed all this to Mom on Tuesday because they need a loan, and this was a what the f*** moment for Mom and Dad. For the last 3 years, instead of staying at the vacation house regularly, she's actually been renting it out once a month or so and pocketing the cash. We're talking $2,000 plus for a weekend and at least $4,000 for a week. With her being cut off from using the place, she's had to cancel one group already. She's now worried they'll lose everything. My folks aren't in any position to give them a loan. My other sister was aware of her renting out the place, but of course hasn't ever said anything. I suspect she's done the same thing as well because I went up there once to drop off an ATV I'd worked on, and there was a family there who claimed to be staying there with my sister / her family, and that they'd gone to town for something. At the time, I let it go. I figured she'd loaned out the house to some friends, but I've always wondered. I found all this out through my folks who are pretty stressed out about it, Mom more than Dad. He's mainly just pissed off about it all. I know Dad feels betrayed, and I imagine he's embarrassed that he's in no position to help his daughter out. He did reiterate that as long as it's up to him, the girls won't be using the vacation home anytime soon. My folks let me know what's going on because they figured my sisters would put a full court press on me next. And they were right. On Thursday, my sisters came to our place again, without husbands this time, and waited outside the door until I got home. I had to choose between fighting with them in public, them making a scene if I went in without them, or letting them in, so I let them in. I got a bullshit story from the older sister with the younger one backing her up regarding why I needed to let them use the mountain place again immediately. They also said I've been a shitty brother and that I needed to step up and plan on paying for their kids' college tuition since that's what family does.
Oh my, I'm getting goosebumps of rage.
I let them pitch their story, then called them out based on what my folks had told me. Things went to shit from there.
They sound
there was denial,
awful.
crying, cursing, yelling, you name it.
Spoiled
I swear
ass
my ears are
rats.
still ringing 2 days later. Won't lie, I said some really mean and shitty things to them, but nothing that wasn't true. They finally left about an hour. After that, I took a shower and laid down. When I got up, my wife was home, and her first words were that she'd had to block more phone numbers because my sisters were blowing up our phones from new ones.
Oh,
Folks messaged me yesterday asking me to call. I'm sure my sisters have told them some bullshit version of what had happened, but I'm not up to rehashing it yet. I'm usually a pretty energetic person, but this drama has me beaten down. I had just enough energy today to drive up to the vacation house and padlock the entrance gate shut. I'm the only one with a key. I'm guessing that will be enough to ensure my siblings leave the place alone. They'd probably die trying to walk 400 yards uphill to get to the house.
Oh my God.
There's only one comment here. I'll read that first. Get some security cameras and change the locks in case your siblings have copies of the key.
Yeah.
They might squat in your vacation home. Don't let them mooch off of you.
Oh
wow.
my goodness.
They kept getting worse and worse and worse.
It didn't
These
stop.
are like, this is like movie level shitty people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't trust this guy at the beginning just because he said he didn't like barbecues. But after hearing all this,
Oh
if that's
my
your experience
God.
with barbecues
I wouldn't
for
be
the last
surprised.
however many years, I'd hate him too.
Yeah.
That's right.
Me
That's right. The
too.
barbecue is like barbecues. I guess that's what adults do. I was like, okay, dude, you. But, damn.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
To come in and try and like repair in some way to get the cabin back, but it doesn't even sound like they were trying to repair anything. They're just like, this is why it's important that we have it back immediately. Also, you're paying for our children's college tuition.
Yo, what the
like, what?
fuck?
That's crazy.
The level of entitlement's awful. And,
You're paying for our children's college tuition as their uncle because that's what families do? What are you fucking talking about? What are you talking about? What are you fucking talking about? No, it's not. That's not real. What the fuck?
You know, I can't relate to the idea of like no contact with family because I'm very lucky that I don't have to deal with that in my real life. But in this guy's situation, I fully understand that.
Yeah,
it's just
good
like,
for
these
him.
are
Get
the
the
most
fuck
entitled
away
people
from
I've
those
ever
people.
heard of, and their kids are going to be just as entitled. You're
Yeah,
like
they're raising
based
little
on,
terrors for sure.
I can only assume, unless like someone else changes their perspective on things, this family is just kind of
Yeah.
and they're going to only leech
I mean,
off
on
of
that,
everything
I
around.
will say, if there was ever a situation to learn from and grow from and kind of get a grip and stop being such an entitled piece of shit, it would be this situation. And, you know, with the other examples where we talked about the best course of action sometimes is just simply to cut people off entirely, they fucking doubled down. And in my opinion, like, there are 3 different ways a situation can go when it's at a point where you're debating no contact. The person owns up and apologizes and acknowledges their mistake and sincerely did not know what they were doing. That's the best case scenario because you can move on from that. And I mean, you don't have to though. You can still, you know, choose to not go any contact depending on what the circumstance was, but that's still kind of the best scenario. Number 2 is they pass the blame off of someone else, or pass the blame off to you and double down, or they just simply double down in general and continue to say that they were in the right when it is a situation where objectively there is a wrong person here and it's the person that's doubling down. So they're the third option, and that sucks. They're probably going to need to sell the vacation home probably. Yeah, if they want to help their parents. I mean, it seems like he and his wife are pretty well off, and the other people in his family aren't in the same position, which kind of sucks in a way. It's kind of a lot of pressure, but like the entitlement to also fucking rent it out and to be like, no, I can't live past my means anymore. I don't have any more money. It's like that was never your money in the first place. Because it wasn't your fucking house to fucking rent out in the first place. What the fuck?
It's so tough because, like, I have seen people in my life who have this, like, really tough exterior and are entitled, but then there still could be a chance of, like, breaking down and being, like, and coming clean. But these people, like, are so stubborn, and I just can't believe, like, it's truly just the most intense entitlement.
They also sound really stupid because
yeah, that's fair. Fair point.
They're also
they're also
ugly.
committing a crime by renting out a house that they don't own.
Yeah,
and
that is a crime.
That's not okay.
A lot of
That's
money.
illegal.
Sounds like a lot of money that they were making off of it. And it's like, oh, and you're just blowing that money.
Yeah.
Like it's not like,
Yeah.
oh, we're in financial straits because of like all these circumstances, health reasons. It's like, no, you're just being stupid.
Sounds like they use it on
Yeah.
alcohol.
Yeah.
No, they're buying new phones to call him instead of just being like, hey, how about you figure out your situation?
Yeah, like they're valuing their egos over family, and like it's just such a mess.
Wow. All
What
because
a
he
fucking
dodged out of the
mess.
way
Yeah.
from his nieces and
Yeah.
The thought, it makes me like sick to think about like a child, like someone one lying about how much they make and pretending to make more, and then spending money frivolously because you think that when your parents die, you're getting a bunch of money.
Yeah,
Like,
that's
makes me
such
sick
a
to be, like,
gross way to
relying
think
on your
about
parents'
people.
death to save you from financial crisis that
What
you put
the
yourself in.
fuck?
Yeah, that's like alarming lack of empathy vibes. Like,
Yeah.
jeez.
Oh, man. Awful.
No more updates?
That's it. That's where it ends. It sounds just like this relationships are over.
Yeah.
That he's probably
Yeah.
not going to talk to his
Good
family
for
ever again.
him.
And I
Don't.
probably wouldn't either.
I mean, that's why you have to, like, that's why just, like, being kind and being willing to make things better should be the goal for everyone, because these entitled people had no idea all of the things that they were losing. They're losing the cabin. They're losing their parents' free babysitting. They're losing all this access, all because they needed to keep their ego in check, like up on its pedestal.
It's also what f***s you over when you are super manipulative in the way that they were, because when someone's that manipulative and lying and selfish, you can't, it's impossible to build back trust. Because like, it's like, okay, even if like a couple of years they come back and they're like, we've changed, we're different, it's just like, but are you tricking me again?
Yeah, why
like,
would I
are you
trust
just
you?
looking for another way to use me? Like,
Are you gonna rent me out?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Like that trust is kind of gone. And it sounds like his sisters don't even like him. So it's like, screw it.
Yeah, no loss.
Go.
No harm, no
Sad.
foul.
Best of luck to you.
Okay. Next story. This comes from Am I Wrong? It's another.
Am I wrong? You gonna tell me that I'm wrong?
Am I wrong?
She came down in a bubble.
She came in on a bubble, dog. Sorry.
Grow up.
Wicked Witch of the East, bro.
Grow up.
Anyways.
Okay. Am I wrong? My friend told me she loves me 4 weeks before her marriage. Okay.
For
her marriage. This is a 35-year-old man.
Okay.
My friend B, who's a 35-year-old woman, just told me she loves me 4 weeks before her marriage, and I am not sure what I'm supposed to do here. I want to know if I'm doing the right thing. To give some context, I lost my wife 2 years ago. I have a 5-year-old daughter. I have not dated in the last 2 years because I have major trauma from losing my wife. I still love her a lot and don't think I am ready to move on. I invested all my time in my daughter, who looks exactly like her mother, and my work to keep my sanity for the last 2 years. I have been friends with B since we were in elementary school. We lived in the same neighborhood growing up and were best friends. She's an awesome person, and we were inseparable growing up. The weirdest part was that we had completely different personalities. She was very outgoing and always had a lot of friends. I'm a big introvert, and B plus a few friends was all I needed. B was a serial dater, and I don't remember any time since middle school when she was single. B and I never dated, though. B and I also went to the same college. She never had a stable boyfriend, but just jumped from one relationship to another. I, on the other hand, did not date seriously until I was in my junior year, when I met my wife. She was a freshman, and we hit it off instantly. We fell for each other and spent all our time with each other. This strained my relationship with B, as I would generally hang out with my wife instead of her. That was the time B and I slowly started drifting apart. After college, I moved to a different town for my job. I occasionally messaged her, but nothing beyond that. B attended my wedding, and that was the last time I saw her. We kept in touch, but mostly by commenting on each other's pictures or keeping each other updated on significant life events. B did reach out to me when my wife passed away, and we talked on a phone call. Last year, B and her fiance moved to my city. I was still grieving, and both have been amazing support for me and my daughter. My daughter loves dancing, and B helped me enroll her in dancing and gymnastics classes and sometimes takes her to them. I also became good friends with her fiance, who is indeed an incredibly good man. My daughter also loves Auntie B, and B sometimes helps me babysit. Last week, B came to my house and asked if we could talk. Her tone sounded serious. She told me that over the last few months, she feels like she has started to develop feelings for me and is not sure anymore if she wants to go ahead with the wedding. She felt I also had started developing feelings for her. I told her that I am not ready for any relationship before I can deal with my mental health, for which I go to a therapist regularly. She tried to convince me that she loved me. We are soulmates, and she felt that we were meant to be together. However, I do not have the same feelings for her. I love her as a friend, but nothing beyond that. We were both emotional, but she said she was glad we talked about this. She left after that. B called me that night and told me not to talk about our conversation to anyone. I thought a lot about it and decided that I would not tell her fiance about B and my conversation from last week. I feel it's their relationship, and I do not have the right to ruin their moment if B decides to go ahead with the wedding. However, I feel guilty that her fiance does not know anything about this and is going into a marriage where B might not be fully ready for it. Can you guys give suggestions on what I should do in this case? Am I wrong for not telling her fiance about our conversation?
I kind of remember this one. I didn't remember all the details. I think if I'm trying to put myself in the OP's position, I think I'd be a little bit traumatized. I'm not gonna lie. The way that she is like, no, you don't understand. Please, we're soulmates. We're meant to be together. And it's like, he's grieving, and you're getting married. That's not a good look. Like, I guess I empathize if you've been feeling that way for a long time to a certain extent, but at the same time, the way that she went about it is very disconcerting to me. That's very uncomfortable, and it feels like very disrespectful to not just the OP's feelings, but also her fucking fiance's. You're getting married in not like, you know, you're not engaged and you've been engaged for years, which happens sometimes. You're getting married in a few weeks. And now you're trying to rope someone in a very awkward and uncomfortable position. I would probably tell the fiance, I'm going to be honest. I don't think I could live with the guilty conscience of knowing that this is the thing, and knowing, especially because he was talking about how she was like a serial dater and stuff. Which people can change. I don't think it's uncommon for people to kind of be like that in like middle school and high school and even college, and then you kind of just get a grip and settle down or prefer to settle down. But I would feel really, really guilty keeping that knowledge to myself and not letting the fiance know, especially because I had been friends with her for long enough to know that she kind of has bad habits, and that I feel like it'd be a red flag that the bad habits are arising again. Like, maybe she's just not matured enough to fully settle down, and so I don't know why you even agreed to an engagement in the first place. Yeah, that's also fair. I don't think that I could handle that amount of pressure. Like, even if it burned the bridge for both of them, then it's a case of like, well, it's y'all's relationship and you can choose to do with this knowledge as you wish, but I wouldn't feel right not telling you when you're getting married in a few weeks, because if nothing else, this is indication that she's not ready to commit to you fully, and maybe she's not as serious about you as she thought she was, and you're going to be in a position where you're trapped in a marriage that goes downhill at some point because she clearly is not ready to commit to a marriage and has a history of being non-committal. That's a very uncomfortable and awkward position to be in, for sure.
For context, I was on Reddit this weekend and I found this story and I sent it in. So
okay,
I will say buckle up.
Oh my God, initial thoughts?
I mean, it seems like he is a very emotionally mature and stable person, and it seems like she has some things that she needs to figure out.
Yeah, for sure.
And it's just a really tough spot for him to be in, especially like that they're so close and have been close for so long, but also that he's become close to like her fiance, and they've become like a support system for him. Like, I can imagine that those, like, both of them are really important to him. And so he's in a really awkward spot where he's like, well, I could say nothing and continue to have both of them in my life when I've, been alone, but also
that's fair.
Ton of guilt associated with potentially, like not telling
It's
the fiance.
super tough. My
It's
opinion for
definitely
her
more
is like,
nuanced.
if you're feeling this way 4 weeks before a wedding, that you're gonna go tell this person that we're in love, we're soulmates, don't get married.
Don't get married.
What are you doing?
Yeah, call
Like,
voting first, if anything, because clearly the first step of that stuff is, okay, clearly you're feeling this way, but you also don't feel that you're meant to be with the person you're currently with.
Right.
Yeah, I do not understand being in a position where you're getting married in 4 weeks and you tell someone else that you're soulmates and meant to be together. What the fuck? What? What?
That's so tough. Like, I don't think people realize the position they're putting someone in when they're like, I'm gonna get married, I have feelings for you. Oh, just kidding, don't tell anyone.
Yeah.
Don't tell
like,
anyone.
that strains OP's relationship with the fiance.
I wouldn't be able to be friends with her.
Yeah.
I'd be
No,
like,
for
well,
sure.
now we
It would
can't.
make things so, I would have so much anxiety about
Yeah.
that.
But
Ugh.
it's also so messy
Yeah.
to now
Yeah.
like communicate it, like to get into there.
Yeah.
The comments here, I would tread carefully. B has some commitment issues and she pops this on you as she is getting ready to make the biggest commitment of her life.
Yeah.
She may have true feelings for you. She may just be scared and think she has feelings for you. Protect your heart. Someone else said, hey dude, my advice is that people are complicated and make mistakes, but overreacting could be a worse mistake. From the way you told the story, it seems she was confused and made a decision to try and find some clarity. Honestly, it's much better she did it now than after the marriage. Marriage should be a huge commitment.
I mean,
We
she
also
still
don't
shouldn't
know
have
the
done it
other
so
side of the
close to
story.
the
Maybe
marriage,
she was
though.
having a rough time with her fiance recently. Maybe they were going through some very normal things about planning a wedding. That shit is stressful. Maybe they are dealing with conflicting opinions on their move. Maybe about having children. We don't.
I feel sorry. I feel sympathy for B because you don't get to decide your feelings and the emotional roller coaster they can force on you, but B is going to go down in flames. Yeah, like I understand to an extent. Especially with the points that Common is bringing up, but at the same time, it's like you're getting married in a couple of weeks. If you were gonna do this, especially again, she has a history, which I think is a pretty important context. Don't do it just a couple weeks before your wedding. Maybe have this conversation, like, I don't know, right after you're proposed to. Like, if you said yes impulsively, you shouldn't have said yes to the proposal at all. But if you said yes impulsively and then you're like, well, now I don't know if I'm actually sure, like, out of the high of the moment. It's the timing for me. It's the timing for me. It's still on B to be honest with the fiance. Oh, for sure. Yeah. I mean, like I said, I would feel guilty. I would feel the need to tell them and inform them. I wouldn't feel comfortable carrying that information on my shoulders, which is kind of more speaks to the fact that B is the one putting it on him in the first place. So it shouldn't be his guilt, and it is her responsibility to inform her fiance that she's feeling that way. He shouldn't feel he's being put into the middle very unfairly. And she should be the one to inform her fiance that, like, even if you don't go into all the details, you owe it to your fiance to at least tell them that you're clearly not ready to pursue a marriage at this time. But it's also, I also feel like I'm kind of squinting a bit because at the point of 4 weeks before the wedding, you probably already have your full guest list. You probably have everything planned outside of like the last couple of details. So you've already gotten it to a point where it's not just a commitment for you and this person for the rest of your lives. You're also expecting a commitment for your guests to attend it and allot their time and money to you, your presence and stuff. Like, it's messy. It's real messy.
No, so we can't assume we understand her motives. Her telling you to keep it to yourself could also be interpreted as her coming to a realization that she was wrong and is feeling shame about even acting on those feelings. Sometimes it takes doing something really dumb to understand how you feel. As I said, people make mistakes, and maybe this is one that she's going to think about late at night and cringe. We all have those moments. I recommend continuing to keep it to yourself. In a perfect world, the fiance would understand that she just had a moment of confusion, but in reality, it might color the way he thinks about her forever. That isn't fair to him, it isn't fair to her, and it doesn't cost you anything. Lastly, someone said, focus on yourself and your daughter. Bro, stay away from both not your business to get involved in.
Fair.
Yeah, I mean, with the longer comment, I don't know if I agree with all of that because, like, I have heard of these similar scenarios where someone wants to vibe check if someone might feel the same way, and it's like, there's a more mature way to go about it rather than, like, going to OP and saying, I'm convinced we're soulmates.
Yeah,
we're meant to be together.
Strong,
instead of being
man.
like, hey, like before
Coming
I get
on
married,
way too fucking strong.
I've been having these feelings lately that I'm not sure if I'm reading things wrong, but like, marriage aside, like, is there something between us? And maybe getting that cleared away if you're still considering moving forward with that marriage. But it doesn't sound like that's what she did at all. It sounds like she was very much ready to lily pad once again.
Yeah.
Like, no, not shaming that, but it's like, it sounds like she's just continuing her pattern.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, it's just like
He's
4 weeks
so
before a
screwed
wedding, and
after,
you're
so
saying like,
screwed,
I think
yeah.
we're soulmates to someone else.
Yeah.
That's pretty rough. Yeah, it's tough. I'm biased because I know where this is going. Light trigger warning, mentions of assault and just a scary situation. Here's the update. This is 27 days later.
Another 27 days later.
28.
Fool.
Fool, you missed a day, you idiot.
You fool!
Okay. A month ago, I wrote a post regarding my friend Bree, telling me that she loved me, only 4 weeks before her wedding. The last month has been crazy, and my whole world has been turned upside down. Again, for context, I lost my wife 2 years ago, and we have a 5-year-old daughter. Bree and her fiance, Jason, who's like 33, moved to our town a year ago, and we have reconnected as friends, and they have done a lot to cheer me up during this year and bring my life to normalcy. After Bree told me that she loved me, I told her that I was still not ready to move on, as I still miss my wife. She said she understood, and I did not hear from her or Jason for a few days. The guilt was killing me, as I was not sure if I should tell Jason about what she told me. Thanks to everyone who commented on the post, it helped me think the situation through. I finally called B after a few days and asked her to meet me for lunch. I talked to her and asked her if she was going ahead with her wedding. She broke down and told me she was not sure. I told her that she should at least talk to Jason regarding her feelings and not be dishonest with him. I also assured her that I would not say anything to Jason, but I just wanted her to be happy. She said she understood and left. That night, I put my daughter to sleep and was watching TV. Around 9:30 p.m., I heard a loud knock on my door, and it was Jason. I opened the door, and he was in tears. He started yelling at me and asking me why I had to steal Bree out of all the people.
Oh my
I tried to calm him down,
God.
but he just kept on shouting. I was trying to get him to sit down on the bench on our porch. I told him my daughter was sleeping upstairs, but he slowly was getting more and more physical. He punched me in the face, and I was able to push him off. I told him to get out of my house, and he sat in his truck and drove away. I immediately called Bree, and she was crying and did not sound well on the phone. She told Jason that she could not marry him because she had feelings for me. I was really scared for her after the physical altercation with Jason and told her to gather some clothes and get out of the house. She did that and came to my place. I just didn't feel she was safe with Jason. I consoled her for almost 2 hours and was able to get her to sleep. The next morning, we had to call her parents and let them know about what had happened. Bree kept a brave face, but I could see how much she was hurting. Her parents asked her to take a few days off and immediately come back home, and she did take a flight in the evening to go home. Over the next 2 weeks, the wedding was called off. Bree and I were talking every day, and she was just very exhausted. She talked to Jason a few times and kept on asking her to take more time to think. However, I think Bree just wanted to get out of it and decided to just break it off with Jason. Currently, Bree is staying with us for the last 2 weeks. She still has a job here and started going back to work last week. I have talked to Bree in detail about what happened. Bree told me that Jason and her were dating on and off for the last 4 years. Jason is not very career-oriented, and Bree is very good at her job. She felt he was a nice and reliable person, but was unsure about him from the start. She felt that she was not getting any younger, and hence they decided to get married. When she heard about my wife passing away, she just felt really bad and wanted to be around me to comfort me. When she got her big promotion, which meant she could work in a corporate office, she immediately chose my city and moved here. Jason also moved here and got a new job. She never had any romantic feelings for me back then.
I don't believe
As
that.
she started hanging out with my daughter and me, she started feeling the bond we shared when we were growing up. Except I was the broken one and she was taking care of me.
Ew!
She said that she realized she was enjoying her time with us more than Jason. She realized she made a mistake with Jason and what she wanted was right in front of her. Hence, she slowly started thinking about me in that way and finally told me about it. She knew her relationship with Jason was over the moment she confessed to me. It's a shitty situation, but I am glad that she realized that before getting married versus after. As for Jason, I feel bad for him.
Yeah.
He is moving back to our hometown closer to his family. He is currently in their apartment and will move sometime next month. I know a lot of you would be curious if we were dating. We are not dating. I don't think I can date anyone right now, and neither should Bree. She is my friend, and I am happy that she is staying with us and plans to be here until everything is sorted out. My daughter loves having Auntie Bree around too, so that's a bonus. Plus, it's really nice to see her slowly getting back to normal. Thanks again for helping me during my last post. Cheers.
No. Maybe it's just my history. I don't like those vibes. I don't like those vibes. It feels like she was obsessive with him. I don't fucking believe that she just so happened to move to that town that he was staying in and got feelings for him after. That feels premeditated. That feels motivated. I don't trust like that. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Get away from her. Get away from her. Walking red flag. She is obsessed with you. Get away from her. Get away from her. Please get away from her. Oh my god. Ew. I'm uncomfortable. That's disturbing. That's disturbing.
Oh no.
Yeah. Friggin' wild.
What a mess.
I remember reading it, and before I knew like where it was all heading, it's like, yeah, so after her husband punched me in the face in my own house, I told her to come over to my house. I'm like,
yeah.
Do you want him to come over and murder you both? I'm like, What the fuck are you thinking? That's the worst place for her to go in that moment.
Well, but the way he wrote it is like she came here. He was like,
it's such a big bright red flag. Yeah, I feel for him in a lot of ways because I empathize and I could see myself in a lot of ways kind of being put in that position in the past. Like I said, I have like history of people being really weirdly obsessive and weird with me. So like in my hindsight, in my experience, I can see those red flags. But I can also empathize with the OP because he's in a position where he's already quite vulnerable because he lost his wife. Like they didn't just simply part ways. He lost her. And he's still grieving, and it's still clearly a fresh wound that he's still coping with and healing from. And it kind of feels like she's taking advantage of that and trying to kind of weasel her way in and kind of piggybacking off of the situation that she put herself in to kind of guilt him into that. And that is really gross and really uncomfortable, and I feel for him, but I don't think it's smart or a good idea to just like accept her into your home with open arms after her almost husband assaulted you in your house. Like, I understand that you're concerned for her safety, but like, she's not your responsibility, and she's already crossed some lines for you. Like, stand up for yourself. The fact that he has a kid too and he's a single dad at this point, like, come on, pick yourself up, stand up for yourself, lay down some boundaries. She can stay with her family. She is not your responsibility. At the end of the day, do I empathize with her and do I sympathize with her position? Yeah, but she's not your responsibility, and she got herself in that situation. And clearly it seems like the the almost husband had like a few red flags that she ignored until the last minute. So it's like, it's not fair that you have been put in this position, period, is the bottom line, really. Like, you have been put in a position that you never should have been put into, and she's trying to make you take responsibility for the situation and for her, and is taking advantage of your kindness and the vulnerable position that you're in. As a person who has had people, not in that exact way, but I've definitely dealt with people who fully took advantage of me when I was in very dark and vulnerable places, and took advantage of my kindness and vulnerability. The situation just reeks of that energy. I could be wrong. You know, it's just a Reddit story on the internet, but I'm scared for him more than anyone else in this situation. I'm scared for him, you know?
Get out of the house, and then she came here. So I don't even know if he told her to come.
Either like,
regardless,
it's still the worst place for her to go.
Yeah.
Like, she showed up, and he maybe should have been like, "Is there a friend you can stay with? Like, is there anywhere you can go?" Because like, he clearly knows where I live.
Yeah.
He's shown up here and been physical here.
Also, hang on. How does he know where this guy lives? The fuck? Why does he know that? I understand that they were friends, but like, squinting.
Yeah.
Tonight, like, if he comes home and you're gone, and then he comes back here and you're here, I don't know. I'm just like, and then like her staying there for weeks after, I'm just like, dude, what are you doing?
What are you doing?
I just am like, this is not good for either of you emotionally.
No.
Is my, like.
I just can't help but feel like he's stated that he's not ready to date anyone. He told her that, I'm not ready to date anyone. And then said in the post that he's not necessarily like feeling that with her. But anything like that, like putting myself in her shoes, I would view going to his place, him allowing her in, her staying there as steps toward what I want. And like,
I assume,
I can't
but
help, but
it's just
I can't say if it's like conscious, like moves that she's making. It might all be subconscious because she's going through a lot.
It's tough because like, it's very likely there genuinely was nowhere else to go on short notice, especially if it was like in the middle of the night, and like, so
that night,
night maybe still scary if the fiance did decide to just continue to be pissed.
Yeah.
So unsafe, especially with a child at that house. But like after that night, like find some other situation. It feels a little inappropriate at that point. And I also think like when you have a kid, you have to be very intentional and careful with who you're deciding to like be part of your family. And Auntie B is one thing, but that's not, Auntie B doesn't want to be Auntie B. It sounds like, she, you know.
No, she doesn't. She's admitted. Yeah. Her intention is she wants to be in a relationship with you and be the mother to
She wants to be Mommy B.
That's what she wants.
Ew.
She has said that.
Ew.
I also think it's a little sketchy that a year prior, and she said she wasn't in love with him, she moved to his city.
Yeah, that's
to
weird.
be near him.
That's weird.
And I'm just like, that's huge.
I think it is huge.
That's
a red fucking
You made that
flag.
decision for you and your fiance. To move to this city.
I don't trust
I'm just
like that.
I don't think this. I think this is a person who needs to figure a lot out.
Yeah.
And I think you should not be around her while she's figuring that out.
Yeah, like she may not have been in love with OP like that year moving into the city, but like something was deep down pulling her in that direction. I don't think it was just like, I want to be near my friend again, but then again, like she has the thing with commitment, so like
I think it's a fantasy in her head. I think she likes the idea of stuff.
Yeah.
I also, another rub that I have is if she's the career-oriented one, she's the breadwinner, taking them places and like being the compass of where they go. And he literally the fiance punched someone in the face. Like, he should have been kicked out. He should have have to figure out where to stay that night, and that should have been her place.
Yeah.
But
I understand. And I can't judge too much in that moment of like, it's scary. It's a whirlwind of crazy stuff. Like, you're going to make stupid decisions. But
messy.
it's like now you're making this big conscious decision. She's here until everything's sorted out. It's like, what's that timeline?
Yeah.
It's messy. Or like stay with a friend, stay anywhere else. It's just like, this is messy.
Yeah.
We have one comment here, but it reflects what a lot of comments were saying. Someone said, I don't think it's a great idea to be playing happy families with a woman who has confessed to being in love with you, especially as you have no intention of starting a romantic relationship with her.
Yeah.
I don't think it will end well for either of you. 900 upvotes. And I agree. He admitted from the start that he is still emotionally in a crazy place.
Yeah, he was very
She is
emotionally
now
compromised
absolutely
and very
in an emotionally crazy
understandably.
place. This is not healthy for the two
No,
of them.
absolutely
especially
not.
with her attachment to him. It's like
She sounds
if you're in
obsessed.
love with, if you admit to someone, I'm in love with you, I think we're soulmates, and they don't feel the same with you about you, being around them is not gonna help.
I don't. Again, it's maybe it's just my history speaking, but at that point, it doesn't feel like she is in love with him, because if you were genuinely in love with him, you would respect his boundaries, and you wouldn't try to keep forcing yourself onto him, and you also wouldn't like make him a target for your fiance by telling him, oh yeah, I don't want to marry you because I have feelings for this guy. It feels more like obsession than like genuine feelings, and her like the obsession being fueled by him rejecting her. To me, that's how it feels.
No, if that happened to me, I would simply run away and never stop running until I hit ocean or something.
Yeah,
like
for sure.
What's like the physical like version of sending someone an invite to play 8-ball on iMessage? Like that's what he should have done the first time she told him her feelings. Just like been like, so you want to play 8-ball?
What? What?
So you want to play Fortnite?
Yeah.
But one thing I will say is, you know, OP is being like writing out this very rational post, being very rational about this in his own way, but maybe there is part of him that has feelings for her too, and that's why he's allowing.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
I think that's the really hard part about like her moving to the city and then like becoming very close to him. Like, I think that also is just like, even like you said, if she's not doing it intentionally, that's a screwed up thing to do to someone who's like still grieving the loss of their wife.
Yeah, exactly.
Trying to take care of their child.
It's very
and then you kinda just feel
insensitive.
like, hey, and then to like be like, yeah, and I love you and you love me and we're soulmates.
And even if they aren't dating, like she's still kind of like lily padded. Like she went from living with one man to living with another.
And I think if he does have feelings for her, if let's say after a moment he's like, oh shit, I do, I still think he needs to be like, hey, I think we shouldn't see each other or talk for like a while until I feel, because like there's so much.
He can't rationally like figure things out if she's constantly around.
And he needs to prioritize his daughter. And it's like, what's going to be best for her? What's healthiest for her? He needs to make sure she's in a safe, stable situation.
Totally.
For sure.
And that he's in a safe, stable situation. But what a crazy ride, man. Yeah.
Woof.
Crazy.
I can't believe he just showed up and started yelling on the porch.
Yeah, man.
Whoa.
Terrifying.
Audacity.
Oh,
Word of
goodness.
the day.
All right.
Audacity.
This episode of Red Stories is brought to you by Rocket Money. Do you know that nearly 75% of people...
No.
Next
No,
story.
I don't.
Am I the asshole for not wanting to pretend to be my twin on her wedding day?
What?
Huh?
I think I've heard of this one.
No way, no way.
I, a 30-year-old woman, have an identical twin sister, and for the purposes of anonymity, I'll call her Jess. Jess and I look so much alike it can be freaky. At one point, when we were still infants, they had to draw a little dot at the bottom of one of our feet just so they could keep track of who was who for medical reasons. My mom adored the fact that Jess and I were her cute baby twin girls and treated us as precious dolls who she would frequently dress alike and always make us do things together.
Don't do that.
At first, I didn't mind it at all because, well, it was my normal, and I do genuinely love my sister, but when we started getting older and I developed my own interests, I would get so frustrated or upset when I either couldn't do something because Jess didn't want to, or the only way that I could do it was if Jess could come with me and vice versa. It sucked because despite our appearances, Jess was the more extroverted twin who liked to go to parties and do sports, while I was introverted and artistic. I was always made to do what Jess wanted to do because me not wanting to be so social was seen as bad, and the only way that Jess would agree to do/endure my hobbies was if I did her homework or chores. When my parents were divorcing, I was over the moon when my dad agreed to let me live with him in another state, and Jess didn't want to move away from all her friends. My mom cried when I had to tell her I didn't want to live with her, and Jess accused me of hating them. This really wrecked me emotionally, and I almost caved, but my dad got me into therapy, who helped me gather the courage to just leave. I never really did shake off that guilt until around senior year of high school, but I never once regretted my choice because of how liberating I felt by getting to just be me. I was slowly able to repair my relationship with my mom and Jess, but Jess and I were never really as close as we used to be, and I was honestly fine with that. Fast forward to adulthood, and Jess is engaged to her boyfriend, Steve, who's 36, and their wedding is set for this spring. Unfortunately, Jess was recently in a bad accident, and her face is going to need to get some cosmetic surgery. She has been crying on and off for days over this because there's no way she'll be healed up in time for the wedding. My mom, Steve, and I have been trying to console her, but it's not enough. Earlier this week, my mom approached me with the idea of dressing up as Jess and pretending to be her for the ceremony and reception so the pictures will look nice. I was floored and gave a hesitant no, because while I do know that this would mean a lot to my sister, I just feel really uncomfortable about it. My mom was upset with me and said that it wasn't a big deal. It was just for the pictures, and asked me if I really wanted to make it so that Jess would have to be reminded of her trauma whenever she had to look at her wedding photos or just not have any photos at all. Am I the asshole? Quick edit here. Okay, because I've already seen this in other comments, I just wanted to be clear about some things. Jess and Steve's wedding is booked at their dream venue, and if they postpone, which is in about 3 weeks, they won't be able to book it again until around 2025.
Yeah, for
And families
sure.
on both sides are coming in from out of state. Apparently, between the wedding costs and needing to save up for the cosmetic surgery, Steve and Jess don't have the money to pay for professional Photoshop. We live in America, and as far as I know, since Jess's surgery is purely for cosmetic purposes.
It's very fucking. Again, it's a situation where even just asking in the first place is like you're saying a lot to your kid and about how you view them as their own person in comparison to the twin, and it seems unfortunately like a favoritism thing too, which is, I feel like with twins it's kind of worse than if it was just, separate siblings who were born at different times. Because, you already, as a twin, you get compared so much and so often. And your mom clearly respects your twin more than she respects you, to a point that she's asking you to be in your twin's wedding for her because she got into an accident. And it's like, people who are coming to the wedding would understand if you said, hey, I got into a serious accident. Wedding's off, guys. I need to recover. Like, what the fuck?
Health insurance may not cover it, if any at all. My mom was the only one who actually approached me about this, so I don't know for sure if Jess and Steve know about this idea, and I'm honestly a little nervous actually talking to them about this in case.
Yes, exactly. Very good point. It shows that she sees them as interchangeable and not as individuals. Yeah. She does not see them as two separate people. She sees them as two sides of the same coin, and that's not how it is. They are two individual people, and just because they look alike does not mean that they are just one mind. And that's very shitty to do.
They're on board and start to pressure me into agreeing. Edit number 2. Sorry for not clarifying. What my mom is proposing that I do is that I wear Jess's wedding dress, and she wears whatever I was going to wear, and then I just stand in for her when it's time to walk down the aisle, do the entrance at the reception, first dance, bouquet toss, and photo time. I wouldn't actually be doing the vows.
This is so insane.
Dude, when you started this, I thought it was gonna be like she asked me if I would like step in for a quirky little joke, and I didn't want to do it. But this is
too nervous, or
literally.
This is like an A24 horror movie.
Oh yeah,
I
absolutely.
cannot imagine what it must feel like, and it also sounds so tough because I hear so many stories about how truly close twins are.
Yeah.
In the best case scenarios, but like, to grow up not feeling like you can be your own person. And I can't help but feel like the mom clearly favors Jess.
Yeah.
Saying, you know, since OP is like, you know, my hobbies and habits were viewed as negative because I was more introverted, and you know, she was the one who moved out. Like, this mom, I cannot believe this ask, because like, can you just imagine the pictures? Like,
well, what's insane to me is that what they're proposing is like, well, it's so that the photos all look good. I'm like, so you want Jess to not participate in her own wedding?
Yeah.
The memories of it are not as important as like the day itself.
Yeah.
She's not attending her own wedding. Like, she's not being in her own wedding. That's sad.
She's
like,
gonna look at these pictures. She's not gonna be like, that's me and I look great. She's gonna be like, that's my sister.
Well, I mean, it's also like she already probably feels miserable because the reason that she can't be in her own wedding is that she got into a horrible accident that she's recovering from. So to even pitch this as an idea is also insulting to Jess, because it's like you're replaceable in your own fucking wedding because you got into a severe accident. What the hell?
Marrying my husband.
I actually don't remember that because that wasn't me, and I didn't do that. Like, you're only gonna have that opportunity with this husband to toss the bouquet, to walk down the aisle. Like, those are experiences you want to remember. You don't. You're just talking about photos. Like, that's so sad. It also, though, highlights to me what I think weddings are to a lot of people, which is just all about the perception. And I'm like, dude, no, it's an experience. That's Jess's day. That is her day.
It's her
And
day.
like, everyone who's there should not give a shit what she looks like. It's you know, it's about her.
Yeah, because I feel like if that were to happen to me, and it's like, dang, I had this accident before this big event, and I got to take pictures, like, honestly, like, that becomes part of it. Like, oh yeah, remember when we were so young, and my nose was bent sideways, and I could smell my own ear? That's crazy.
Yeah.
Haha, so great that we're better and healthier now. Like, I don't know.
I'd much rather be telling my grandkids like stories about like, oh yeah, like you can see these wedding photos, like this crazy thing happened and I had to get the surgery, instead of being like, oh yeah, this crazy thing happened, so that's actually not me in my wedding. Like, I wasn't even in my wedding.
That's
like,
it's so sad.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
I feel bad for her. That sucks to have something like that happen before your wedding. It sucks to have it happen in general, but like, everyone who's at your wedding should not care.
Yeah, and you're right. Like, when it comes across as like, yeah, this is about the pictures. This is about how it's perceived, not so much like. But I'm very curious if Jess is even aware of
this update is gonna really be. The verdict was not the asshole, obviously.
Yeah, she has any right to feel uncomfortable.
Oh my God. Comments. So wait, that was all Mom's idea. Jess was not involved. Wow, this woman sucks. Oh, hey, honey. So sorry you got badly hurt, but now you are super ugly, so I decided you need a body double for your own wedding. Can't have your ugly mug in any of those pics. I understand why OOP wants to not put this on Jess's plate right now, but I hope she finds some way of letting them know eventually. That woman is horrible. Someone replied, Mom to Jess 5 years later. Why do you get sad when you look at your wedding photos? It's basically you anyways.
Yeah, seriously. Talk about mom viewing them as one collective person and not as their own people.
Exactly.
Someone said, I was thinking this. It's an absolutely unhinged ask from the mom. Not just for OOP, but it's absolutely brutal towards the sister as well. Imagine thinking photos are more important than letting your daughter experience the magical moment of looking into her husband's eyes as she walks down the aisle. Not to mention, this is just 100% confirmation that she sees her daughters as completely interchangeable. 2.6 thousand votes.
Oh, wow, that's a lot of votes.
But like, also imagine the husband in that situation just being like, I do, and then they have to kiss.
Ew, 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 ew.
Oh my God, they have to kiss.
Ew. And
like the first dance and throwing the bouquet, like, that's so, okay, I cannot wait for this update.
It's
because,
wild. Okay.
No way, no way, no way.
All right, here we go. Oh God. Who do we think suggested it first?
I think it's mom and only mom. Okay, I think it's mom and only mom, and I think this whole thing is gonna make the twins close again.
What if it was Steve?
I was about to say.
Could you imagine?
What if it's Steve? All right, let's see. Okay, 1 bet on Mom, 2 bets on Steve. Thanks for all your advice and suggestions, as well as affirmation that I have the right to say no. Still dealing with residual guilt about refusing to do things for my mom. So I reached out to Steve first about suggesting Photoshop, and it turns out he and Jess were already considering that before deciding to just postpone the wedding, as Jess is dealing with PTSD from the accident and doesn't believe that she is going to be able to handle the stress of a wedding in 3 weeks. I was so relieved and told Steve that I would be more than happy to help with getting the word out to people that the wedding wasn't happening right now. For the sake of peace and Jess's mental health, I've decided to keep what my mom said about using me as a replacement for the wedding photos to myself for now. Jess is really going through a lot, and I feel like this would be like rubbing salt in the wound. All right, that's honestly for this story, that's probably the best possible outcome. Jess and Steve are like, oh, we're not gonna have a wedding.
Yeah, wow. Okay, so definitely, so it was Mom.
Mom is just awful.
But that means that the mom was just complete. That is such an awful way to view your own children. That's so disturbing and unsettling. That's so fucked up to view your children that way. And to not, again, like I said, to not even consider the position that Jess is in. Like, you just got into a horrible accident. No shit, you're not gonna be up for a wedding. You have so much to recover from, both physically and mentally. So for her mom's first reaction to just be like, oh, well, yeah, of course the wedding's still happening and you should stand in for her because you're the same person. LOL. What the fuck? What the fuck? What an awful mother. Holy shit. Cut contact. Get that bitch out of here. Never speak to her again. She does not deserve to have children. What the fuck? At least they have a good relationship now. And it seems like the mother doesn't really have an impact on their relationship anymore. That's just fucked. That's awful.
Yeah. And claiming that they couldn't afford Photoshop or anything and saying that nothing else was an option too. Like the mom was kind of manipulating.
Yeah. Mom is weird.
Also, like, what year is this? Is like probably pretty recent.
This is about a year ago.
Dude, yeah. Have you ever heard of Fiverr? There's got to be crazy kids on Fiverr that are awesome with Photoshop.
But also, like, what comes from a wedding is a lot of like gifts. Which
she made me 8 feet tall.
Yeah, but I think people could have given gifts that includes like money that they needed to afford a photoshopping like that.
Totally.
That would have happened.
You can Photoshop anything.
But I also
they're digital. They can sit like forever until you have enough money to
But I also think it's like cool. It's your dream venue, but like. It's ultimately about the experience of that day.
Yeah.
Postpone it. You just went through something horrible. Postpone it.
If you can, yeah.
Yeah, and it sounds like they've decided, like, we're going to do that.
Yeah.
Like, she's not going to enjoy the day.
Acting on her own accord. That's fucked.
I think she should eventually tell Jess. Because that just shows, I think it's important for Jess to know how shitty her mom is.
Oh, for sure.
And how, like, not on her side she really is.
For sure.
Yeah, no, this mom is out of Black Mirror.
Yeah. Okay.
For real.
Next story.
I hope we get that update. If you ever find that update, just call me right away.
Okay, I'll just call you, dude.
Like, you remember Jess?
It's 2 a.m. Hey, dude, stop playing RuneScape.
Or
I heard an update. Okay, final story, and I hear this one is a doozy.
Y'all are not prepared for this one. The last story in this episode is why I chose this episode, and I can't believe this is the one that we're finishing on. Y'all aren't ready. Y'all aren't ready. Pissed toggle is out. Y'all are not ready.
Dude, how did I know you were going to say doozy? When you said, I know this one's good, I was like, doozy.
He's going to say doozy.
Doozy.
Because you guys are the same person. It's just you're him if we stretched him.
Oh!
You hit me with a hammer, like a cartoon hammer.
Like, all right. Am I the asshole? Husband accused me of financial infidelity. Husband, who's 33, and I, 33-year-old woman, have been married for 10 years, together since college. Since starting out, we have made financial security a priority and have been able to achieve that, albeit with some good luck along the way. We both have good jobs, paying close to $200,000 each.
Wow.
Student loans were paid off within a few years. Both went to state schools with some scholarships, so didn't have a lot of debt to begin with. We live in a house I inherited from my grandmother, no mortgage, and don't have any credit card debt. We maxed out our 401ks and currently have 18 months of expenses in our emergency fund and are still adding to it. Our cars are both paid off and should be good for another 5+ years, and we don't have any credit card debt. Okay.
Please, God, please.
Yeah, the kind of
cool.
energy we
How
need
did you
to
up?
manifest for all of us.
So everything was actually f***ing perfect, and I decided to blow it up.
Okay, ready?
We manage our finances in a hybrid manner. Joint accounts for bills and savings and separate accounts for our fun money. We each get a pretty generous monthly allotment. The fun money is strictly for our individual expenses, hobbies, clothes, outings with friends, etc., and not for things like date nights, vacations, or larger joint purchases like household appliances and repairs, which come out of our joint account. In terms of the fun money, my husband is much more of a spender than I am due to expensive hobbies, in particular golf and collecting sports memorabilia, and he's also more into designer clothes, which is fine. It's his fun money. On the other hand, my hobbies are a lot less expensive. Running, working out, reading, baking. In general, I'm more introverted, and a great time for me is tea with a friend at one of our homes with homemade pastries. I have also been getting back into gaming lately after setting it aside for much of the past decade while building my career. After realizing I had more than enough in my fun money account, I decided to overhaul my gaming setup and got myself a new PC, desk, and gaming chair. Total cost of about $5,000.
Slay.
Yeah. Did she also start playing Star Citizen? It's a little joke.
I know, I heard about it.
I got it. Yeah, you told us.
You told us like 30 minutes ago.
You told us.
However, upon hearing about the purchase, my husband is furious. He says he had no idea I had saved so much money and that I should have consulted him before spending $5,000. I asked what difference it made if it was my own accrued fund money and not our joint funds, and he insisted that my accumulating this amount without telling him was a form of financial infidelity. He says he lost trust in me and doesn't know what else I might be hiding. He is demanding that I return the items I purchased and deposit most of the funds to our joint account.
Whoa!
He wants to make a new rule that fund money accounts can't accumulate more than $2,000 and that any excess goes back to the joint account. A rule that would obviously favor him as a person who spends most of his allotment each month instead of saving up for anything bigger. I feel like I'm being punished for being more of a day-to-day saver than spender. It wouldn't occur to me to demand to know how much my husband has in his fund money account or to try to micromanage what he spends it on. I wasn't hiding anything deliberately. He never asked about it until after I made the purchases. Still, maybe I should have been more transparent about my plans. So, am I the asshole?
No.
The I just don't understand, like, look, it sounds crazy, but speaking of their situation, they make a collective $400,000 a year.
And you're concerned about
no payments, no nothing.
Maxed out their 401k.
And he's mad that she's spending $5,000. I'm like, percentage-wise, that's like not
nothing.
Like, yeah, that's crazy.
Also, like, so should she have bought each part of her gaming setup like over time? Because if this guy likes designer clothes, I'm sure he has like a $600 pair of shoes,
right?
$300 shirt, and it's just because he spent it over time quicker in that way rather than her just not spending like that and then dropping it.
It gets worse.
Like,
It gets
mathing.
That's a weird system to have when they're in the situation that they're in.
So true.
A little bit. And I mean, like, I can't relate to that. Their situation's crazy.
Yeah.
Like, they
Very
got everything
fortunate.
going for them.
Yeah, I can't fathom why he would be upset. Literally, you have a ton of money, no debt. Like, you get a free house. Like,
Free house.
Those are also set purchases that are now, like, done. Like, you have the setup, you have everything. That's it. That's the $5,000. There's no more that you are spending.
Yeah, she's not marriage embezzling.
Yeah, that's also her money.
Yes.
Like
compare bank statements and you guys can both track how much you're putting in, but it's like, but you guys already had an agreement that your money is your money, and if you're both comfortable in your joint account, like, let her be her own person.
It's just a dumb system because at the end of the year, at the end of the year they look and it's like, oh, I spent $20,000 on fun money, and oh, you spent $7,000, but you spent that $5,000 all at once. It's like, this doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
It does.
This is a weird system. It feels like it's a system that benefits him and he's trying to control it.
Right. I think he's also like, it might be like something he's insecure about. It's like, whoa, she was able to save all this stuff, and like, I don't have that. Like, this is a problem because something.
Yeah. The verdict, not the asshole. Comments. What the hell is he spending $1,500 a month on? Does he have
Return for
horses?
fun, no fun for you.
Valid.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like when you get rich, like that's.
Yeah. Yeah.
OP says no horses, but lots of golf. The golf club membership is $500 a month
golf is
alone,
fucking
let alone
expensive.
expenditures for equipment. Someone said that's a redonk amount to spend monthly on a hobby. He is great. He is being a great big jerk to you while he spends like it'll burn a hole in his pocket.
Yeah.
I mean, I know golf is just expensive.
It is.
Yeah. I mean, that's like a country club. Like, that makes sense, but equipment costs per month. Like, you have the clubs.
Yeah, you should have it, and that should be set, and then you're just spending
Again, the
$500.
math
too many
is
balls in the water.
Interesting.
The math is mathing.
You know what makes me nervous? He's acting with like a lot of fear and like intensity, and it's like, I'm like, because in my head I'm like, you'd only react that way if you like needed the money, but they don't need the money. But now I'm like, oh no, do they need the money?
I'm warning y'all. This is the wildest one. And even if you think you know where the story is going, you might know one small piece, but you do not know fully where this one is going. I'm just preparing y'all as best as I can. Please keep your hands and arms inside of your seats because it's gonna get fucked.
Money?
Is he projecting?
Someone else said, not the asshole, financial infidelity, my ass. He is just jealous that you save enough for a nice new setup. He is being absolutely ridiculous. Do not return it and put it in the joint for him to waste. He needs the money in the joint account.
Yeah.
I don't know if he has as much money as she thinks he has. Yeah. That's my theory right
Dude,
now.
yeah, they gotta compare statements right now.
Surely there was a comment asking her what game she's playing.
Yeah. What games does she plan on streaming?
What games is she playing? What, she got a $5,000 setup?
What she got on Steam?
What's she playing?
All right, got all of this. Time to play Minesweeper. All right, update number 1.
Oh boy.
8 days after the original post. This is condensed a little bit, because there's a lot. My husband finally calmed down enough to have a conversation with me. As many others who provided comments suggested, it wasn't really about the money, but a window into larger issues into our relationship. Essentially, my husband has been feeling increasingly unhappy with me for a while for the following reasons. In general, he feels that he's a lot more committed to his career development than I am to mine. It's true that although we currently have about the same income, the ceiling for his field, finance, is a lot higher than the one for mine, tech/software developer. He's currently in an executive training program, and I'm decidedly not. He remarked that since getting back into gaming a few months ago, I have been putting a bit less effort into cooking. I do nearly all the cooking because I work at home and have an easier schedule. It's true that I have been fixing simpler meals, things like grilled chicken salads or chili with cornbread, instead of elaborate meals with fussier foods and several sides. He also noticed that I haven't been doing the elaborate table settings I used to, with flowers on the table, fancy placemats, etc. Honestly, I didn't realize he noticed or cared about this, but apparently he does. Acts of service are one of his main love languages, so overall he's feeling a little neglected because of this. He also feels I'm not putting enough effort into my appearance. Not in terms of weight/body. I'm a long-distance runner and slim, but in terms of things like clothes...
No fun for you, trad boy. You're not being enough of a traditional wife for me. What? Why did you stop all of the traditional wife things? What? How could you do this to me? How could you betray me like this? After I treat you like shit. What the How dare you? How dare you not be a traditional wife and cook for me and clean for me and dress up for me instead of playing your video games? Video games are for men. Get that $5,000 setup out of here.
Hair, etc. It's true that I've never paid much attention to these things, given that I work at home in tech. The standard for appearance is extremely low, and I far exceed that. I tend to buy simple, practical clothes at places like Target and Walmart, don't wear much makeup, and keep my hair in a simple ponytail. I do glam up a lot more for date nights and other dressy occasions, but most days he comes home from work to find me in a t-shirt and yoga pants with no makeup, and he wants me to make more of an effort. The bottom line is that because of all these things, he's starting to notice other women. Says he hasn't cheated. He's just noticing other people because he's regularly disappointed in me. In particular, given that he works in finance, there are a good number of very career-oriented type A women who manage to have fantastic bodies, be effortlessly polished and glam, and have more interesting hobbies. He also says he feels horrible about all this because he knows I am a good person, that he's being judgmental, that it's not so much I've changed as that it's his own goals and expectations have changed in the past couple years. The financial infidelity part came into it because he feels I'm not really investing in myself and our relationship, thus cheating on our future in a sense. He also says he loves me enough to be honest. I do believe he isn't trying to be hurtful. I really had to drag all this out of him. That he doesn't want us to drift apart further, that he doesn't want to be angry and resentful, and he knows he is asking for a lot. I know that many on this sub might say I should just tell him to take a hike and call my lawyer, but we've been married for 10 years, have invested a lot in the relationship, and I want to see if the marriage can be saved.
Oh my God, that's update number 1.
Oh my
That's number
God.
1, bro.
I just want to say, it is so insane to me, like, that he's saying, and coming from a gamer, I'm going to seem biased, but golf is such a time-consuming hobby.
Yeah, bro.
It's like, I'm going out on a Sunday for 8 hours.
And back.
Yeah.
Like, there's no way.
You're putting a tiny ball in a hole? Well, I'm traveling to multiple planets, slaying monsters, and saving mankind.
Literally.
Yeah. No, golf is like a huge commitment. That is all of it. This sucks. I mean, he kind of went back. He kind of became
Yeah, get the
what
fuck
so many
out
of
of there,
the
girl.
men in these Reddit stories are. I tell you, man, it always comes down to the cooking.
What in the
always
world?
comes down to the cooking, man. It's just like, well, you're supposed to do all the cooking. I don't understand it, and like, it just, they all seem the same once
wild.
that gets brought up.
I just can't. I also like think it's sad when you hear in a relationship like that you want your partner to like. I think that there's a level of putting effort into yourself. I agree with self-care and stuff like that. But let your partner be like face bare, chilling.
Yeah.
Like because that's your real person. If you're expecting your person to embellish, then what is your lens on reality at that point?
I mean, also, if you're gonna expect that level of effort, then put it in your fucking self
these
too.
Small things as an excuse, like because he just wants to be pampered more, and he like is. Yeah, if you're not finding your wife attractive, like you want to cheat and you want to be pampered. Like he's literally saying, yeah, you're gaming and you're not cooking nice enough and you're not setting the table nice enough and also you're not doing your makeup, and that's like why I'm upset with you, which is just like a completely just shitty thing to say to someone.
You know what it is with these men is that it's that they view it's like, oh, you're not serving me right. You're not who I want you to be. They're not worried about their happiness or the happiness of their relationship. It's like, yeah, but you're not good enough now. Like, I need you to do these things for me. And it's just such a selfish way of viewing it.
Like, can't people just get comfortable after a while? Like, not like the bad kind of comfortable, but like let people relax
You've
and
been
settle
together
into
for
their
10
life.
years.
Like
Can she just chill?
both worked so hard to build this life. I've heard some stuff on TikTok about like career-driven people where it's like that is their life force and that's what they do. They're not working for the weekend. Like they are gonna work until the day they die. But like she wants to live her life and enjoy her things, and he's spending his money on designer clothes and golf, and to each their own. But like he's even when he has everything, he's still finding things that he's not satisfied with.
Yeah, it's like you're 33. Like, at what point? You've been married for 10 years. At what point do you get to relax?
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
And also, like him, he wants her to be Batman. Like, he wants her to be perfect at every step of the way. It's like, we read plenty of stories where a partner is clearly like, okay, something is getting in the way.
Yeah.
They are dropping the ball in somewhere. They're neglecting themselves and everything. But she is making $200K a year, and he still is like, well, what are you doing to get further than that? Yeah. Like, that's a nightmare to live
that's
with.
a position that most people of our generation are never gonna see. Most average people are not even gonna see 100K a year, much less 200. And you're expecting her to like, the fact that y'all are even in a lucrative enough position where she could spend $5,000 and it doesn't really put a dent in the money that she saved for herself speaks a lot about the position y'all are in, and it's just shitty to be like, well, it's basically treating her like someone who's irresponsible with her money, when it's like, I mean, even if she is a bit irresponsible, first of all, you're irresponsible in the same way if you're talking about, like, splurging your money. But at the same time, does it matter at that point? Because you have enough money to spare. If you're spending the entire $200,000 on one thing that's not like a house or something, then yeah, if you're wasting your $200,000 a year on a car every fucking year, and it's been 10 years and you have 10 cars that you never drive, I get it, but yeah, they've been together for 10 fucking years. And he's treating her like this in year 10 because she spent $5,000. Oh, just wait. Like I said, don't worry. It gets worse. It gets so much worse. What a piece of shit.
Forever.
It's like, so, I would get it. As a degenerate gamer, I know how bad it can get. And like the fact that she's like, oh, she buys a new gaming setup, but she's also still cooking, still working out regularly, still
full-time employee, yeah.
Full-time software developer. Like, she's obviously like, it's a healthy hobby for her to be like, yeah, I want to play some games, so I got a nice computer. Like,
yeah, and we do not have enough women in tech. Let's be clear. It's great that she's there.
How dare she be content?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Happy.
literally.
Girl boss positive.
Update number 2.
Okay.
15 days later.
15 days.
Love that movie.
The movie's so good.
It rocks.
15 days later. This is also condensed.
Okay.
So the more I thought about it, the more his requests, demands really, were sitting poorly with me. I decided to try a little experiment over the weekend to see what would happen if I tried to meet some of his demands. Not because I actually thought they were reasonable, but because I increasingly had the sense that the goalposts would just keep moving and that I was playing a losing game. So Saturday morning, I went to the salon for a glow up, haircut, fresh highlights, mani-pedi, then went to the farmer's market to pick up fresh flowers for our table and assorted other gourmet ingredients. Saturday is usually our date night out, but I suggested we stay in so I could make us a special dinner, steakhouse style. Lobster bisque, bread basket with several types of rolls / savory muffins made from scratch, crab stuffed mushrooms, filet mignon, au gratin potatoes, white chocolate mousse topped with raspberries. You know, shit, Trevor, you probably make that every day.
Yeah, dude.
I wore a lavender, his favorite color on me, sheath dress, and high heels and fully done hair and makeup. For all that, I got a lukewarm thanks, it was tasty, and a kiss on the cheek. Of course I did all the serving and cleanup. Afterwards, I asked if this was what he had in mind when he critiqued me before. He said that it was a start. But that I was acting very entitled for wanting credit for basic adulting.
Bro, he needs to figure out how to do some basic adulting. Like, what
You
kind
need
of
to do some
childish
basic
behavior?
personing.
Someone made me white chocolate mousse from scratch, I would be kissing their feet.
Yeah, I'd be crying, peeing on the floor, apologizing.
How long? All of that shit probably had to take like all fucking day, if
that's
not multiple
labor.
days.
Yeah, no, that's an all.
Yeah, how does she do it?
Oh my God.
Oh my God,
I
Emily,
told
don't
y'all.
do this
I
to
told
me.
y'all. Even Emily's like, you aren't ready.
Okay, but I will say, I love that she did that. I love that route. Would not have thought of it, and I think it was such a slay.
Dude.
A slay for sure.
How hard is lobster bisque to make?
Well, I mean, it's tough. I mean, you got to make a whole lobster stock, you know? Like, that's not, it's a time-consuming thing.
I'm dead.
Holy shit. He then, okay, so he said that it was a start, but that I was acting very entitled for wanting credit for basic adulting. Basic adulting, like lobster bisque.
off.
He then dropped a bomb that he was being so hard on me because he had realized lately I had a lot to make up for due to my being a low-value woman. Yep. He works in finance.
Dude, no, you know what happened? You know what happened? Oh my God. You know what happened is this guy was like a normal dude and was content, and then Andrew Tate.
Yeah.
You saw an Andrew
Yeah,
Tate
dude.
video on
He
just
found the
like
wrong
you said.
podcast, didn't he? Oh no. Okay.
Low value woman.
Low
We're not
value
even done,
woman
are we?
is
Okay.
crazy.
Okay, so make up for my being a low value woman. I asked what on earth he meant by that, and he said it was because I wasn't a virgin when we met. What?
Oh my God.
I didn't think that my mind could be blown from there, but oh wow, that's.
Oh my God. Huh?
Dude, this guy went
I
to College
told y'all.
University.
I told y'all. No matter what you are thinking, even if you're getting one piece of it right, it is so much unfathomably worse. It's incomprehensible. I said that offhandedly as a joke, and the fact that it's actually true makes me yeah. Unfucking believable.
This guy went to Hustler University.
All of the crew in this room is just losing it.
Oh my God. I done lost my dang shoe. That's so crazy.
It still gets worse.
I look over and see Luke
it
just like this.
It still gets worse.
Dude.
Just
God.
Okay.
God, we're on a roller coaster. Okay.
Keep in mind, we started dating at 21. Neither of us claimed to be virgins or stated that as an expectation. Except for very religious people, neither of us is. I don't think most 21-year-old college students are virgins. Right. Yeah. Anyways. Just right, yeah, I was upfront with him then that I'd had 2 previous partners, my high school boyfriend, we went our separate ways when we went to different colleges in different parts of the country, and another boyfriend I'd had my first year of college. And that's it. Both committed relationships and nothing casual. He then went on to say that because of my low value, I was going to need to be making it up to him for the rest of my life. That I didn't deserve monogamy or equal treatment, and that I was lucky that anyone at all wanted to marry me, and that he's connected with someone from work, so if I wanted to keep him, I'd better step up.
He's connected with someone at work. So if I want to keep him, I need to keep up. Just... Oh my God. Oh my God, he is the worst person alive. You have everything that everyone in our generation has ever dreamed of, and you fuck it up this bad. What's her name? Lily, stop! Get out of there, girl! Get the fuck out of there! Please!
Holy shit.
I told him it didn't sound like there was anything to keep if he no longer loved me or even liked or respected
Tell his
me.
ass!
Told him to leave, and he said he would gladly go to his girlfriend's place.
Oh, no.
Anyway, I have taken the week off from work to get my head together. Have an appointment with a lawyer tomorrow. Canceled the marriage counseling appointment, but got a referral to an individual therapist who can do an intake session with me later in the week. He and the girlfriend apparently are coming this evening to get more of his clothes and things, so I have to brace myself for that. Also, please be assured I do not think I am a low-value woman in any way.
That's not
I
a
let my husband
thing.
make me think less of myself in some levels for a short time, but now I truly see it was a him problem. Obviously, we don't share the same goals and values, and he has become someone I don't recognize. I know the divorce won't be fun or easy, but I will be okay. Thank you all for helping me see that I was being played before I wasted too much more time in a marriage that was already over.
Oh my God.
What a
Damn,
piece
dude.
of shit.
Well, since he admitted to cheating, maybe she can screw him over in the court. You know?
Yeah, get him. It doesn't, she's gonna be fine regardless. I mean, that's insane.
I cannot believe that.
This is what happens when you get a gamer chair.
This is what happens.
This is what happens, you know?
Oh my God.
I can confirm.
It really does
as a
highlight,
gamer
though,
chair.
that for this mindset, the manosphere type of stuff, there's and I think it's important for men to realize this if they're thinking this way. It's like, there's no like happiness.
I told y'all.
That
I
the
warned you.
message is that nothing is good enough.
Mhm.
That you're just gonna keep on fucking your life up over and over and over. You are going to end up alone.
You are.
Because you will make sure of it.
Yeah.
I also it's so clear it's like not, it's so not equal in his mind, because it's like, what does he offer? Like, sure, he's got this executive training program, but like, she's been a boss bitch this whole time. Was he a virgin when they started?
I don't think he was.
It's just like men.
Neither of us claim to be virgins.
Men like that, like, they're like, I don't have to do all that stuff because I'm a man. You have to be all these things for me because I'm a man. And it's like,
Here's the reality. She now has her own life. She's gonna kick that guy out. And now she's got the sickest gaming setup of all time.
and
Yeah,
yeah,
she's
it's
winning.
her grandma's house, so she gets to
Yeah.
keep her
Hey.
house.
If you're out there watching, don't play League of Legends. Don't play Valorant. Don't play Overwatch. Play fun games. Don't play competitive multiplayer games. You're gonna be just fine.
Oh, dude, what if she gets into Dark Souls?
I will.
That's awesome.
That'd be a game to let your rage out.
I will say it's funny that when she started doing like simpler dinners, it sounded like all the stuff you can make in Sims. Chili.
I like how her
chicken
simpler
salad.
dinners are like me, like doing something that I think is cool.
Yeah.
100%.
Oh, you made chili as like a simple dinner.
Yeah, and what they've been together. She said she's in her like early mid-30s.
Yeah, she's 33.
She's gonna be fine.
Yeah, she's totally. They had the perfect setup. No, he fumbled the biggest bag of all time.
He's a fool.
He is
He's
a fool.
a damn fool.
Hall of Fame idiot.
And he probably
Yeah.
sucks at Fortnite.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Zero Vic Roy's.
Wow, that is
No
insane.
skins. Broke.
All of these updates were mind-blowing to me. Is there any in particular that really
Yeah, she's
threw
gonna be
you
so
off?
much better off of that,
I
for
don't
sure.
know. They're all pretty mid, pretty mellow. I didn't really react much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of all very expected.
You
No.
did kill our sound guy.
Sorry, Scott. Sorry, Gina. I really that last one really threw me, and it's very similar to the barbecue one, where it's like there's this tiny little catalyst that just blows open this whole thing. And honestly, buying that gaming setup was the best thing she ever did for so many reasons.
Yeah.
And I hope she downloads all kinds of good stuff.
You know what's also crazy is this is like the third to fifth story we've read about someone being in a relationship and suddenly he fucking falls for this internet male bullshit.
Yeah.
Like suddenly it's just like, well, I am a high value male. And it's just like, all right, so you're blowing up your life now.
And what's even like so bonkers is like suddenly he had a problem with her not being a virgin back when they met.
He definitely,
Like-
yeah, it was a new thing.
That's on him.
He's
Yeah.
definitely like going out like cheating for like a long time, I think, before the gaming setup.
Yeah,
For
and
sure.
yeah, I don't know if that, I think just knowing him and the consistency, like I don't think that's like an actual priority that he has in his head, and it shouldn't even matter. Obviously, he showed himself, and like I bet you she's so grateful for that.
Yeah, I think the lesson here is don't be a huge douchebag.
Yeah,
sure.
and don't be entitled.
Yeah. Think of others sometimes.
Think of how much you can lose.
Yeah.
Yeah, you might do that, but you know, a high value male like me, I don't really need to worry about that.
Because you're a
Thank you
virgin.
guys for being here. Because I'm a virgin.
Because I'm a virgin, so I'm high value.
Oh my god.
Well, thank you both for being here. This was crazy.
Wow, wee wow.
Yeah,
Wow,
for
wow,
real.
wee, wah.
And thank you for watching. Hope that wasn't too crazy for you.
Whittle it.
It was
Tell me
it
what
was
your heart
pretty
rate got to
crazy.
in the
It
comments.
was pretty fucking
What-
crazy.
Comment down below all the things that you're feeling and thinking, because we're thinking and feeling so many things too. And let us know what other suggestions, subreddits you want us to cover. There are so many stories with updates. We will be doing this again sometime. Do not worry. And we'll see you next Saturday. Goodbye.
Oh, yeah, yeah. So, so that's Smosh Reddit stories, guys. What a story to end it on, huh? Yeah, it's 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 fucking crazy, man. I think about the olive oil one and the gaming setup one constantly. It haunts me for how much gall and audacity is presented in those stories. It's almost impressive in the absolute most reprehensible way possible to be that much of a piece of shit. Like, truly, I mean this with so much malice and hatred in my heart. Congratulations, because it is a feat to be that much of an irredeemable piece of shit. But you did it. You did it, and it's grossly impressive. The olive oil one was a guy who had a girlfriend, and when they got together, she was a bit curvy. So what he did, after she started recovering from having a bad relationship with food and started working out and eating right and all that kind of stuff, he started putting olive oil in her food, and it was up to 5 small bottles of olive oil a fucking week. 4 tablespoons in her food a day. And so she had her progress in her weight loss journey obviously sabotaged by him, and he literally didn't understand what he was doing wrong, and in a lot of cases that is bordering on poisoning her, because if you eat excessive amounts of olive oil, it can lead to numerous issues with your body. It was very shitty, and he was another dipshit who doubled down, and it was awful. And truly a person you wish the worst for, because he liked her better when she was curvier. He didn't like that she was feeling more confident and positive about herself and getting herself to a position. I have heard that one. It is in the playlist. So we will probably get to that one tomorrow. We're not gonna have a Secret of the Mimic teaser to watch tomorrow, so we'll be starting a little bit earlier than we did today. We have a few episodes left. I might add more. Maybe this is what we'll do for the next few streams. I really enjoyed this. I think it was a really great time. There are a couple that I was thinking about, like the doll story. That one's pretty crazy. If you know, you know. I think about that one a lot too, because it was just fucking awful. But yeah, you know, we've been through a lot in this stream together. We've experienced a lot of awful, shitty people. So thank you for being here, and thank you for going down this rabbit hole with me. It's been a fun time. We've had some interesting discussions today, and I'm very grateful to have you guys here. Whether you are a lurker or a chatter, I appreciate you nonetheless. Thank you for being here. Thank you for stopping by. We will continue to watch Smosh Reddit stories tomorrow at the same time, 2:30 p.m. CST. So please feel free to stop by again if you would like to. The sawdust will be in tomorrow's stream if you're curious about that story, because it's been teased a lot in this stream, both by chat and the Smoshcast themselves. So yeah, thank you for being here. I appreciate you, lurkers and chatters alike. It was a lot of fun. I will see you tomorrow at 2:30 p.m. Starbies. Have a good rest of your day. I love you. Mwah.